Hello friends. This is Phoenix What If. How are you all? So in this video, we will see. What if Naruto awakened God power and fell in love with Rangiku Matsumoto? But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also, if possible, share this video. Hey old man, your hands itching for preparing some ramen? Asked a 12-year blonde as he popped his head through the curtains of Ichiraku Ramen's stand, a light grin on his face. Naruto-kun. A woman, possibly in her late teens, spoke with a bright smile on her beautiful face. If it isn't my favorite customer, sure. So, the usual right? The previously addressed old man asked with a fatherly smile. Yep, replied Naruto with a grin as he sat on the stool while the female teen was looking at him with a smile, a light blush on her face. So Naruto-kun, how was your day? She asked, her black shining eyes totally concentrated on him as he smiled a bit lazily at her. Fun as usual, Ayame-chan. Pranked several people, got those Anbu and Junins trailing me, and again as usual, they couldn't catch me, he spoke with a grin while rubbing the back of his head as the old ramen chef, Tucci, prepared his ramen behind Ayame. A comfortable silence ensued between the trio when Tucci spoke while preparing the noodles. Naruto, I've noticed that generally you are quite hyperactive during the day, but when you come here at night, it seems as though you aren't yourself. Oh come on Tu-san. Give him a break, Ayame spoke while glaring at her father when Naruto spoke. It's winter time, Oji-san. The breeze is chilly at night. I don't feel like goofing around. Besides, it's 10 p.m. You can't expect me to yell and keep running when the streets are empty and people are sleeping. A chuckle escaping his mouth as he rubbed his hands together to produce some warmth while Tucci laughed out loud with Ayame giggling cutely. That's right my boy. But you've got some stamina to evade all those Anbu and Junins at such a young age. I just can't fathom the fact that you can get lazy, the old ramen chef spoke with a smile as he set the steaming bowl of ramen on the counter. The heavenly set of miso ramen inhaling his nostrils, he grinned brightly before grabbing the chopsticks. Itadakimasu, he exclaimed out loudly before digging in. How's the academy going, Naruto-kun? Ayame asked with a smile as she watched him eat while Tucci was cleaning the cooking slab. A frown formed on his features, his oceanic blue eyes saddening a bit as he stopped eating. It would have been going fine if it wasn't for my chakra problem. It's been 3 years already and still I can't seem to get a hold of it, the blonde said as he sighed dejectedly while Ayame's expression saddened too. Still no progress, huh? I don't understand. If you can manipulate chakra like other shinobi, then why can't you do those simple techniques properly? She spoke while Tucci had a grim expression on his face. I just don't know. I can build large amounts of chakra, but it's so difficult to control. I don't know how to explain it, but it's like my chakra is unstable or something. I have to put so much effort to just do the kawarimi and henge jutsus, but the bunshin one seems out of reach, he spoke as the frown on Tucci's face deepened while Ayame stared at him with soft eyes. But don't you worry, I'll find a way around this and become Hokage one day. After all, I got to have something special in me to outrun those Junins when I'm so young, he exclaimed with a goofy grin on his face, making Tucci and Ayame smile at him. Slurping up the soup, he spoke enthusiastically. Another bowl, Oji-san. Konoha. The Hokage Monument. Present time, the full moon shining brightly. It was winter time in Konoha as a cool breeze swept through the village. Almost all the civilians were sleeping right now with the Hokage and guard patrols full on alert. Suddenly though, just above the Yondaime Hokage's head, the thin air began wavering a bit as a slight disturbance took place. Swish. A non-uniform small rift suddenly opened, bright light emanating from it as gusts of wind started to flow around the rift, which was getting larger. Thud. A person skidded across the surface of the Yondaime's head monument, who had dashed through the rift, which was now getting smaller. Damn, voice feminine, she appeared to be panting as sweat poured down her face. Propping herself on her elbows, she intook deep breaths before shakily standing up. Her form reflecting the moonlight, now revealed to be a blonde woman of stunning beauty. She had long wavy blonde hair, shining blue eyes, thick attractive lashes, a beauty mark just below the right side of her full pink luscious lips which were now curled down to form a frown. Her face was heart-shaped, her voluptuous, long slender arms and legs, while she had a curvaceous figure any woman would kill for. Coming to her attire, She was wearing a black garb, her robes hanging loosely for her ample bosom to be revealed. She was wearing a thin golden necklace tucked between her cleavage while there was a long pink scarf on her shoulders. There was also a strange armband on her uniform's obi sash. On her back was an average-sized sheathed katana which was tied to her. All in all, she was a woman of remarkable beauty standing at a height of 5 foot 8 inches. "Where am I?" she asked to herself softly, her eyes wide as she gazed upon the large village in front of her. "This isn't Karakura town, I can sense it, but, is this even the right dimension?" she spoke to herself with a shocked expression. Taking out the Denreishinki divine messenger machine, which looked like a cell phone, she activated it as its screen illuminated with a bright light. "Hello, Matsumoto Rangiku, Vice Captain of 10th Division speaking. I repeat, Matsumoto Rangiku speaking. Requesting for dimensional coordinates." She spoke but got no response, only hazy sounds which made her sigh. "I guess there's no connection right now. I'll have to try again later. But what is this place?" The now defined Rangiku wondered to herself as she stood on the Hokage monument. "I don't know where, but I'll have to say this is beautiful," she whispered in awe upon gazing at the large village. Her eyebrows though scrunched in concentration as she suddenly remembered what had happened for her to get here in the first place, a cute pout on her face. Damn them. Kuchiki-san was the one who was originally assigned to the Karakura town. Why did Yukitake Taicho had to get more ill at such point of time? She thought to herself when a frown formed on her delicate features. But then, even with the Jigokucho, Hell Butterfly, escorting me through the Senkaimon, World Penetration Gate, I entered Dongai, which shouldn't have been possible. And then, most probably by coincidence, I happened to be there when the Kotatsu resting surge was on its weekly sweep, she thought before sighing. It was just probably one of those bad days. Though being chased by that bullet train in Dongai they call Kotatsu surely put her through some exercise, which explains why she was panting and all sweaty. She gulped at the thought of what could have happened if she would have been caught by the sweep. Suddenly her face again adopted an expression of immense confusion as she thought this through. Also, being chased by Kotatsu is said to create time distortion. According to that, I should have reached a dimension with a time gap of around 100 years and ultimately should have died because of my body not being able to keep up with the time skip. And here I'm standing completely fine without a scratch, possibly in another dimension, she wondered while rubbing her temples. Activating the Denreishinki again, she again began scrambling her fingers on it when she sighed in relief. At least the GPS, Global Positioning System, is still working. This will help me keep track of hollows, pluses and other Shinigami. If there are present here, that is. And the limiter seems to be working fine too, she mumbled to herself as her hair flew with the breeze, a yawn escaping her lips. Oh well, I'm sure everything will be okay. I'll sort this out tomorrow, but now I'm going to sleep. I wonder if there is any sake here, or any bars like the human world has. But this world has humans too, she said to herself with a bright smile before adopting an expression of confusion, her easygoing personality now surfacing. Shrugging to herself, she stretched her arms as her ample bosom jiggled with her movements. Oh well, I'll think over this mess tomorrow. There must be a place here where I can sleep, she shrugged to herself before again yawning. Using Shunpo, Flash Step. The Shinigami vanished from atop the monument, leaving only dust hovering in air. Streets of Konoha. Present time. The moon's full today, muttered Naruto to himself with a smile as he gazed at the moon. He was currently walking through the streets. After apparently wolfing down 5 bowls of ramen, he had decided to take a walk around the village. The blonde was currently wearing a black civilian jacket underneath which was a dark blue shirt, followed by dark blue shinobi pants. He sighed, his hot breath visible due to the chilling cold. Hi no kuni my ass. I never understood why this country hosts such chilly winter every year. The name must have been kept by some noble idiot who sits by the fireplace masturbating while we ninja rot in this season, thought Naruto with a huff, as he kicked a pebble, its sound echoing through the vacant streets. Not that I'm a ninja right now anyway, he murmured to himself with a pout as he turned his head to gaze at the Hokage monument behind him. Yeah, I'm gonna do something big one day. I will surpass you guys, he spoke inwardly with a determined stare. Naruto-kun. He snapped his head backwards to see a beautiful woman running towards him. Shiroi-san. The blonde spoke quietly with a smile as she stopped in front of him, a soft smile on her face. She was wearing a plain purple kimono with a black sash. A bit of her cleavage was revealed, making him blush a bit. She had long silver hair, a heart-shaped face. Her shining eyes were light green in color while her skin was milk creamy. The young woman looked to be in her early 20s though. And most importantly, a black chain was protruding out of her chest, which was hanging limply in front of her. "How are you?" She spoke with a soft smile while he grinned back. "As usual," he replied with a thumbs up, making her giggle, who was taller than him. True, he could see ghosts. These people who had died, he noticed that some of them had broken chains hanging by their chests. Some had their chains connected to an object, or some had it attached to a particular location. People called him demon, an abomination, cursed him, ignored him, beated him, glared at him and whatnot. These ghosts or spirits, who could not be seen by anyone else, were amongst the few ones which helped him out of this solitude. Though strangely, most of the souls he sees would disappear after a day or two. He rarely saw any ghosts here in Konoha anyway. It may be because Konoha is now peaceful and not under war. Hence the number of casualties are very less and the death rate is low. Add to the fact that there have been great breakthroughs in the field of medical ninjutsu in the past several years, he thought, apparently having heard some lectures in the academy. But the one in front of him, Shiroi, strangely was an exception, who he remembered having met her 2 weeks ago. She was rude to him at first, seeing as he was the demon brat. But seeing that no one else could interact with her, they got to know each other. And boy was she surprised, he was like the cutest and nicest kid she had met in her life. He was nowhere near of what she thought him to be, and was really funny. However, he did remember when the first time he had seen a ghost several years ago. During the daytime, he had asked a guy about the strange chain on his chest. When he noticed that other people were just phasing through the guy, they couldn't see him. And he could speak with him, he could hear him, he could touch him. It made him freak out, but slowly he came around that. He came to accept that he was different, and that was it. No one would believe that he could see ghosts, not even Jeej. It was just his little secret. And maybe that was the reason people called him a demon. "Come here, Naruto-kun," Shiroi spoke with a smile, snapping him out of his thoughts as he walked near her with some hesitancy. She gently hugged him, a smile on her face as she tenderly rubbed his back while he initially stiffened into the hug. "Relax, you baka," she spoke with a giggle while his face was pressed into her ample bosom, a furious blush on his face. "Damn, this feels good," he thought as he promptly closed his eyes and wrapped his arms around her back gently. "I'm sorry for treating you harshly, Naruto-kun. I shouldn't have listened to the villagers back then. Even though we had never met, I still hated you," she spoke with a sad expression when he pulled back from the hug. "It's okay, I guess. You don't hate me now, that makes me happy. At least I was able to change one person. Besides, you were among the few ghosts who at least talked to me and gave me a chance," the blonde said with a smile when he shivered a bit. "And there's this another strange thing about me never getting sick like normal people do," he thought with a sigh when he felt a hand on his shoulder. "Let's go to your apartment, Naruto-kun. It must be chilling for you to be staying out here," she spoke softly as they started to walk towards his apartment. "It's not fair that you guys don't feel any cold. I wish I could do that," he spoke with a pout, making her giggle at him as she ruffled his blonde hair affectionately. "It's strange that I seek comfort from ghosts, which were amongst the few things I was scared from, instead of the living a life," he exclaimed inwardly in exasperation as they walked through the secluded streets. Konoha. Naruto's apartment, 15 minutes later. Click. Opening the door with a click after unlocking it, Naruto and Shiroi entered the apartment. "Ah, home sweet home," he exclaimed with a grin as he discarded his jacket while Shiroi looked around his apartment with amusement on her face. "It's pretty cozy and clean, unlike the last time," she spoke with a smile when he huffed. "Well, a certain someone found it appealing to threaten me into cleaning the apartment," he said in annoyance upon walking past the corridor, connecting to the door, to enter the drawing room where Shiroi was standing. "Make yourself comfortable, Shiroi-san. I'll be back in a minute," he spoke as he went towards the bedroom when he heard her stern voice. "Naruto-kun, how many times have I asked you not to call me that?" she asked with a light glare, making him rub the back of his head in embarrassment. "Oh right, Gomen Shiroi-chan," Naruto spoke with a smile, making her nod in satisfaction. Opening the door to his bedroom, he thought he heard some light sounds. Shrugging, he switched on the lights before walking towards the bathroom as he began to sing quietly to himself. Uzumaki was kung fu fighting. Oh yo, he was as fast as lightning. Yuha. Sasuke Teme was a little trembling. Oh yeah, his duck-ass foliage burning? Oh my. Opening the door, he continued singing. Oh ho ho ho, why kung fu fighter? Kick the Teme higher. He continued to sing in a quiet voice as he turned on the hot shower when suddenly he froze. Was that? My bed sheets weren't black, were they? He thought with wide eyes before dashing out of the bathroom. He slammed to a stop like he had been instantly fossilized while his breathing hitched in his throat. He immediately took out a kunai from a drawer beside him as quietly as possible. His eyes narrowed as he glared at the form laying on his bed comfortably. His brain was running a mile per minute as he thought over what he should do. Who's this woman? Did she come here to kill me? But then why is she sleeping on my bed so soundly? Could it be another trick to destroy my apartment? She isn't a ghost as there's no chain coming out of her chest? Could it be a shinobi using transformation jutsu? So many thoughts took birth in his head like a wildfire. Here in front of him was laying our busty shinigami, Rangiku Matsumoto, who was snoring lightly with her dim blonde hair sprawled on the bed. Apparently, she was still wearing her shinigami robes. Naruto though blushed when he noticed her voluptuous chest fall and rise with each breath, her revealed cleavage only increasing his blush when he shook his head to clear such thoughts. I can't waste time here. This is a serious situation, though it at least gives me reference for my Y transformation jutsu, he thought with a small smirk as he slowly approached her. He suddenly stopped though upon noticing a sheathed katana laying by the side of the bed, opposite to the side he was standing in. Walking around the bed sneakily, he carefully leaned his right hand forward. First he had to get the weapon away from her, just in case she tried to kill him, which probably was the case here. Just when his hand had barely touched the hilt. Thud. He stood frozen there, his hand grabbing thin air while he watched the woman standing on the floor, on the opposite side of the bed where Naruto had come from, with wide eyes. Rangiku's eyes were initially narrowed at him, the katana in one hand while the hilt was in the other when suddenly her blue orbs widened. Meanwhile, Naruto had every muscle and bone locked tight in his body as they continued to stare at each other with widened eyes. He suddenly jumped back with a kunai in his hand, his eyes cold as he glared at her. Though inwardly, he was praying to Kami to spare his life today. He had seen the crazy display of speed and acrobatics by the woman. At least for him it was crazy. She had suddenly grabbed her sheathed katana out of the blue, before flipping back from the bed to land on the floor, all in a time frame of 1 second or even less. Hardening his expression, Naruto steeled his voice before speaking. He did not want to give her an impression of a scared child after all. What do you want? He mentally cursed himself for the stutter, kunai held in a reverse grip in front of his face defensively while her blue orbs zoomed out in surprise even further. Rangiku though turned her head backwards, then sideways as if confirming that they were the only one present in the room. Naruto's eyes though began twitching as he watched the strange woman. He thought she was here to kill him or something and not observe the architecture of his apartment. Her widened eyes then finally again settled on him, making the blonde visibly stiffen as they continued to stare into each other's eyes. You can see me? Rangiku asked with widened eyes, her finger pointing at herself to emphasize her question. Thud. Naruto fell face first on the floor, a groan escaping his buried face. Kid. Are you all right? She asked while taking a step towards him when he sprang comically from the floor. What the hell do you mean if I can see you? Do you think I am blind? Who do you think I was talking to, lady? Screamed Naruto, his face burning red in anger as he pointed an index finger at her when her eyes widened again. She was just acting like that Sasuke Teme, all cool and mighty. Whoa, you can hear me too, she exclaimed while now Naruto's ears began to exhale steam as he took in a deep breath. Calm yourself, Naruto, calm yourself. This crazy lady's just playing with you, he thought while taking deep breaths, the color of his face returning to normal now. Naruto-kun, what's wrong? I heard you yelling. His eyes widened when heard Shiroi's voice, the sound of her footsteps indicating that she was coming to the room. Meanwhile, Rangiku couldn't help but be flabbergasted. This child, who was a living human as there was no chain of fate attached to his chest, could see her, a Shinigami.
Closing her eyes for a bit, she concentrated on her senses before opening them. Her eyes yet again widened in immense shock.
No way. You mean to tell me this kid was the one who I earlier detected? Even with a physical body, he was releasing Rangiku, spiritual power, earlier. And now too, it seems he's subconsciously releasing a small amount of it. He must have huge innate spiritual energy reserves to release it without even him knowing. Being able to see us a bit hazily, even that is a rare phenomenon with a probability of 1 among millions of humans. But this boy, not only can he see me clearly, he can clearly hear me too. Add to fact that he was able to touch Heineka, Ashcat. Means that he can touch us, beings who are made of reishi, spirit particles. And I can also feel a tiny amount of ryotsu, spiritual pressure, his Ryoku is producing. Just who is this kid? Thought Rangiku with a serious expression when she heard someone besides her. Naruto-kun, wa. Shiroi stopped midway upon reaching the door to see a busty woman standing in the room, Naruto being on the further side, who was staring at her with wide eyes. Naruto-kun, who's she? Shiroi asked with a confused expression while the blonde just stared at her, as if silently telling her that he'll explain later. He couldn't be talking to ghosts when someone's here to kill him, right? The blonde-haired woman might make a scramble and start yelling that he's a freak or something. Who knows, another mob would be chasing him today then. Matsumoto though turned her head to see a woman, a bit shorter than. Her eyes did widen in realization though when she saw the chain of fate. So the boy must have befriended this soul. Or that she might be a relative of his, thought the vice captain. You can see me? Shiroi asked in surprise when she noticed that Matsumoto had looked at her. Ah yes. You're not alive anymore, I know, Rangiku said with a warm smile while Shiroi's eyes widened along with Naruto's. Why you can see ghosts too? Naruto stuttered, his mouth opened agape as he lowered his kunai a bit. Yes, I guess you can call them ghosts, said Matsumoto with a chuckle. See Naruto-kun. I told you there may be other people too who could see ghosts. You're not entirely different, Shiroi said with a smile while Naruto's lips curled up a bit. Matsumoto though was completely intrigued by this young kid. Normally kids his age in the other human world would cower in fear given the situation, and here he was standing with a brave front, his eyes cold. You can put that knife down, it's not like I'm gonna hurt you or anything, she said softly, a warm smile on her face. Usually she would be free-spirited and casual, but she had her soft and serious side too. Your katana first, Naruto spoke firmly as he tightened the grip on his kunai. Oh sorry. Matsumoto exclaimed as she quickly sheathed Heineka before slinging it on her back. And this is a zanpakuto, not a katana, she spoke making Shiroi and Naruto look at her in confusion, but they just drank in their question about what she meant. What's your name, boy? Rangiku asked as he started to twirl the kunai absent-mindedly around his index fingers making her eyes widen. Naruto froze when he found his hand grabbed by Matsumoto, Shiroi having the same expression as they watched her literally vanish into thin air to appear behind him. Such speed. She must be a really strong kunoichi, though her dress code is strange I'll have to say, Shiroi thought as she entered the room now. Hey, you shouldn't play with such sharp objects like that, Rangiku said with a frown while Naruto blushed as he found her S resting on his head. Grabbing the kunai off her hand he put one hand on the floor before flipping forwards, twirling himself in midair to stand in front of her, a frown on his face. Matsumoto's jaw though dropped, a kid like him moving with such speed and performing acrobatics like that with such ease, it was astounding. In the other human world, she had never seen any kid like the one in front of him. Though his speed was still painfully slow for Shinigami like them, it was fast for a human child. How did you do that, kid? Did you have training of some sorts? Rangiku asked with wide eyes while a vein popped on his forehead. I'm not a kid, lady. Show some respect here, it's Uzumaki Naruto Dadbeo. He yelled making the two women blink while in Soul Society, a certain silver-haired captain sneezed. Matsumoto giggled to herself in amusement while Shiroi too started giggling making Naruto pout as he crossed his arms childishly. He's a cutie, the blonde Shinigami thought with a smile. Ah sorry Naruto. My name is Matsumoto Rangiku, she responded making Naruto nod as he put the kunai back in the drawer. And for the record, that was a kunai and not a sword, he spoke making the blonde Shinigami blink in confusion. What's a kunai?
she asked, making Naruto pinch the bridge of his nose in what seemed to be frustration and annoyance while Shiroi too was looking at her weirdly. Which world are you even living in, Rangiku-san? Asked the whiskered blonde sarcastically when she replied innocently. Well, at least not from this world, inwardly amused to play the innocent act while he just ignored her and sat on the edge of his bed, facing her with a serious expression on his face. Alright, enough of this. Since this is my apartment, I think I have the right to ask you that. Why were you sleeping on my bed? He asked with a serious expression, making Shiroi's eyes go wide in immense surprise while a light blush lit Rangiku's cheeks as she smiled embarrassingly. Damn, I have to admit, this woman's really beautiful. But she doesn't hate me, or could it be that it's just a mask so that she could get through me? I don't know, but I have to be extremely careful, he thought with a light blush. Since you possess so much spiritual energy, I guess it would be better if you knew about the concepts of afterlife, she spoke seriously, making his eyes widen along with Shiroi's. You mean what happens after a person dies? He asked with a shocked expression on his face, Shiroi just as surprised, while the blonde Shinigami nodded seriously. For starters, I'm not a living human. You see. Then do you mean to say that you're a ghost just like Shiroi-chan? But you don't have any chain attached to your chest, he said, his cheeks becoming heated a bit at the mention of her chest. Rangiku's eyes though started twitching, he hadn't even let her finish. No, I'm not a ghost like Shiroi-san. In a sense I am, but not a normal one. I have special powers, you know. She paused before taking a deep breath. This will blow the blonde away. I'm a Shinigami Naruto, she said with a serious expression on her face. Naruto's and Shiroi's faces though looked like the world had collapsed in front of them. Pin-drop silence in the apartment. I know it's, she suddenly emitted a tiny amount of her Raryoku upon noticing that Naruto was again about to interrupt her. What? He was barely able to choke out when he found himself struggling to stand, his knees buckling. What is this feeling? It's as if the gravity suddenly increased. I can't even breathe properly. It's like the air itself has become heavier, he thought. His eyes widened while his breathing came in short pants, sweat trickling down his face. Turning his head back slowly, his eyes further widened upon noticing that Shiroi was on the floor, panting as she struggled to even lift herself with her elbows. Rangiku though immediately lowered her Raryoku. Naruto and Shiroi now felt like a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads while Shiroi panted heavily. What was that? The blonde asked with a hint of anger in his voice, his breathing much more in control before he ran back to help Shiroi. That was for interrupting me, Naruto. Don't do that until I'm finished. The burden, pressure you can say, which you now felt was the result of me releasing my spiritual energy. That pressure is called Reiatsu, she spoke while he gently helped Shiroi to stand up. Are you okay, Shiroi-chan? He asked with concern in his oceanic eyes as she slowly stood up. I'm fine, Naruto-kun. Arigato, she said with a smile as they wiped their foreheads. We Shinigami come from another dimension, a place called Soul Society. One of our main duties is to send the people to afterlife, that is Soul Society, or what you can say heaven. Seeing that Rangiku had paused, he asked her with a grim expression. This Shinigami part, he didn't understand a bit, nor did he find it possible or logical. Though there was one thing which piqued his interest. Spiritual energy. You said you released spiritual energy, right? She nodded seriously. But what about physical energy? Chakra is a combination of spiritual and physical energy in equal amounts. Then do you mean to say that you just released raw spiritual energy? He again asked with wide eyes while the female Shinigami in front of him blinked in confusion. Chakra, you say? I've never heard of such thing. Matsumoto asked, making Naruto narrow his eyes while Shiroi too was having a difficult time accepting all of this. Did Rangiku mean that she would be sent to this Soul Society place? She had earlier thought this was all the afterlife had to offer. That she would just linger in this world forever like a ghost. It was like their whole world had been turned upside down in just a couple of minutes. Naruto too though was having so many thoughts running through his head. Like so many other people thought, he wasn't an idiot and actually had a decent IQ which could impress Shikamaru. He did have a goofy personality that made him look like an idiot, but he was not. And the academy teachers sabotaging his exams didn't help his reputation too. The way she has been talking until now, it all points to the crazy fact that she indeed has come from another world, or dimension of sorts. I mean, who wouldn't know of chakra and kanai in this world? Even civilians know of the basics of the techniques ninja use. And that Reiatsu thing she pulled earlier, it wasn't chakra, so that flushes out the possibility of her being a shinobi. And a civilian definitely can't do that. Then could she really be a shinigami? But in the books we read in Academy had shown the shinigami as a vicious monster of sorts, large teeth, a knife in its mouth. The one in front of me though is a woman, a beautiful one at that, he thought, his mind working at its full capacity as he tried to process these facts, beyond the boundaries of logic. Matsumoto though patiently waited for them to speak, it was a huge thing she knew. But considering the boy's spiritual energy reserves, he would be prone to attacks by dangerous hollows, and he should know about them or at least how to control his Raryoku. Just when she was about to speak, the Denreishinki began to beep, drawing the attention of two other occupants. Naruto and Shiroi watched in fascination as Rangiku took out a strange device before her eyes widened upon checking it or something. It's a hollow. Its location though, her thoughts trailed as she suddenly opened the window behind her. Jerking her head out, her eyes widened to considerable proportions when she saw a black rip, specifically a garganta open in the sky above Naruto's apartment. Getting back inside, she ignored the confused looks of Naruto and Shiroi and activated the GPS on Denreishinki. There are no other pluses except the one in front of me within a mile radius from here. How did a hollow even come here? They shouldn't know the way to this dimension from Awaken Mundo. I myself ended up here accidentally. I sense no other spiritual energy sources in this town which could quench a hollow's thirst. Then could it be that? Her eyes widened in realization as she stared at Naruto and Shiroi. Naruto's and Shiroi's breathing though suddenly hitched in their throats when they heard a scream, a howl, they didn't know. But they could practically feel the negative emotions, anguish, pain in the voice. What's this? Shiroi asked as she looked above where the scream seemed to be coming from. I have to take them away from such a densely populated area. There, I can take care of it, Rangiku thought to herself before she suddenly appeared in a blur in front of the duo. Hey! Naruto exclaimed when Rangiku effortlessly lifted him to sling him over her shoulder. What are you doing? Shiroi asked with an embarrassed blush when she found herself on the Shinigami's other shoulder. Without responding, Matsumoto used Shunpo to exit his apartment while the hollow now had completely emerged out of the garganta. Outer forests of Konoha. Quarter-mile away, a minute later. This far should be fine, Rangiku thought as she skidded to a halt in a large clearing of the forest. What's up with you? Naruto half yelled, half asked as he found himself shivering in the chilling cold, this time not even wearing his black jacket. Setting both of them down gently, Matsumoto glared at him while emitting some of her Raryoku again to shut him up. Quiet, Naruto. Your town would have been in danger had I not dragged you here, the blonde Shinigami spoke sternly as she turned to face the direction from where she had come. What's a town, Rangiku-san? The place we came from is called Konohagakure no Sato, Shiroi elaborated, making the Shinigami falter a bit. A village? She asked with surprise written all over her face. Is this some kind of medieval period going on this world? She thought before shrugging. Oh well, it didn't matter. So far, she found the place to be quite beautiful and peaceful. I'll go ahead and think that you don't know what a village is, Naruto spoke nonchalantly, making Shiroi giggle a bit while Matsumoto stared at him with amusement, a soft smile on her face. He acts far more mature than he looks. Though he has his childish moments, I can't help but compare him to Hitsugaya Taicho. And add to the fact that I have never come across a pair of such vibrant shade of blue eyes, and the spiky blonde and whisker marks only accentuate his features, she mused before turning her head back when the ground they were standing on itself began to shake. It's near. Naruto, take Shiroi-san and get away from me, Rangiku said, making the duo look at her in confusion. What is? Please trust me, Naruto. She turned her head to smile at him, her eyes honest while Naruto blushed a bit as he gazed at her beautiful features before he nodded. Taking Shiroi's hand, he pulled her with him to run towards a large tree while Rangiku took out her sword, a deep sigh escaping her lips. I hope this hollow is not strong. Though considering that it tore its way through the Awaken Mundo to this unknown dimension like this, it must be strong. It must have detected the Raryoku Naruto was releasing. And with the limiter sealing off 80% of my Raryoku, I can't use Shikai. But I should be able to handle it. Without further orders from Sarai T, I can't release the limiter. Who knows, those old geezers at Central 46 might find out about this and arrest me or something, she thought while pulling out her Zanpakuto from the sheath, the shaking now getting more violent. Naruto and Shiroi though could again hear that howl-like painful scream. What is going on here? Why can't my life be peaceful for once? He thought as the duo were standing behind the tree, sneakily looking around it. Naruto, what's happening? Asked Shiroi, her eyes were wide while her hands were trembling. Grasping her shaking hand gently, he squeezed it, making the attractive woman look at him. Don't worry, Shiroi-chan, I'm just as shaken in this as you are. We'll sort this out together, and I wouldn't let anything happen to you. He spoke in a determined tone while she smiled a bit hesitantly at him as she squeezed his hand back. His eyes widened a bit when he felt that pressure again, though it was less this time, maybe because they were at some distance away from the Shinigami. Focusing back, he turned his head back when his whole world froze in shock, a look of horror on his face as he stared at the creature in front of Rangiku. What is that thing? Is it some kind of summon? The whiskered blonde wondered in astonishment as they saw the giant hollow, its size almost 4 times as that of Matsumoto. It had a large white mask on its face, 4 limbs in addition of 8 extra large tentacles sprouting from its back. Ah, I can practically taste that delicious Raryoku in air. Though it's not coming from you, Shinigami, the hollow said with a demonic-like voice while Rangiku gripped Hinata tighter. Damn, it's an evolved hollow. He would not be easy to deal with in my current situation, she thought before shunpoing in front of his mask to finish this one blow. Hinata reared back as she plunged her Zanpakuto forwards at blurry speeds. Clang! He blocked it. Such speed. This is definitely not a normal one, Rangiku thought with wide eyes, as prior to its huge size, the creature had moved its clawed limb at surprising speeds to block her Zanpakuto. Raising her spiritual energy, Hinata began to pierce its claw, making the hollow howl in pain. Wham! Rangiku-san! Naruto yelled involuntarily as he saw her get hit by one its tentacles, making her fly back as she skidded to a halt just besides the tree Naruto and Shiroi were standing behind. Stay here, Shiroi-chan, he exclaimed before dashing from behind the tree towards the Shinigami. Are you alright? Naruto asked while Rangiku stood up slowly, holding her gut where the tentacle had slammed into. Get back, Naruto, she hissed angrily while suddenly standing in front of him. I'll kill you for that, Shinigami. And the next is you, brat. Naruto watched with wide eyes, their forms now shadowed as the hollow was now standing in front of them. Rah, it roared before its large clawed hand lunged towards them. Clang. Get back, Naruto, Rangiku said through gritted teeth as Hinata grinded against the large claw. I'm already using the 20% Raryoku here. All of my abilities are severely limited. A hollow this strong is very rare in the other human world, she thought as she was now on her knees while Naruto took some stumbling steps back, his eyes widened in horror as he clenched his fists. And no, I can't leave you here. You'll die, he yelled, his voice stuttering a bit as bit his thumb. Come on, Naruto, you can't stand like a coward. She's among the very few persons who have treated me nicely, and she's fighting to save me and Shiroi-chan. I can't run like a, he thought as he quickly took out a kunai, an extra one he always kept for defense. Run, Naruto, Rangiku yelled, beads of sweat pouring down her face. She was already tired due to using her Raryoku in escaping from Dongai. Naruto-kun no, Shiroi yelled from behind the tree, drawing the attention of Hollow while Naruto dashed towards Rangiku who was now on her knees. The female Shinigami's eyes widened though when the blonde jumped over her. Squelch. Ra wwrrrrrrrr, the Hollow screamed in pain when Naruto had pierced the flesh of its arm with the kunai. This kid, Rangiku thought in amazement as she had quickly grabbed Naruto and jumped back. Bonk. Ow, what did I tell you about running away? Rangiku asked with a glare, who strangely was panting a bit while he was holding his head, an annoyed expression on his face. Quite a colorful way to say thank you, woman, he grumbled, making her blush in embarrassment when suddenly she fell to her knees as she held her stomach where the Hollow's tentacle had hit her, piercing her flesh a bit. It must be a special ability of this Hollow. I can feel my mid-region going numb, she thought. Rangiku-san, what happened? Are you alright? He asked frantically as he patted her back gently. I'm getting low on Raryoku. Naruto has plenty of it, but a human can't harness spiritual energy properly in physical form. What if she thought, her eyes narrowed as she considered her options. They suddenly snapped their heads when they heard a feminine scream. Shiroi-chan! Naruto yelled with wide eyes while the hollow was holding the white-haired woman in its remaining large hand. You dare cut me, you little brat. I'm gonna devour you all, starting with this one, it stated with a booming voice, his tone angry while Rangiku's eyes widened when she sensed its spiritual energy increasing. Shit! Naruto exclaimed as he prepared to run to her aid. Wait, Naruto! She grabbed his hand, stopping him as he looked back at her angrily. I have to save her, he growled, making her eyes narrow. And you'll just get killed if you engage that hollow right now, she spoke sternly. Well, what choice do we have then? He exclaimed as he looked back at the hollow who was about to devour Shiroi. Hado no Sanjuchi, Shakuho. Way of Destruction 31. Red Fire Cannon. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw the Shinigami release a red type of ball of energy from the palm of her hand, which slammed onto the hollow's other arm. It howled in pain as he dropped Shiroi to the ground. What the he was suddenly pulled by his shirt to face the dire, serious expression of Rangiku. Now listen carefully here, Uzumaki Naruto. I'm going to transfer some of my Shinigami powers to you. It will be temporary, and with your abundance of spiritual energy, you should be able to take it down. Do you agree? She spoke while he gulped audibly before a look of determination replaced his nervous expression. Looking back to see Shiroi laying on the ground unconscious, his eyes became fierce as he turned his head back. Do it, he spoke seriously, and besides, it was only temporarily. Releasing him, she stood up before pointing her Zanpakuto at his chest, making his eyes widen. What are you doing? He asked in horror and nervousness as he stumbled back a bit. This is the only way, she almost yelled, making him freeze, before he snapped his head at her. Then hurry up and get this over with, he said, a bit of desperation in his voice as he again gazed back at the laying form of Shiroi while the smoke from the blast was covering the hollow's form. Og! His head turned back, Naruto suddenly screamed in pain when he felt his chest being pierced. Looking back, he found her katana, which now was glowing white due to Rangiku's Raryoku being channeled through it, completely piercing through his body. Strangely though, he didn't see any of his blood. Matsumoto Rangiku, he heard her voice. Lifting his head, he saw her smiling softly at him while Hinata continued to glow brighter and brighter with each second. As if his mouth opening on its own, he muttered, Uzumaki Naruto, the white glow now beginning to cover their forms. Boom! A ground-shattering explosion of white light shook the cores of the forest, wild gusts of wind making the trees rustle violently while the hollow stared in surprise. The smoke now cleared as his 8 tentacles waved behind him. What is this Ritsu? It's huge, it exclaimed as the resident of Hueco Mundo could feel the enormous pressure in the air. Increasing its own Ritsu to the fullest, the burden it was feeling was released a bit, but the pressure was still affecting it. The white glowing light though quickly died down for the hollow to see the silhouette of 2 figures through the dust screen that had been induced around them. The strange thing was that both looked to be adults. The kid was nowhere to be found. What happened to me? The hollow heard a matured baritone voice from the smoke as opposed to the high-pitched voice of a child it was hearing before. Did the world suddenly become small? Again same voice came from the smoke, which now sounded confused. A soft breeze, which had been typical of these winter nights, blew across the area to clear the smoke.
The obstruction completely gone now, we could see Rangiku standing in a completely plain white garb. Her eyes were as wide as they could get as she gazed at the form in front of her. In front of her, there was a tall young man reaching to the height of almost 6 foot, taller than her. He had wild spiky blonde hair reaching to his oceanic blue eyes. 3 whisker marks on each of his cheek. He was wearing a typical black Shinigami garb with a violet sash around his waist. "En Naruto?" Matsumoto asked with a stutter, shock practically dripping from every syllable while she had an expression of extreme disbelief written all over her face. He was also casually holding a huge Zanpakuto, its size that of a Zanbato, over his shoulder while its sheath was tied to his back. "This feels amazing," the blonde-haired figure thought as he clenched his other hand into a fist. The Shinigami though looked to be quite young, like he was in his late teens. Naruto, is that you? She again asked, not having an idea of what was going on. Turning his head back, she saw his face as a blush lit her cheeks upon gazing at his handsome face while he had a smirk on his face. Yeah, Uzumaki Naruto. Who's the kid now? Rangiku-san. This feels amazing. The blonde-haired figure thought as he clenched his other hand into a fist. The Shinigami though looked to be quite young, like he was in his late teens. And Naruto. Is that you? Matsumoto again asked, not having an idea of what was going on. Turning his head back, she saw his face as a blush lit her cheeks upon gazing at his handsome face while he had a smirk on his face. Yeah, Uzumaki Naruto. Who's the kid now? Rangiku-san. He spoke, a grin threatening to split his face as her blush grew darker and amused expression turned serious though when he noticed a body laying beside Matsumoto. His body to be exact. I guess I died temporarily, he thought, strangely not feeling as freaked out as a normal human or whatever would feel while gazing at his dead body. Rangiku though, was completely speechless. Of all the combined terror caused by Hueco Mundo and Hell, she couldn't fathom the fact how the blonde kid wearing an orange jumpsuit transformed into a plain hot Shinigami. These clothes are extremely comfortable, Naruto muttered to himself while rubbing his hand over the fabric as he checked the Shinigami uniform. Who are you? And where's that kid? The tentacle hollow said in a booming voice, making Naruto raise his eyebrows while Rangiku was shocked into silence. That kid is Uzumaki Naruto, who is standing right in front of you. And he's going to become Hokage someday. Remember that? Naruto spoke as he lifted Hinata to point it at the creature in front of him, his eyes fierce while the hollow took a step forward. Never mind. The only thing that matters to me is that your Riryoku tastes really delicious. I'll be sure to devour you. It growled, making the blonde narrow his eyes. Clenching the Zanpakuto tighter, he glanced at Shiroi before muttering. Let's finish this. Digging his left foot a bit into the hard soil, he dashed towards the hollow, inducing some dust where he was standing while Matsumoto's eyes widened further. His speed. How can he be so fast? She thought while the hollow too was shaken now, considering that he couldn't even see the blonde. Where are you? Show yourself, Shinigami. The hollow yelled in rage as it turned its masked head repeatedly to find him. Up here, you weirdo. It turned completely in surprise to find Naruto standing on a branch of the tree behind it. And what was more astonishing was that he had Shiroi resting on his left shoulder. How did you get behind me so fast? Did you use Shunpo? No, it wasn't a Shunpo. It was pure speed, Matsumoto thought with an expression of utter unbelief on her face. How could he possess such speed? He couldn't have possibly trained his spiritual form. What the hell is a Shunpo? Naruto asked with a tilted face while Hollow growled in anger, feeling as if the Shinigami was mocking him. RRRRRRWWAWWAARR. It gave a cry of rage before jumping towards Naruto, rearing his clawed limb while the fresh blonde Shinigami smirked. Too slow, even Chunins are faster than you. Come on. I daily outrun those Anbu and Junins, he thought before easily jumping over the hollow as it destroyed the branch he was standing on. Squelch. RWAARRRRRR, it again roared, but this time in pain due to Naruto slicing several of his tentacles in his midflip. Take care of her, Rangiku-san, the blonde said as he gave Shiroi to the 10th Division Vice Captain, who currently could only nod dumbly while staring at him. Something wrong? He asked before turning towards the hollow, a light blush lighting his cheeks. Well, you do tend to get nervous when being stared at by a beautiful woman like her. And nothing. She stammered before realizing something. Why you have to slice its mask? Got it, he spoke with a nod before remembering something she did earlier, making him grin. I'll teach you how to aim properly. Look here, he said enthusiastically, making Rangiku tilt her head in confusion while the hollow continued to howl in pain, all the while cursing the newly formed Shinigami. Pointing the left hand forwards, his palm facing the hollow, he spoke with a smirk. Udo no Sanyuichi. Sakaho, he exclaimed. Silence. Pure pin drop silence. Even the hollow had stopped screaming after hearing that. A breeze flew across the forest, blowing their hair and clothes while Naruto just blinked, his expression that of confusion. Huh? Why didn't that awesome red ball come out of my hand? I swear Rangiku-san did the same thing. The blonde pondered to himself while Matsumoto had her mouth open like a fish. A furious blush formed on her face when she realized what he had just said. She may be open in front of other people, but come on, not this much. Hey Rangiku-san. Why didn't it whoa? Bonk. You baka. She yelled uncharacteristically after hitting him over the head, making him fall face first on the ground. Hey. What's wrong with you? The tall Naruto asked angrily as he jumped to his feet comically while she had a blush on her face. That was not how it's supposed to be done. It's not that simple, she exclaimed while rubbing her temples, trying to get rid of her embarrassment. This was so not her. How could a kid, well, technically he is a kid. Well, could a kid like him embarrass her? What? But that's the same thing you said and boom, you fired a red ball, didn't you? Naruto asked innocently, making her blush again as she pondered on what he had said. No, it's not that simple. You have to use your spiritual energy. And I said, Way of Destruction 31. Red Fire Cannon. While you said, Way of F-ing 31, Okami, she groaned while his mouth opened in an oh in realization, a blush forming on his face too. Oh, he exclaimed with a furious blush before quickly turning around, his face resembling a tomato right now before it slowly turned serious. Time to finish this, he muttered while the hollow came back to his senses. It would seem he too was somehow affected by Naruto's personal incantation, though not the way the blonde wanted it to be. Again dashing towards it, Naruto easily dodged its claw swipes and tentacles before. Crunch. Hineka pierced through its mask, making the hollow scream in pain as its body began to glow. Naruto landed on the ground before shielding his eyes as the hollow dispersed into a bright flash of light. Well, that was simple, he mumbled to himself before putting the huge Zanpakuto back in its sheath. Walking back, he stopped in front of Rangiku, gazing at his body before glancing at Shiroi. What now? What has happened to me? He asked before turning his head towards her. I'll explain everything, Naruto. First get back in your body. You're still releasing way too much Riryoku, she spoke, making him nod as he went with his instinct and just went back into his body. There it was again, the young voice of a 12-year-old. Opening his eyes groggily, the first thing he noticed was how beautiful the moon looked today. The second thing he noticed how beautiful the blonde woman sitting beside him was. Third thing he noticed was how beautiful the white-haired woman was whose head was currently laying on Rangiku's lap. But the fourth which he noticed and didn't found beautiful was that he was freezing like an iceberg. Gia! He exclaimed before jumping to his feet quickly, his arms wrapped around his chest while his whole body seemed to be trembling. CC cooled DD, the whiskered blonde stuttered, goosebumps on his skin as he tried to get some warmth somehow. His eyebrows though twitched when he heard Matsumoto giggling. It's why your RF fault. He exclaimed while pointing his index finger at her, making her giggle louder as he just settled for glaring at her. He couldn't even yell properly right now. He had to admit though, her voice and laughter was melody to his ears, but not as melodious as to make him ignore his chilling body. Hey, it's not my fault. You were the one who left his body out here in the cold, she spoke while suppressing her laughter. Damn, you are funny, Naruto. Don't know though if you do so deliberately, or is it just your antics, she mused, not able to control her laughter at seeing that cute irritated expression on his face as he continued to tremble. Oh okay. I'm sorry, she exclaimed, her hands in front of her in a defensive manner while she was biting her lower lip to control herself. Laying Shiroi's head gently on the grass, she stood before walking towards him. Seeing her coming, Naruto started to grow uncomfortable as he squirmed in his position a bit, but considering the cold, he didn't felt like moving from the place. Oh man. Why is she looking at me like that? I don't like that look, he thought while staring into her shining blue eyes. Oh come here, she spoke with a smirk before taking him in a tight hug, his face pressed into the valley of heavens. Oh my, you are cold, she spoke innocently while he tried to push her away, a furious blush on his face as heat rushed to his cheeks. Does it feel any better now? Naughty boy? She asked with a teasing smile when he finally pushed himself off her. Don't mess WW with me, L lady, he spoke with a red face, making her giggle again. Naruto had to admit though, it did work. Not to mention she smells extremely good, he thought with a blush before shaking his head, For some reason his body was automatically getting warmer by each passing second, at least to tolerable levels. Rangiku's face though suddenly turned serious when she turned her head towards where Konoha was, her body getting stiff as she took out her Daranshinki. I sense 2 spiritual signatures coming towards us, she thought before switching on the device. Activating the GPS, her eyes did widen upon looking at the map. They are Shinigami, she thought in surprise. Could it be that Seireiti knew of this dimension all along then? Where else would the Shinigami come from? Or could they be the exiled ones who accidentally ended up here just like me? Hey, what's wrong? Naruto asked with a confused expression as he continued to tremble due to the cold. Stay on alert, Naruto. There are 2 Shinigami coming this way, she spoke with a grim expression. But why would a Shinigami harm another Shinigami? Eren, they your friends? He again asked, making her shake her head when 2 blurry figures landed in front of them. Here they are, Matsumoto spoke, a serious expression on her face while Naruto too turned serious, though his world froze when he saw who the 2 supposed Shinigami were. It can't be, he muttered to himself, his expression that of immeasurable shock as he kept staring at the 2 figures. Naruto, you know them? The vice captain asked with a surprised expression while he just kept staring at the 2 figures who were now walking towards them. Don't worry, we aren't your enemies, isn't that right, Naruto-kun? Asked a smiling black-haired female, making his eyes widen further. Guess that Hollow's taken care of already, a man walking besides the female spoke, who looked quite old. Ayame-chan, Tucci, he stuttered as he gazed at the 2 ramen stand owners, standing in front of him, wearing those Shinigami garbs. Naruto, you really know these Shinigami? Asked Matsumoto with a confused expression as the duo stopped in front of them. That seemed to snap him out of his shock. Shinigami? When were the 2 Ichiraku's Shinigami? Walking forward, Ayame crouched just in front of him before taking him in a gentle hug, a smile on her face while he blinked owlishly. Are you all right, Naruto-kun? That Hollow came to attack you after all, she spoke softly before releasing him from the hug, a very light blush on her face. Wow, how many beautiful women am I gonna meet today? He thought subconsciously as he returned a weak smile. So much was happening today, it was like his whole world had been turned upside down. He had so many questions waiting to burst forth his mouth, but he knew that the more he thought about it, the more he would get impatient and crazy just thinking about them. Ignorance was bliss, and currently he tended to follow that until he got some answers. Hi, he stuttered back, as if in trance while Rangiku too was confused about this. It seems you're hurt, miss. So you're the vice captain of the 10th Division of the Gotei in Seireiti, Tucci spoke with a smile while noticing her lieutenant badge in his mid-speech. It is though strange that I can't feel any ryotsu from her, not even a little bit. She can't be suppressing all of it. Add to the fact that she's wearing a plain white kimono, no zanpakuto, while on the other hand, I had sensed Naruto's Riryoku skyrocket several minutes ago, he thought with a grim expression before his eyes suddenly widened, as if in realization, making Tucci snap his head towards the blonde. I'm fine, it's just a little injury, nothing to be worried about, Matsumoto spoke with a smile. Ayame, hi, to-san, she replied before walking to Rangiku. Please stay still, this will only take a second, Ayame spoke with a friendly smile as she put her hand just over her injured rib region. Green spiritual energy gradually completely covered her hand as Ayame began to heal her wounds. So she's a healer, Rangiku thought as she watched the black-haired female Shinigami use healing Kido on her. Naruto stared in unbelief as Ayame healed her wounds within seconds. There, all done. Arigato. No problem, my name is Ichiraku Ayame, and this is my father, Ichiraku Tucci, she introduced herself and her father while Naruto absent-mindedly stared at both of their zanpakuto which was tied around their waist. Pleased to meet you Ayame-san, Tucci-san. My name is Matsumoto Rangiku, she formally introduced herself while bowing, making the ramen chef laugh, easing the tense atmosphere between them. No need to be formal, Rangiku-san. First let's get back to the village, I'm sure we have lots of things to talk about, he spoke when they heard Naruto's quiet but strained voice. Ooji-san. What's going on? The whiskered blonde asked, making the old man's expression soften. He understood Naruto's plight, he was a 12-year-old whose life was already complicated enough when this had happened. It would be exhausting and crazy, it was too much for him to bear. But it would seem that fate had decided that now the time had come, it was time for the young Jinchuriki to know everything. I know what you're going through, Naruto-kun. Stay calm, Ayame spoke softly after kneeling in front of him with a smile. He couldn't help but admire her open long brown hair, which were usually covered by the bright bandana she often wore during her work hours. The black Shinigami garb seemed to be accentuating her figure and fair skin too. Overall, gazing at her face did calm him down while her hand grazed his cheek, slightly making him blush a bit. Don't worry, Naruto-kun. Everything will be all right, she spoke soothingly again, making all his worries slip as he nodded slowly while Rangiku and Tucci had smiles on their faces as they watched the teenage girl comfort the boy. Her hand slowly moved to his forehead, brushing his bangs aside when her hand again started to glow green, making his eyes close before he slumped against her. Time skip. Konoha, Ichiraku's apartment, 30 minutes later. He could faintly hear several people talking. He could faintly feel someone caressing his forehead, and strangely, felt warm as opposed to the chilling cold he was feeling before. Hey, he's waking up. He heard a feminine voice just above him. Oh, so his head was in someone's lap, recognizing the voice Shiroi to be exact. Opening his eyes slowly, silence ensuing around him, he could practically feel those present staring at him like he was a dead mummy being reincarnated. Oi kid, you alright? Adjusting his vision to the brightness, his eyes fluttered a few times when he heard giggling around him. The first thing he saw was Shiroi's beautiful face. She was smiling at him, making him smile back. Slowly sitting up, he noticed that he was laying on a couch with the silver-haired female sitting on it. Noticing his surroundings, he could tell that this was the Ichiraku's apartment, which was connected to the back of their ramen stand. Finally he caught Tucci and Rangiku sitting on a table, both of them staring at him while he could hear someone humming in the kitchen, which was situated further away from the dining table. They continued to stare at him, as if waiting for something he would say while he too stared at them and finally opened his mouth. I want some ramen, followed by a growl making Tucci's face fall flat on the table while Rangiku just blinked before bursting into giggles, making him pout. His eyes though widened when he felt Shiroi's hand on his shoulder, her hands shaking due to her fits of laughter. Shiroi-chan. Are you all right? He suddenly turned to grab her shoulder, a worried expression on his face. Of course, she spoke with a smile, a light blush on her face while she found herself touched by his concern. Thank Kami, he exclaimed in relief before jumping off the couch to walk towards the dining table. Good morning, sleepyhead. Your ramen will be ready shortly. He turned his head to see Ayame back in her usual clothes. She was smiling brightly at him as he grinned back at her. Good morning, Ayame-chan. He greeted before his eyes widened as if he came to a realization. Oh hell. What time is it? Am I late for the academy? I swear Iruka-sensei's gonna give it to me this time. He started to panic as he stretched his blonde locks in frustration when he again heard everyone laugh. Rangiku though was laughing for different reasons. She didn't know what an academy was, or who this Iruka was. But the way he was fretting was cute and funny. Hey, stop laughing. He's really gonna sue me this time, the blonde yelled comically when Ayame spoke. Look out the window, Naruto-kun. It's still night time. You were only unconscious for about half an hour, making him sigh in relief as he held his heart dramatically. Finally saved. Thanks, Ayame-chan. You're a lifesaver, he spoke, making them further burst out laughing while he had a cheeky smile on his face himself, which Rangiku had noticed. So, you enjoy making people laugh, Naruto? She thought with a smile while Ayame's laughter too subsided as she smiled at him fondly. Alright Naruto, take a seat. This is gonna be a long night, it would be better anyway if you skipped the academy tomorrow. Tucci spoke seriously, making the blonde nod as he took a seat. Naruto, I know you have many questions right now, but it would be better if you just listen while we explain to you. The ramen chef spoke before he nodded towards Rangiku, who nodded back. Before we start, is there any sake here? She asked cheerfully, making everyone blink. Hey, you can't drink while I'm here, have some manners, Naruto said, making her pout at him before she huffed at him. Don't worry Rangiku-san, I'm sure we can arrange something later, but let's first finish the important things, nay? The old man spoke with a chuckle, making her nod enthusiastically while Ayame and Shiroi's sweat dropped. She's just the same with sake as Naruto's with ramen. For the next half an hour, The 10th Division Vice Captain explained about the Shinigami, hollows, pluses and other things. She didn't go into detail, but just even outlining the basics took time, seeing as Naruto didn't held himself back one bit in asking questions. Oh, so you mean to say that basically, you guys, he trailed before pointing at Rangiku, Teuchi and Ayame, were once just simple ghosts like Shiroi-chan there. Then because of high spiritual energy, you entered the academy for training in the arts of Shinigami just like we enter a ninja academy. And then, you come into our world, through this weird gate called Senkaimon and perform soul burials on ghosts such as Shiroi-chan, making them enter either heaven, soul society as you call it, or hell depending on their deeds. Aside from that, you fight these masked creatures called hollows, which are formed through different ways or enter the human world via Garganta, which is basically a kind of a pitch-black rip in midair, but are basically the evil forms of normal souls. Am I right so far? All of them stared at him dumbfounded, and they could only nod dumbly as he continued further. And let's come to this heaven called Soul Society. It's divided into two parts. The Rukongai and Seirei. Rukongai consists of normal souls you guys call Ryoka and generally don't feel any hunger. However, there are some who feel hungry as they have large amounts of spiritual energy and unconsciously use it, and that's where Shinigami come from. And there's this Seirei, which is the military section of Soul Society. It's divided into 13 different squads, each squad having a captain and a vice captain. The head of all these captains is called the Captain Commander, who is in charge of the first squad and is the strongest being in Soul Society, just like our Hokage. Also, there's this head body called Central 46, which has jurisdiction over the 13 squads and handles Soul Society's daily matters. Amen. He finished with a deep breath while clapping his hands dramatically. So, how was that? He asked with a grin. Guys? Did I say something wrong? He questioned with a confused expression while silence had filled the apartment. That's what we are wondering. How could you not say something wrong? Teuchi said with a stunned expression. Wow, he's a genius or something to retain all that after I had told him only once, Rangiku thought, while Ayame, Teuchi and Shiroi had other reasons to be stunned. Where did their blonde knucklehead go? However, he was playing the unpredictable part flawlessly here. Yes, you are right, Naruto. That's how basically things work, though there are many things that are left to be explained. But that would be enough for today. Matsumoto spoke with a smile, making him grin back proudly. Surprised, Oji-san? Naruto asked with a smirk while Teuchi regained his composure, whereas Shiroi walked towards them to sit on the fourth chair of the table. Nope, not that much. I knew you always hid things, knew that there was something under that goofy grin of yours, kid, the old man said after gaining his composure. That's how I am, goofy, but ain't your predictable idiot. Guess, one of my parents must be like this, or it could be that I'm the mixture of both. Either way, both of them must have been great persons. I just know it. He spoke with an eye-closed grin, making Teuchi's smile sadden along with Shiroi and Ayame's expression. What do you mean, have been, Naruto? Where are your parents? Rangiku asked with a confused expression on her face while Teuchi cursed inwardly for not warning her before. Don't know, probably in Soul Society, he said, keeping the closed grin on his face, making the blonde Shinigami's eyes widen. Deciding to change the subject, Teuchi spoke when Ayame started to serve the ramen bowls. Naruto, there was something that I need to correct for you. I was once a researcher in Seirei and was exiled for reasons I don't feel discussing now. But Ayame here doesn't belong to Soul Society. You see, she's my biological daughter and her mother was a living human, instead of a Shinigami or Ryoka, he explained, making Naruto nod as he picked up his chopsticks. But, if she's a human, how come she's a Shinigami? The blonde Jinchuriki asked with a confused expression as he quietly muttered, Itadakimasu, along with others except Shiroi. Because of me, she had her own Shinigami powers from the beginning, and with time they only grew along with her spiritual energy. So I had to teach her to control them. She could see ghosts like you, Naruto. What, you mean to say that you could see ghosts just like me, Ayame-chan? The blonde asked, making the ramen waitress, who was now sitting beside him, nod with a smile. So does this mean that I have Shinigami powers too? That is not necessary, Naruto. The chance of a human possessing Shinigami powers is very rare. In case of Ayame, her father was a Shinigami, so unless one of your parents were a Shinigami, it shouldn't be possible.
But due to your extremely high amount of spiritual energy, you might have developed one. This time Rangiku spoke, making him nod before his eyes widened as he suddenly stopped eating. Then, you mean spiritual energy is the basic thing you need as a Shinigami, just like we shinobi need chakra? He asked, making them nod when Matsumoto spoke with a pout. Okay, what is this chakra UK? So that's why. Naruto suddenly yelled after abruptly standing from his seat while everyone stared at him. Noticing the silence that suddenly filled the room, he blushed in embarrassment before sitting down quietly. What happened, Naruto-kun? Ayame asked with a confused expression while the whiskered blonde had a frown etched on his face. It's about my problem. Chakra is a type of energy that we shinobi form by combining our physical and spiritual energy in balanced amounts. But since, as stated by Rangiku-san, I've a high amount of spiritual energy, the chakra I form is unstable due to higher amount of spiritual energy in it as compared to the physical part. He spoke with his frown getting deeper while Chuki had a smirk on his face. What are you talking about? Is that even possible? You mean to say that you combine these basic forms of energy to convert into another form? The Shinigami vice captain asked, flabbergasted. What they were telling was, well, something unheard of. Yeah, and it's pretty simple. Look, here's an example. Naruto spoke before he walked a bit away from the table. Holding his hand in a ram seal, his face scrunched up in extreme concentration as a faint blue aura now surrounded his body. Matsumoto's eyes widened when she felt his Reiatsu increasing as he increased his chakra levels. How can he increase his Ritsu and Raryoku in a human body? It is extremely difficult to do so, and in the other human world, people aren't capable of such feats. But this blue aura he's releasing, it's not Raryoku, it's something else. He's releasing two types of energy at the same time, she thought with an astonished expression before Naruto exclaimed. Henj no Jutsu. Poof. Chuki, Ayame and Shiroi watched Rangiku's face with an amused expression as they waited for the smoke to clear. Whoa! The vice captain almost fell off her chair when she found herself gazing at, well, herself. How did you do that? She asked with what looked to be a mixture of horrified and stunned expression. Meh, it was nothing. This is one of the most basic techniques we are taught at the academy, and still I have much difficulty in doing so. Naruto spoke with a bitter tone as he released the technique. Have you ever wondered why you get hungry so much, Naruto-kun? Ayame spoke this time seriously, making the blonde shrug. It's all because of your Raryoku. Since you have higher spiritual energy, your body's natural defense or mechanism is to make your physical energy equal to spiritual one. But since your spiritual energy has been increasing at an abrupt rate these past few years, your body has been struggling to catch up to it. This phase, you can say, is kinda like puberty, she explained, making him nod while Matsumoto herself couldn't believe that humans in this world had evolved so much. Their technology may seem backward, but surely this was a huge breakthrough. But now that I know what the problem has been, what should I do? He pondered when Chuki spoke. It's simple. You have to learn to control your Raryoku, Naruto, only then will you be able to even use chakra. Following that, you'll have to learn chakra control because of your huge chakra reserves. I know it's tough, Naruto, it's really tough, but that's the way it is, Chuki spoke in a sympathetic tone while Naruto just nodded with a down look. Don't worry, Naruto, I'll help you in controlling your spiritual energy. But we can temporarily solve this problem, Rangiku spoke with a smile. Somehow, she couldn't stand seeing the boy, or man, being sad like that. Really? There's a way to bypass this. No, I'm not saying that you wouldn't have to train in controlling your Raryoku, but there's something called a limiter seal that can solve your problem. Right, Chuki-san? You're correct. A limiter seal would be a perfect solution in general for this, but, Chuki trailed as he gazed at Ayame, who too had a grim expression on her face. But what? Naruto asked with a confused expression while Ayame sighed softly to herself, a sad expression on her face. Let's just say the limiter seal would not work in your case, Naruto, and that's that. Believe me, when time comes, you'll know about it, Chuki said sternly while Rangiku and Naruto were utterly confused but nevertheless nodded. The old man was a researcher, and if he had some qualms with applying the seal to Naruto, then he must have a valid reason. You still have 1 month before the graduation exams, Naruto. I'm sure that under a vice captain's tutelage, You can suppress your Raryoku to the required level so that you can build up stable chakra. Ayame spoke with an encouraging smile while Naruto nodded with a determined expression. Now I believe that before we get any further, I should explain to you how things for Shinigami work here in this world. Rangiku-san, Chuki spoke with a serious expression, making Matsumoto's eyes wide. She had been waiting eagerly to ask him this, what was happening here before she came. Yeah, I was wondering about that too. If suppose, you guys take care of Konoha, then who takes care of other parts of the world? Naruto asked as he sat back on the chair and pouted upon noticing that his ramen was now cold. Nevertheless, his principles couldn't allow him to waste such a heavenly gift. You see, before I came here in Konoha, there were Shinigami of course who took care of performing soul burials and slaying hollows. But the fact is that those Shinigami were not from Soul Society, he said while Rangiku's eyes widened in surprise along with Naruto's and Shiroi's. If they were not from Soul Society, then where? The vice captain trailed in realization while her face held an expression of impossibility. You can't be serious, she exclaimed while Naruto and Shiroi just blinked. Hi, those Shinigami came from the Spirit King's realm, also called guardians or messengers of the Spirit King. Matsumoto was sporting a stunned expression on her face while Naruto and Shiroi were confused. Ah, you don't know about Spirit King Naruto-kun, Shiroi-san, right? Ayame asked, making them nod dumbly. The Spirit King, or simply the King of all Shinigami, is possibly the most powerful existence in all the dimensions and is the one who created Seraiti, and then the Central 46. It lives in the entirely different dimension than that of Soul Society. The place where the key to that dimension is kept, is only known by the current captain commander of the Soul Society and is passed on verbally to the next one each time. So basically, it is the head of all known Shinigami and generally his dimension doesn't interfere in the general duties of the Shinigami. She took a deep breath while Naruto and Shiroi nodded in concentration, soaking all the information in. But our world, you see, is different and special. The Spirit King, it seems, gave the other human dimension to the Soul Society while this dimension is under its direct control. The King's guardians come from that realm to this dimension to perform the rituals of afterlife and slain hollows, though the number of hollows entering this dimension used to be very few. Why were they few? In the other world, especially around spiritually enriched areas, they kept popping out after every few hours. Rangiku spoke with a confused expression when Chuki replied. That's because most of the people here in this world use chakra, meaning they combine their physical and spiritual energy and release chakra instead of Raryoku. So there's not much spiritual energy to attract them here. Another reason is that the hollows, which reside in Awaken Mundo, do not know how to create the special garganta you require to enter this dimension. But the extremely strong hollows of the level of Manos Grande or above seem to be able to track this dimension if they found enough spiritual energy here, which is rare in itself. So you see, hollows getting here was extremely rare, and even if they did get here, they would be extremely strong. And I've heard in the academy that those guardian Shinigami are extremely strong and that even the weakest of them would be that of a captain's level. Rangiku spoke, making Chuki nod. But you said, were. Do you mean that now they don't come here? She asked while Naruto and Shiroi had lost expressions on their faces. They come here, but in the past few years, their numbers have been increasing at a steady rate. In proportion with Naruto's spiritual energy here actually. We always managed to slay them before they even made their appearance to Naruto, but today it seems we couldn't make it. Now, the weaker hollows are entering this dimension using that special garganta. It seems they are able to track this dimension due to Naruto's increasing Raryoku, and their appearances are mainly concentrated here in Konoha. So, it's because of me that they are coming here and threatening souls like Shiroi-chan too. Naruto asked with a pained expression when Ayame replied sternly with a frown. Don't talk like that, Naruto-kun. It's not under your control. And besides, even with your increasing Raryoku, it shouldn't be possible for them to use the special garganta so quickly. I bet that there's an external source that's affecting the Awaken Mundo. The hollow that attacked you today, if you had noticed, Rangiku-san, that garganta was like dark bluish-black in color, Chuki said, making her nod as she had seen that from the window of Naruto's apartment. And another reason that I forgot to tell you guys about why hollows rarely came in this dimension was because the Spirit King's guardians did their work swiftly and professionally. They didn't interact with the souls like us normal Shinigami have the liberty to do, so they perform soul burials as quickly as they can, not giving time for the Raryoku of the souls to increase and in the process attract some hollows. The old man finished making her nod. So these guardian Shinigami must be strong Shiroi questioned making the old Ichiraku nod. Hi, they are extremely strong, are usually cold and avoid being involved with anyone. They are very strict in following their rules and principles it seems. I did met one, and they are like your typical Anbu who talk very less and keep themselves to their own business. Their uniform consists of the same Shinigami garb but a black hood as an extension being the difference. So they work in the shadows, are very fast and always have those hoods covering their faces. Then I presume that you're in charge of this town Chuki-san? The vice captain Shinigami questioned. Hi, I've been doing the Shinigami duties for a long time. The previous one was a Shinigami guardian, who after seeing me perform a soul burial one day confronted me. He passed on his duties and returned to the Spirit King's realm. And Ayame-chan here has been working with me for a few years now, Chuki replied with a smile while Naruto could honestly say that he was sitting among some top-class weirdos here. Thup, I'm getting a headache here. What the air we even talking about? Is this even possible? I mean, you were just an old man cooking ramen for me with a chef hat on. And Ayame-chan was a beautiful waitress who always greeted me with a smile. And you mean to say that you two are some monster-slaying superheroes? He yelled after standing from his seat, slamming his hand on the table. Oh, calm down Naruto. I'm sure you'll forget everything with a cup of sake, Rangiku said with a bright smile making the blonde's eyebrows twitch before he pointed his index finger towards her. And let's not just forget about you miss. You're the root of all this. Hadn't you dropped from Kami knows where into the bedroom of my apartment, I wouldn't have gotten into this mess and instead would have been dreaming about ramen. And now I'm a Shinigami. And if that's not more, I turn into some kind of adult. There he said, all flushed out. Everybody stared at him quietly as the blonde Jinchuriki now regained his breath. Why you mean to say you're a Shinigami now Naruto-kun? Ayame asked in immense surprise while Shiroi had her eyes widened. He, now Naruto. I'm sure we'll settle this somehow, besides I did said it was temporary. However, the fact that you took all of my powers makes the process longer, Matsumoto said while laughing nervously, rubbing the back of her head while Chuki sighed deeply. So my suspicions were true. You did give your powers to Naruto. But this may be a blessing in disguise of a curse Naruto-kun, he spoke with a smile making the Jinchuriki's eyes widened. How come, in your Shinigami form, you can train better to control your spiritual energy, Rangiku replied with a smirk making him nod when his smile brightened. Hey, since normal humans can't see Shinigami, I can just use my Shinigami form to whack shinobi's ass whenever I need to. This way I can beat even cage-level ninja, he said enthusiastically. No, Chuki interrupted his celebrations abruptly with a serious expression making Rangiku and him blink in confusion. Why not? That's because they can see us Naruto, the old chef spoke with narrowed eyes making everybody except Ayame freeze on their spots. What? But Rangiku-san said, she said right, but, our world is different Naruto. Chuki-san, what are you talking about? Matsumoto asked, having lost all her light mood upon hearing this spine-breaking news. It's all chakra Rangiku-san. Everybody possesses chakra, and everybody has spiritual and physical energy in equal amounts. Civilians here in this world are like your normal humans you see in the other dimension and just like them, can't see spiritual beings. However, there are people here called shinobi who exceed the limitations of a normal human. They train their physical bodies to gain physical energy and increase their spiritual energy through meditation, studying and experience, thus in turn increasing their overall chakra reserves. But how does this explain things here? Naruto asked while Chuki's eyebrows twitched in irritation. I was getting to that Naruto. Well anyway, as I was saying. To mold chakra for their techniques, they extract physical energy from their body's cells and spiritual energy from the mind's consciousness or what you can call our soul. What I mean to say is that they keep their spiritual energy, which we are concerned about here, compressed along with their physical energy. In this state, they can't see us and are just like any other normal human. But the state in which they build chakra to increase their chakra levels, they increase their spiritual energy levels and in the process pass the limit of a normal human, and are hence able to see us in this state. Civilians and normal humans in the other dimension do release some spiritual energy involuntarily constantly, even if it's very minuscule. Heck, even nature does so. You Naruto, however, just release a far too higher Raryoku involuntarily, resulting in you always being able to see us. Shinobi have learned to suppress their physical and spiritual energy, meaning their chakra basically, and in that state, I repeat that they cannot see spiritual beings. They do this mainly to not give away their positions to chakra sensors and so as to not waste their chakra as well as stamina. He finished only to sweat drop upon gazing at the lost faces of Naruto and Shiroi. While Rangiku had understood most part of it, Ayame though, was having a hard time not to burst out laughing at the scene. Chu-san, just conclude your explanation in one line and they'll understand, just like you did with me, the ramen waitress spoke while biting her lower lip to control herself. In nutshell, when shinobi increase their chakra levels, they'll be able to see us. Also, they can relieve themselves under a heavy reiatsu by increasing their chakra levels since it comprises of spiritual energy. Also, that would be enough, Chu-san. I think they understand now, Ayame said while pinching her cheek, barely holding herself from laughing as she gazed at Naruto's and Shiroi's face. Why yes, oh of course, I now understand Datbeo, he said while nodding frantically. Why yeah, we understand Chuki-san, really. Shiroi spoke with a forced smile, with both of them having one single thought. Well, what did he say anyway? Then what if these shinobi saw you Shinigami or the Guardians? Rangiku asked in exasperation. She really wanted some sake right now. That's the reason these Guardian Shinigami are so quick in their work. So that not many shinobi, if they are fighting and have their chakra levels high, notice them. Even if they do, they including us, just use Kikanshinki account replacing spirit device. This is used to replace the memories of those who saw us. Ayame spoke this time while Naruto could feel himself on the verge of fainting. This is torture. So many things. I just wanna sleep, he thought while Shiroi too wasn't doing much better. Naruto, I want to see your Shinigami form, Chuki spoke with a serious expression while the blonde was just lost in his own thoughts. Let the old man ramble about the afterlife shit, he was tired of this anyway. He had plenty of years to life, and when he dies, then he'll think about all this. I wonder if beef ramen tastes better than miso. Oh, I have yet to decide on what will be my prank Tomo. His important thoughts were interrupted upon feeling something impact his forehead as he found himself falling back. The last thing he saw was a black glove with a white skull on it before he fell back with the chair. Thud. Hey, watch it, old man. Ayame's and Shiroi's eyes widened when they heard a baritone voice of Naruto. Rangiku though had that same blush on her face while the other two females could feel heat rushing to their cheeks as they stared at the man before them. Chuki though had a grim expression on his face as he stared at Naruto. What? The whiskered blonde asked as he found everybody staring at him when Chuki finally spoke. I knew it. Hey, watch it, old man. Ayame's and Shiroi's eyes widened when they heard a baritone voice of Naruto. Rangiku though had that same blush adorning her face when she saw Naruto's transformed form while the other two females could feel heat rushing to their cheeks as they stared at the man before them. Chuki though had a grim expression on his face as he stared at Naruto. What? The whiskered blonde asked as he found everybody staring at him when Chuki finally spoke. I knew it. Huh, you know. Naruto asked with a confused expression as he carefully picked up his body. Ayame and Shiroi though had blushes on their faces as they stared at him, their thoughts blank as their minds struggled to come to terms with this jaw-breaking sight. Damn, he's gone from a cutie to hottie in just a matter of seconds, Ayame thought, a light shade of pink still present on her face as she stared at his matured facial features. The spiky blonde bangs were reaching his eyebrows while his cerulean blue eyes were more intense, they held more depth to them, it was like staring in the endless sea. The fact that you're a Shinigami, the old chef spoke, making others fall face first on the table while Naruto's eyebrows started twitching in irritation. I think we already told you that. What I mean to ask you is why I'm grown up in this form. He asked, making Chuki laugh lightly. Relax, kid, I was only messing with you. Well, according to me, The reason that you look physically grown up in your spiritual form is mainly because of how you were treated. He spoke seriously while Blonde narrowed his eyes. What are you implying, Oji-san? He asked with some coldness seeping through his voice, snapping Ayame and Shiroi out of their trance-like states while Rangiku had a confused expression on her face. What did they mean how he was treated? I think you yourself know, Naruto, that you're far more mature than anyone from your generation. The way you lived your childhood forced you to grow mentally at astounding rates. With your growing spiritual energy, I think that spiritually, you matured too, hence the reason your spiritual form looks matured. I'm not sure that this the exact reason, but those are my thoughts on this. Actually, this shouldn't even be possible in a normal case considering that a spiritual body ages far slower than a physical form. There have to be other external factors which caused this. Strangely though, I already had a hunch that you would look a bit older in this form. But I was not expecting such a difference. Chuki finished, making Naruto sigh as he entered his younger form again. Wait, Chuki-san, what do you mean by how Naruto was treated? Rangiku asked, making Ayame clench her hands into fists while Chuki could see Naruto visibly stiffen at the question. Silence reigned over the group as Chuki struggled to find an answer to this, not wanting to say anything in front of Naruto. But he knew that he had to tell Rangiku everything. Considering that she had just given her powers to a human, she had broken a critical law of society and couldn't return to Seraiti in such a state. All in all, she will be staying here until she gets her powers back, which I think will take quite some time. I'll have to talk with him straight away, as it seems, he thought when everybody turned their heads upon hearing the sound of a chair sliding on the floor. I think that's about how much I can take in today, Oji-san. I'm going to sleep for now. I need some time to sort this out, Naruto said in a stressed voice, giving the old Shinigami a forced smile as he was now standing with his hands on the table. Before Chuki could have said anything, Ayame replied with a smile. Sure, Naruto-kun, I understand, and if you have any problem with anything, remember that our door is always open for you, she spoke with a loving smile, making the blonde smile back gratefully. Arigato, Ayame-chan, see you later, everyone, he spoke, giving everyone a small smile before leaving the apartment. Chuki though had lowered the Kido barrier temporarily to let Naruto leave before again activating it. Matsumoto though just couldn't understand what was going on, but whatever it was, she knew that it was extremely serious. The brief flash of pain that crossed the whiskered blonde's eyes, she hadn't missed that. Chuki-san, what's going on? What's his story? The vice captain asked with a serious expression on her face, breaking the tense silence that had coated over the group. Gazing towards his daughter, getting a nod from her, Chuki sighed before speaking. Sit tight then, Rangiku-san, because to explain Naruto's life, I'll have to tell you about this world from the beginning. San. Why didn't you tell Naruto-kun about the Kyuubi? Ayame asked with a frown while Shiroi's eyes widened. How could they talk of such a monster so freely? Didn't you see his face, Ayame-chan? He's struggling to come with terms of what we told him right now. How do you think me now telling him about such a big fact would have impacted him? It's not just something you can tell him so easily, it's a huge burden that the boy had to carry for all his childhood. He has already got a big responsibility on his shoulders considering that he's a Shinigami now, just let him get comfortable with this first nay. The seal's still perfectly intact and there's no harm to delay the inevitable a bit this time. What is this Kyuubi he's talking about? The blonde Shinigami thought when she realized another thing. There's one other thing that I've been wanting to ask you, Chuki-san, why haven't you performed the soul burial on Shiroi-san here yet? She asked, making Shiroi lower her head when Ayame spoke. Shiroi-chan here was one of the very few souls who even interacted with Naruto. So he thought of letting her stay a bit longer. She still has a plenty of her chain of fate left, making Matsumoto confuse all the more. What did they mean, of the few souls who interacted with Naruto? Didn't he had friends and other relatives to spend his time with? Seeing her lost expression, Chuki decided to intervene. First let me explain everything, Rangiku-san, I'm sure that you'll be able to connect the dots later, he spoke while rubbing his temples. This is gonna be a long night. Time skip. Konoha, Naruto's apartment, the following morning, 11 a.m. Ah, damn this sun, One Naruto Uzumaki cursed as he shifted in his position, turning his face away from the window through which the sun rays were glaring at him. Seeing as winter season was going now, usually the weather was cloudy with the sun showing its face for short amounts of time at random intervals. His eyes closed for a few minutes now, the blonde begrudgingly finally gave up returning to the land of dreams. Strangely though, he could feel something soft on his chest as he slowly opened his eyes to stare at the ceiling in grogginess for a few seconds. "Ah!" he groaned, covering his eyes with his right elbow to block the offending sunlight. His eyes traveling down, his mind suddenly froze when he saw what was the soft thing on his chest. Okay, it was just someone's arm, nothing to panic about. His heart beating faster, he turned his head to the right for his eyes to get wide in shock. There just besides him, a few inches away from him was laying. What the? Rangiku-san, he thought, years of experience from his hardships preventing him from screaming right then in panic. Just to the left of him, Matsumoto was snoring slightly, her blonde locks sprawled over her face while she had her right arm slung over his chest. Both of them were laying under a thick blanket while Naruto was sweating like crazy, an anxious expression on his face as he gulped nervously, a light blush on his face. He couldn't help but gaze at her peaceful facial features, his face that awed how beautiful she was. His eyes though widened a bit upon noticing liquid stains on her cheeks. Was she crying? He thought with a confused expression when she moaned something. "Taicho. No more work, she trailed, her words now incoherent while Naruto couldn't help but smile at the cute expression on her face. Strangely though, she was now wearing a violet kimono, which was still, revealing her ample cleavage much to his nervousness. Grabbing a hold of her forearm, he slightly lifted it as he began to worm his way out of her hold. She moaned in what seemed to be irritation, her eyebrows scrunched up when she pulled him to herself. "Oh Kami," Naruto prayed as he found his body pressed to hers tightly, her hot breath tingling his ears while Naruto had a furious blush on his face. "Why me?" he whined mentally while crying anime tears. He had to admit though, the warmth she was expelling in this chilling cold was comfortable and a welcome factor for his body. Seeing that it was better if he laid there for a bit longer, his expression grew serious as he remembered the events that had taken place the previous night. "Yeah, I'm a Shinigami, what now huh? It seems first I'll have to train to control my spiritual energy to at least be able to use my chakra properly. And then, my shinobi career would start," his lips curled down in a bitter expression. "Fate does seem to enjoy pushing me deeper into the mud pit it seems. I guess it's better that I just accept I can never be normal like everyone else and should just move on," he thought, his eyes turning into that of determined one. He didn't know what was going on with him before, but now that he knew, now that he could see the bridge, he'll surely cross it, no matter the amount of difficulties. "I'd never imagined that afterlife would be so confusing. But never mind, I already went through this the last night, it's best that I meet Tsukioji and Ayame-chan again," the whiskered blonde thought as he continued to stare up at the ceiling, planning on what he would be doing next. Last night when he had returned to his apartment, he couldn't sleep for some time as his mind had slowly came to terms with what had happened. One thing he knew was that his life would be changing drastically from now on, it would never be the same. But, Rangiku-san doesn't seem to hate me like the other villagers. Of course she wouldn't, she's from another world Yubaka. But, does that mean that she'll hate me later on just like others? I really hope not, she almost sacrificed her life yesterday to save me and Shiroi-chan. I don't know, but the way she's been treating me, she even offered to train me in controlling my spiritual energy. Nobody has ever done that, and she has known me for only a day. I can't help but feel this sort of strange connection with her. Maybe it's because she gave me her Shinigami abilities." His thoughts though came to a stop when he heard a moan coming from besides him. His body stiffened when he felt her move a bit, his eyes widening in panic as he struggled to think. "Oh my god, what should I do? She'll just think I'm some kind of a pervert, well it's her fault to start with. Couldn't she have just slept at the Ichiraku's house?" he thought before closing his eyes suddenly, acting like he was sleeping while Matsumoto slowly opened her eyes groggily. Naruto though was concentrating on executing his plan flawlessly. "Okay, so I have to relax my body completely. My facial features should be totally relaxed while my breathing rate should be completely even and calm, he thought frenziedly, doing the actions commensurate to his thoughts as he began to breathe slowly, his body now completely relaxed while he accumulated on making his heartbeat slow down to normal. Now it would seem more realistic if I add some light snoring. Hee hee. She would never know why. I know you're awake, Naruto! Exclamation mark. He inwardly cursed upon hearing Rangiku's sing-song voice, her loud voice hitting his eardrums like a barrage of kunai while he couldn't help but find it melodic, as tight the spot he was currently in. Fortunately for him though, he was able to keep a straight face while Matsumoto still had her arm draped over his chest, a pout on her face as she stared at his face. Suddenly her lips curled into a playful smirk as she slowly sat up, her hand on his chest when she straightaway began to tickle him in a tigerish way. Ah ha 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 ha. He suddenly burst out laughing, after apparently holding it in for a few seconds as she applied more force to his stomach sides. He wiggled frantically under her clutches as he continued to laugh and plead her to stop. Hey ha ha. Stop. Ha ha ha. Thud. Ow. And he finally fell off the bedside on his butt, panting as he held his stomach while Rangiku peered over the edge with her head resting on her crossed forearms, a smile on her face as she watched him. Last night, Tsuki had explained almost everything about the shinobi world to her. From the era of the Raikudo Sennin to the Great Shinobi Wars and then finally, the devastating news of the burden that the blonde laying in front of her had to carry every day. The old chef had gone into detail of Naruto's life, and that how he was treated. Rangiku Matsumoto was an honest woman, and she could easily say that she liked the boy. He held this strange kind of magnetism that attracted her towards him. And not to mention his hot spiritual form, she thought with a giggle. She was shaken to her core that a 12-year boy, who had to bear so much in his life, could just laugh like that. And last night, he had just stood in front of that hollow like it was nothing, to protect her and to protect Shiroi. She had came to his apartment in the morning, around 4 or 5, and couldn't help but shed tears for the blonde orphan who had to bear so much. His eyes, just look at them, containing so much pain, yet they are bright and so full of exuberance for life. You truly are, different from everybody else, Naruto, she thought with a smile while staring at him. Ohayu Naruto, she waved her hand, her melodious voice cheerful while Naruto just laid there, his eyebrows twitching dangerously as he glared at her. Ohayu Rangiku-san, now may I ask you, apartment, again. His voice calm as he continued to lay there while Matsumoto put a finger under her chin, adopting a thinking pose. Ah, Tsuki-san asked me to watch over you seeing as you just gained Shinigami powers and that I had nowhere else to live. Oh, he also asked me to bring you over to their house when you were awake. Besides, I like your apartment, it's cozy and possesses this warm sense of home, she spoke with a smile while his cheeks lit in a light blush, embarrassed because of the compliment which he was clearly not used to, even if it was a thing that was related to him. But why did you have to sleep, besides me? You could have just woken me and I would have slept on the couch. And how did you know in the first place that I was only acting and not sleeping? He yelled comically, suddenly standing up as he pointed an accusing finger at her. I could sense your Raryoku fluctuating a bit, so I knew you were wide awake. And well, you looked so cute while sleeping. I just couldn't wake you up. She spoke childishly with a pout while Naruto's face intensified in a furious blush as he took a startled step backwards. Don't mess with me, lady. He yelled, clearly being shocked by her bluntness. Why, I'm not messing with you. I was just telling you the truth. Besides, your body is really warm, the vice captain spoke with a wink, a smile on her face while the blush on Naruto's face got darker as he furiously shook his head to get control of himself. Matsumoto though stared at him in amusement, a smile on her face as she watched his antics. Shoot, don't try anything funny, I'm just a kid. But yesterday you said you weren't a kid, she retorted instantly with an evangelistic smile, instantaneously shutting him up as he endeavored to come up with a reply. I need to go to the bathroom, he exclaimed in frustration before dashing towards the bathroom. Thud. He closed the door with some force while she could hear him muttering behind the door. She suddenly broke into fits of giggles, not being able to contain it, and when suddenly the door opened. What I meant to say was that I'm not a kid. I'm an adult, but not adult enough for adult activities or talk. Wham! He again closed the door quickly while Rangiku started laughing harder, much to his ire, tears leaking from her eyes as she took deep breaths to calm herself. Things just can't get boring around you, Naruto. Meanwhile, Soul Society, Seraiti, Captain's Meeting Chamber. Alright, let's start this meeting. I've mainly called for this meeting to discuss Matsumoto Rangiku's disappearance a week ago, Yamamoto spoke in a loud hoarse voice, with one silver-haired captain stiffing up a bit at the mention of his lieutenant. So, still no sign of her, Yamaji. Kyoraka spoke in his lazy tone as he tilted his straw hat over his eyes. Unfortunately no. However, the patrol corps of the Onmitsukido are still searching the Dongai. According to Inaba Kajiroza of the Shinigami Research and Development Institute, who specializes in observing the traffic within Dongai, the coordinates of Matsumoto Rangiku's location indicates that she was there before her disappearance a week ago, the captain commander said with narrowed eyes when Aizen spoke. I don't want to be the one to break this news, but it could be possible that she came in contact with the Katetsu, which was sweeping through the Dongai at the same time when she was found to be there. Toshiro's eyes widened at hearing that. Everybody knew that if that had happened, it is a possibility, but regardless, we have to keep searching for her. The fact that she had a Jigokucho, and that she still entered the Dongai is a mystery in itself. It shouldn't be possible. This seems suspicious and I suspect this is someone's doing, Genryusai said in a serious tone while Hitsugaya had a frown on his face. Do not take this matter lightly. She is a lieutenant of Seraiti, and as such this is not a small matter which we can just overlook. The 2nd Division headquarters would continue to investigate into this matter while Kuchiki Rukia, who was originally assigned to the Karakura town, would carry out the mission. Seeing as Yukitaki Taicho's condition is now stable, he continued with Soifun nodding while Yukitaki just nodded. But, are you sure that this incident wouldn't take place again, Sotaicho? Byakuya asked in a monotone voice, his face expressionless. You don't have to worry about that, Kuchiki Taicho. The 12th Division has already performed several tests and has declared the passageway from the Senkaimon to the human world as stable. Kuritsuchi spoke with that scary grin on his face while Byakuya just continued to stare at the captain commander, ignoring his fellow captain. He's right, Kuchiki Taicho. You can rest assured, the same thing wouldn't happen to Kuchiki Rukia, the oldest captain said with a nod while Hitsugaya had his fists clenched tightly. Matsumoto, I don't believe that you're dead. This seems too fishy to just be any accident. I just hope you're fine right now, wherever you are. Time skip. Konoha. Ichiraku's apartment. 1 hour later. Chuki-san, they're here. Ayame, who was dressed in her usual dress, exclaimed as she entered with Naruto and Rangiku through the back of their ramen stand. Ayame-chan, why are you calling him Chuki-san? And you keep calling me Naruto-san too? Naruto asked with a confused expression, making Ayame smirk while Rangiku giggled, making him look at her with a frown. Because she's not Ayame, Naruto-kun. He snapped his head forwards to see Ayame exit the kitchen, wearing the Shinigami garb, making his eyes widen in shock. What's going on here? Relax, kid. The one you were talking to is what we call an artificial soul, Chuki, who was wearing a Shinigami garb, spoke. Besides him, stood another Chuki who was dressed in his chef uniform. Both of them had came out of what Naruto thought as his bedroom. What was he doing inside the bedroom with an artificial soul? Maybe he was. No, I don't think Iji-san leans that way. Ayame-chan wouldn't have been born then, thought Naruto while nodding to himself. It's something which was invented by the Shinigami Research and Development Institute of Seraiti. Chuki-san here probably uses the artificial soul pill to do his everyday duties when he's in his Shinigami form, Rangiku replied, making the blonde nod, pulling him out of his thoughts. It's just like the clone technique, only this is solid, he muttered to himself with a nod. And that they don't dispel too. The real, Ayame said with a smirk, making his mouth open in an oh, nodding at her. All right, you two can go now, Chuki spoke as the two artificial souls nodded before they went to serve the waiting customers. But, if they are the artificial souls, then surely they wouldn't know how to prepare the super ramen like you guys. They shouldn't possess the skills you guys have developed over the years. The whiskered blonde spoke with a confused expression, making Matsumoto's eyes widen a bit in realization while Chuki smirked at him. Yeah, He's not the idiot that everyone thinks of him so much. The old chef smirked as he smiled at Naruto, a proud smile on his face while rubbing the underside of his nose with his index finger in pride. That, my boy, is my personal invention. These souls are not ordinary souls. Instead of using the ordinary artificial soul pills, I created something called the replicating soul pills. Ayame just sighed at her father. The old guy never backed down from boasting about his inventions and how great a researcher he was. You don't mean? Matsumoto spoke with widened eyes. Just the name was enough for her to understand what those pills did. Yeah, those pills copy the traits of one's soul down to the smallest detail and creates an exact replica of the user's soul. Yeah, he really became enthusiastic like a child on high sugar when it came to his inventions. Wow, that's so cool, Oji-san. You can do something like that. What are the other things you've invented? Naruto asked with double sprightliness, his eyes shining brightly as he was in front of the old chef in a flash. Oh no, Ayame thought with a dreadful expression on her face pale as she watched that fire ignite in her father's eyes. She knew they had to do something quick, or it was time for another one of his boring science lectures. My boy Naruto, I knew there was something special in you. Come on, let me show. Ah-tu-san, didn't we call Naruto-kun here to begin his training? Ayame held her jaw tight from laughing outright. She knew how much big of a sucker Naruto was when it came to training. What, training? Are you going train me, Ayame-chan? He asked with a confused expression, getting a nod from her. Tsuki though was currently glaring at Ayame for terminating his moment with Naruto. You still have 1 month before your academy graduation exams. I think you can do it this time if you train hard enough this month. Rangiku spoke with a smile, making his eyes wide as he snapped his head towards her. Why you think I can do it? He asked, unable to keep the astonishment from his voice. It was probably the first time in his life that someone was believing in him, and what more, it was a person whom he had just met a day ago. Of course, you totally wiped the floor with that hollow yesterday. I believe you can do it. The vice captain spoke with an exhortatory smile while Naruto couldn't help but smile at her involuntarily, his eyes warm and bright as he stared at her in awe. She believes in me, he thought, not believing his ears. So, you're up for it, Naruto? Tsuki said with a smirk when the blonde turned his head towards him with incomparable determination reflecting off his face. Yeah, let's do this. Follow me then, soldier. Tsuki spoke with a smile as he turned around and entered his bedroom with the others following him. Hey, what are we doing in your bedroom? He asked hesitatingly as he backed away a little too wary to go near the perverted old man, but trailed upon seeing Tsuki remove a wooden tile from the floor to reveal the tip of a ladder. Dive down, kid, the old chef said before he jumped through the wide square hole. Go on, Naruto-kun. I think you would be surprised to see what's down there, Ayame said with a smirk, making both the blondes look at her in confusion. Shrugging to himself, Naruto went towards the hole before jumping down, sliding his hands over the ladder's side to keep his balance. Thup, what in the world, he muttered to himself, his jaw dropped as he found himself standing in what seemed to be a large underground room. A huge room actually, much larger than an average training ground with random trees and bushes here and there. It was just like one of those large clearings in a forest. Wow, this is magnificent, Tsuki-san. He turned his head back to see Rangiku having an impressed expression on her face, behind whom was standing Ayame. Yo, Naruto-kun. He snapped his forwards to see Shiroi sitting far away on the branch of a tree, waving at him. Hello there, Shiroi-chan, he replied back with a smile, glad to see her as they followed the retreating form of Tsuki, who was walking towards the area where Shiroi was sitting. What are you doing here, Shiroi-chan? He asked, gazing upwards at her as they stood below her on the grassy field. To watch you train, of course, you silly, she replied with a giggle, making him smile at her. All right, Naruto, it's time to start. According to what Rangiku-san told me, your speed in spiritual form is really impressive. So I think it would be better if I saw you fight at least once, Tsuki said with a serious expression on his face. But whom will I fight? There are no hollows here, he spoke with a confused expression. Me, Naruto-kun, Ayame said with a smirk, making him look at her with a raised eyebrow. But, wouldn't you get hurt if I slash you or something? I mean, My Zanbeitu could easily melt through that average-sized katana of yours, he said while Ayame's eyes started to twitch dangerously, whereas Naruto could faintly hear Rangiku grumbling about, "It's a Zanpakuto." "Who do you take me for anyway, Naruto-kun?" The female Ichiraku verbalized in a threatening low voice when Naruto felt his breathing being hitched in his throat. He suddenly felt heavy again, his shoulders slumping down as his breathing came in short pants. Rangiku though had her eyes widened as she stared at Ayame in surprise. "Her Reiatsu, this is a vice captain's level. I never imagined that Ayame-san would have such skill with Reiatsu so as to direct it at only one person," she thought while Ayame smirked at the panting form of Naruto, solely concentrating her Reiatsu on him. "So, you still think I can get hurt, Naruto-kun?" She spoke, still maintaining the flow before nodding towards her father. Nodding back, Tsuki pulled out a black glove, having a white skull mark on it which he thrusted on Naruto's chest. Immediately an adult Naruto was pulled out his body in a flash of blue strings of spiritual energy. Ayame kept the steady output of her Reiatsu, centering it only on Naruto while the adult blonde struggled to stand upright as he panted a bit. "Alright Rangiku-san, back away a bit, this may get nasty," Tsuki said as the blonde female Shinigami immediately nodded before dashing towards him in a burst of speed, her form a blur. "Whoa!" Shiroi exclaimed in surprise when she found Matsumoto sitting beside her in a blink of an eye. "Ahehehe. Sorry Shiroi-chan. Didn't mean to scare you there, I was just testing this special Gigai that Tsuki-san had given me the last night," she said with an apologetic smile while the silver-haired plus smiled back at her. "It's no problem Matsumoto-san. You just startled me, but I couldn't even see you. This body that Tsuki-san gave you, it really is something." "Yeah, I have to admit that he's really something. There are only two persons who could give him competition in this department," she replied as then both of them turned their heads towards where the trio of Shinigami were standing. "Now Naruto, seeing as you are having trouble standing under Ayame-chan's Reiatsu, let me today show just how large your spiritual energy reserves are," Tsuki spoke with a serious expression as he nodded towards Ayame, who further increased the spiritual pressure that was being forced on Naruto. "Ag!" The blonde exclaimed in surprise when he found himself on his knees, beads of sweat now streaming down his cheeks as he started to pant heavily. "Now, to counter this pressure that you're feeling right now, you need to increase the output of your Raryoku. Close your eyes and try to concentrate, it is just like building chakra, only easier this time. Considering your large reserves, it should be easy to grasp," the aged Shinigami said as Naruto just cursed this damn Reiatsu thing under his breath. "Okay, calm down and focus," the blonde thought as he closed his eyes, searching for that something, that energy he felt flowing through him when he became a Shinigami. "Look," Rangiku said, her eyes showing her curiosity as she watched Naruto's spiky bangs started to hover a bit. "He's doing it, I can feel it, he's increasing the output rate of his Raryoku. I've never seen someone grasp his spiritual reserves so soon. Even the strongest of the prodigies in the Shino Academy weren't able to do this so soon," the blonde lieutenant thought with an stunned expression on her face. Ayame too stared at him, sensing his growing Raryoku as she increased her Reiatsu more, wanting him to relinquish more of his spiritual energy. Naruto's face though scrunched up in an expression of struggle as he kept his concentration, his body in the air around feeling heavier than before. "Come on. A little more. There." Everyone's eyes widened when they felt a huge shift in the air pressure. "Whoa!" Ayame exclaimed in surprise when suddenly Naruto's body lit up in a flash of violet spiritual energy, becoming a violet-colored tower of raw energy as it reached to the artificial sky that was the ceiling of this underground compound. "What raw power?" Tsuki thought, his elbows in front of his eyes as dust had covered the area around him. Waves of raw Raryoku swept over the area violently as wind picked up around the trio. Ayame was shocked. The Reiatsu he was ejecting was already that of a captain's level, but she could tell that it was wild and untamed. It was clear that Naruto had huge spiritual energy reserves, but no control whatsoever. So just to stand under the crazy amount of spiritual pressure, she had to release all of her Raryoku. Matsumoto too couldn't believe her eyes, so much Raryoku. She too had increased her now decreased Raryoku because they could feel the effects even at this distance. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, never having felt so at ease and powerful. Slowly his spiritual energy output began to decrease. Chuki, however, had noticed another strange thing about his spiritual energy which was currently visible. It had random lightning streaks which were surrounding his Ryoku as well in the air around him. That lightning, does this mean that his Reiatsu is of elemental type just like Yamamoto Genryusai? But it clearly isn't complete. This is a mixture of an ordinary one and an elemental one. It does seem though that his Reiatsu might develop at a later stage into a lightning type 1, he thought, as now Naruto's Ryoku levels had returned to normal levels, only dust covering the clearing. Shiroi-san, are you alright? Rangiku asked as she held the plus carefully. Yeah, I'm fine Rangiku-san, she replied while panting. Her chain of fate, it seems she has a maximum time of around 2 or 3 weeks. See Naruto. You have huge spiritual energy reserves but lack control over it, just like the case with your chakra. But you'll see that it is easier to control your Ryoku than chakra, Ayame said while coughing a bit under the dust. Not much to Chuki's surprise though, Naruto had an expression of awe on his face as small random flashes of lightning were now hovering over every part of his body. I never knew I had such power. I felt so much, I just can't describe this, the blonde said as he gazed at his palms, clenching them as blue lightning streaked around them which slowly died down. Don't get carried away Naruto. Just like in the shinobi world, if you can't control your Ryoku, then you are practically useless in battle, the aged Ichiraku said, making Naruto look at him with a serious expression, nodding back at him. It seems Naruto-kun isn't an ordinary human after all. That lightning, it can't be a result of Rangiku-san transferring her powers to him, Ayame thought to herself as she stared at him before taking out her Zanpakuto. I think it's time we see what you can do Naruto-kun, she spoke with a challenging smirk, making him look back at her with his own confident smirk. Alright, create some distance you two. Let's start this, a guest would be arriving soon, Chuki said with a smirk, making Naruto shrug as he pulled out Hinata. Oh, this should be good. Matsumoto spoke with an ecstatic smile as Shiroi too looked on with curiosity. Both of the teens jumped back to create some distance while Chuki too walked back. Alright, Chuki Oji told us that Ayame-chan's been working with him for some years, so she should be strong. Though she doesn't look intimidating at all. But so is the case with Rangiku-san, he thought as clenched the hilt of Hinata tighter, both of them staring down each other with serious expressions on their faces. Okay Naruto, attack Ayame-chan with everything you've got. And remember, don't hold back. The elder Ichiraku yelled, making Naruto look at him like he was crazy. Are you serious? Do you not see the size of my katana? She can get injured seriously. That baka, Rangiku mumbled as she face-palmed herself. Ayame too sighed along with Chuki, they should have known that he would state things like these. Fine then kid, don't say I didn't warn you. Ayame-chan, just 1 week strike, and make sure that he can see you, he said, making her nod while Naruto too readied himself with a smirk. Here I come Naruto-kun, she muttered before dashing towards the blonde, majorly holding back on her speed. Clang, ag, he exclaimed in surprise as he found himself flying back. Wham! Before he crashed into a large tree trunk violently. Apparently, he had horizontally blocked her blurry slash, which held some mind-boggling force behind it. You think I hit him a little hard? Ayame asked with some concern in her brown orbs when Chuki just shook his head. No, his training has started as of today. He'll be enduring much more stronger hits than this, he replied as Naruto slowly stood up, a hand on his strained back as he gritted his teeth in pain. That was a weak strike, he exclaimed with surprise written all over his face. Yes, now do you see? You don't need to hold back Naruto-kun. Now come at me, she said with a, come on, motion with her left hand. Gripping Hinata tighter, the whiskered blonde nodded before he bolted towards her at full speed. Impressive, both Ichirakus thought simultaneously upon witnessing his speed. Rearing his Zanpakuto back, he lunged towards her at blurry speeds before going for a downward slash, putting as much force behind the attack as he could. Cling. His eyes widened to massive proportions, he stared at her astonishment as she had easily blocked his strike with her katana, only one hand gripping the hilt. I do hope you're not holding back Naruto-kun, Ayame spoke with an amused smile on her face while he gritted his teeth as he tried to overpower her but to no avail. Jumping back, he skidded back to a halt. How did she? How can she be so strong? Naruto thought with a thunderstruck expression. Wow, did you look at that? She's freakishly strong, Shiroi said with an amazed expression while Rangiku too had to say. She was impressed. I don't know if she has unlocked her Shikai, but in other areas, she's clearly at a lieutenant's level. Alright, if can't overpower her then I'll just go for one after another strikes, Naruto thought before he again jolted at her. He clearly possesses that raw instinct for battle, wonder if it is because of the Kyuubi, Tsuki pondered as he watched the blonde go for one slash after another, with Ayame easily dodging each one of them with practiced ease, her movements fluid while it looked like she was toying with the blonde. Stay, he gasped in between one of his mist whips when he again reared his sword behind him, stretching his arms to the max before going for a downward slash at thundering speeds. Still, CWING. Ugh, he grunted through gritted teeth after she had blocked his Zanpakuto again, this time however using both of her hands. Impressive Naruto-kun, the strength behind your attacks has been continuously increasing from the beginning. I wonder what's your limit, she spoke calmly with a smirk as both of their Zanpakuto gritted against each other, sparks being produced along with minute screeching sounds. How can you be so strong? He asked, his face hunkered up in struggle as he again tried to overpower her. Don't know, she trailed, a smile on her face while Naruto's eyes widened when he felt himself being overpowered. Kage, he exclaimed, Hinata slipping out of his hand as it went sailing upwards in air, courtesy of a strong upward slash by Ayame. His eyes were widened as the blonde took several startled steps backwards while she stood with a smirk on her face. What? Maybe because of training myself into these past several years, her smirking face now only inches away from his, she spoke in a low tone while her blade was poised at his throat. She was so fast, I couldn't even see her, he thought in astonishment as Ayame had just blurred from his vision to appear in front of him. Well Naruto-kun, already started training huh? That voice, Naruto thought in surprise as he snapped his head towards the entrance of the compound. Wah, he trailed in neck-breaking shock upon seeing the figure walking towards them. Ah Hokage Dono, it's nice to see you, Tsuki said with a smile. Ayame though sheathed her Zanpakuto, giggling at Naruto's dumbstruck expression as she ruffled his hair tenderly, of course with her cheeks being decorated by a light blush. Sorry for being late Tsuki-san, the paperwork just wouldn't leave me. JGG, Naruto stuttered with wide eyes, with his pupil zooming out in shock as he stared at the old man in his Hokage robes, walking towards them. You've grown Naruto-kun, or should I say, Shinigami. Sorry for being late Tsuki-san, the paperwork just wouldn't leave me. JGG, Naruto stuttered with wide eyes, his pupil zooming out in shock as he stared at the old man in his Hokage robes, walking towards them. You've grown Naruto-kun, or should I say, Shinigami, an amused smile on his slightly wrinkled face while Naruto just stared at him shock. Why you can see me? He asked while Tsuki and Ayame were smirking at his flabbergasted expression. If you mean a young man with blonde hair, blue eyes, 3 whisker marks, holding a large Zanpakuto and sporting an expression like his ramen was stolen, then yes, I can see you, Hiruzen replied with a chuckle making Ayame giggle while Naruto just huffed in annoyance as he placed Hinata on his shoulders, catching it in midair.
Noticing Rangiku and Shiroi walking towards them, Tsuchi spoke. Ah, there's our guest Hokage Dono. Turning his head to the right, he saw a blonde-haired woman coming towards them along with Shiroi. Immediately his eyes traveled down to her revealed cleavage, getting glued to the sight as a perverted grin spread across his face. Now that's what we call a golden Ika, chestnut woman, he thought when somewhere another white-haired pervert sneezed. Naruto's eyes began to twitch as he watched the old pervert shamelessly ogle Matsumoto. Your nose is bleeding you old geezer, he muttered with a scowl present on his face while Ayame too frowned at their Hokage. Reaching the group, Rangiku was not so surprised to find the old guy staring at her chest. Rangiku-san, this is the Sandaime Hokage of our village that I told you about last night, Tsuchi deliberately spoke loudly, trying to get him out of his trance but to no avail. Getting fed up with his staring at her chest like that, she spoke with a forced smile. These do not talk. My mouth is up here. Oji-san. And finally he snapped his head to face her, an expression of horror on his face that such a beautiful and developed lady had called him, Oji-san.
Oh Oji-san, he muttered in disbelief when he heard muffled laughter behind him. Turning his head back, he saw Naruto and Ayame quietly laughing to themselves as he glared at them.
Serves you right, Gigi, the blonde thought when his eyes fell on Rangiku, who too was staring at him. She had that unknown look in her eyes as she smiled at him, her cheeks a light shade of red while he stopped laughing abruptly, his cheeks red when she winked at him. His blush deepened before he averted his gaze. Why was she staring at me like that? He thought in nervousness, an odd unknown sense of giddiness filling his form. Meanwhile Hiruzen though smirked when Naruto stopped laughing abruptly, thinking he had intimidated the boy with his glare. Hey, I still haven't lost it, he mused with a proud smile on his face when his expression immediately turned to, "Don't with me, Hokage look." I apologize for my rudeness Rangiku-san, he expressed seriously with a bow. It's okay Hokage-sama, she uttered awkwardly with a smile when Sarutobi gave her his grandfatherly smile. His eyes though then settled on the silver-haired woman standing beside Rangiku, his expression now melancholic. Shiroi-san. He addressed softly, making the said woman look at him. I'm sorry that you had to die at such a young age, it really is unfortunate. Shiroi smiled sadly at him, her eyes pained when she replied, It's all right Hokage-sama. I guess this was as far as I was supposed to live. But dying isn't bad too, I think. There's another world to explore, you know. It would be a matter of time before I go to Soul Society. Naruto though lowered his head in sadness at hearing that fact. She was the first true friend he had made in his life. And he knew that she would leave just like other souls one day, but it really pained him to not be able to see her again. Hiruzen though was smiling at the optimistic woman in front of him. She was ready to move on, and he hoped to a better place. Matsumoto however had put a comfortable hand on her shoulders, giving her an encouraging smile, making the silver-haired plus return the gesture.
Deciding to change the subject, Chuki said, So Hokage Dono, I hope no one saw the hollow or felt the disturbance caused by it when it landed on Naruto's apartment.
Actually there were a few Chunin, who were on patrol duty last night, heard the ruckus caused by it. They had checked the area to find nothing but some shops and apartments damaged. They had immediately reported to me. But that's taken care of, I just stated that it was a fire accident. Unfortunately though, some people were injured this time. But they're not seriously wounded, he replied with a serious expression, making the old Shinigami nod with clenched fists. They couldn't afford to be late the next time. This time people were wounded. Next time they could die. About those Chunins, were they suspicious that something else may be the cause of this? Ayame questioned, making the Hokage turn to her. Yeah, I have a hunch that they suspect this of not just any ordinary accident. They told me that as they got closer to the location, they felt a bit heavy and a foul presence in the air, he uttered, making her nod grimly while Naruto just listened to them intently.
Probably due to the hollow's lingering reiatsu in that area, Matsumoto deduced, making them nod when Naruto intervened.
Then does that mean that Tsuchi-Oji and Ayame-chan usually take care of those hollows while you handle the after effects and any damage so that civilians and shinobi of our village don't get suspicious? This time, it was Hiruzen's turn to get surprised. Well yes, that's what I usually do. Aside from governing the village, that is. Clearly his tone held an impressed edge to it. He hadn't expected the boy to pick up so quickly, but well. Tsuchi had told him early this morning when they had met in his office. And the question I'm dying to ask. How do you know about the Shinigami and all? Naruto asked in anticipation as he awaited his reply when Tsuchi answered. I told him, making Matsumoto's eyes widen. But that's against the codes of a Shinigami. You can't tell a human about us. She verbalized in surprise while her eyes, which usually were jovial and carefree, were sharp. How can they be so careless? But I'm a human too. Naruto spoke in confusion, making her look at him, her eyes getting softer.
You're an exception, Naruto. You beforehand were unconsciously releasing a high amount of Raryoku in your physical body. I had to tell you everything because eventually the hollows would target you, just like yesterday, and so that you should at least know what's happening around you. He nodded in understanding, but the light scowl on his face indicated that he was troubled by something.
Rangiku-san. Tsuchi began, gaining her attention before he continued. Things for us Shinigami here work differently. The Shinigami from Squad Zero, who serve the Spirit King, as you know, are assigned to different geographical areas in this world just like the other human world. As I stated before, there was a guardian Shinigami responsible for Konoha too until I came. But you see, guardian Shinigami work differently than us. Since most of the Shinigami in Squad Zero were previously captains of their respective squads in Gode 13, you should know that there were some researchers who were promoted to be a part of Squad Zero too. Hence, since the Spirit King's realm possesses these captain-level researchers, they have some mind-blowing technology too. One of their inventions is the Kaikisushinki, account removal spirit device. It is much more effective than the Kikenshinki and focuses on removing specific memories instead of just influencing them like the Kikenshinki does. He spoke seriously when Naruto intervened. But why don't they just simply use this Kikenshinki instead of this Kaisu? Well, whatever you said earlier, he said with a frown, an irritated expression on his face while Shiroi and Rangiku were giggling at him quietly. Kikenshinki Naruto is a device which is usually limited to a user's imagination. If a person here sees a Shinigami or a hollow, Kikenshinki influences their memories based on their imagination. However, it does not work in every person's case. If the victim is a spiritually aware one, most likely that of an elite Junin and Kage's level, then the Kikenshinki sometimes fail to influence their memories. To avoid such cases, those guardian Shinigami use the Kaikisushinki to just remove those fragments of memories. Moreover, it can be used on a widespread scale instead of just one person, he finished while Matsumoto had to say, this device was really something. But still, this does not explain my question, she uttered with a frown while Naruto just concentrated on absorbing as much information as he could.
Ah yes, you see, there is this one problem for me, who currently is in charge of Konoha as a Shinigami. I don't have the Kaikisushinki. I did ask the previous guardian to lend it to me so that I could analyze the technology used and possibly create one for myself. But as I told before, they are extremely strict in following their rules and hence he didn't give it to me. All of them just remind of that stuck-up Hyuga clan, the old chef grumbled at the end before he continued.
So as you see, this created a problem for me. I knew that whenever a hollow would attack, even if it is rare, it would cause ruckus leading to the shinobi here reaching the site. And obviously they would feel threatened and would be able to at least see the silhouette of the hollow, or mine. Then, obviously they would throw jutsu at the hollow or maybe even me and in the process raise their chakra levels which would make it visible to the Junins, and Hokage Dono here obviously. To solve this problem, I needed some help. So who better than the village leader itself, the one who could just claim it as some form of an enemy attack or an accident. Rangiku sighed. Really matters here were much complex than in the other human world. But she understood Tuchi's position, and it was risky, but a smart move to tell the village leader about this. And you immediately believed all this, Gigi? Naruto asked in mild surprise when Hiruzen, who had been quiet before, replied. Well, it was not like I haven't seen a Shinigami before. The Shikifujin, dead demon consuming seal of the Yondaime Hokage did summon a Shinigami after all, he said when Naruto interjected. He could summon a Shinigami, a shocked expression on his face making Sarutobi nod when Tuchi spoke. Yeah, and that Shinigami was most probably from the Spirit King's realm. Not much is known about it actually. Rangiku was not surprised though considering the elder Ichiraku had told her the previous night. So Gigi, not that I'm complaining or anything. But why did you come here? The whiskered blonde asked. I came to check on you, Naruto-kun. You are now a Shinigami, so a big responsibility rests on your shoulders too, nay? And the graduation exams are in 1 month. You'll have to train hard this time, and I think Tuchi-san can help you in more ways than just one, he verbalized with that mysterious smirk while Tuchi too smirked back as he nodded back at him. Naruto though could only watch the exchange in confusion.
Have these old geezers gone senile? He pondered with a sweat drop.
So Tuchi-san, I guess unofficially you work for the Spirit King, right? Rangiku asked while Shiroi yawned, she was getting bored. Who said it was unofficial, Rangiku-san? I'm an official substitute Shinigami of the King's realm. The ramen chef spoke with a smirk making their jaws drop before he pulled out something. Here look, this is my badge. It was black in color having a pentagonal shape, a white skull in the front which was drenched in yellow flames. Naruto's eyes though twinkled as he stared at it dreamily while Tuchi's smirk widened at his expression. That is so cool, Oji-san, he exclaimed excitedly. Certainly looks colorful than the one we gave to Kugo Ginjo, Matsumoto thought as she stared at the batch. Then does that mean Ayame-san too is a substitute Shinigami? Shiroi asked, this time making Naruto look at Ayame curiously, who blushed lightly under his piercing gaze. No, you can say I just work under Two-san, she uttered while squirming a bit under his gaze as he smiled at her. Then Oji-san, can I work under you too? I too want to kill those hollows and protect Konoha like you guys do. He spoke with big watery eyes, an eager expression on his face making Ayame, Rangiku and Shiroi giggle at him. You can. But not right now, he said with a smirk. But why? I'm already a Shinigami, he exclaimed with a childish frown, making the old chef shake his head in exasperation when Hiruzen answered with a chuckle. You have to get strong enough, Naruto-kun. Right now, you may possess a high level of Riryoku. But you don't know how to control it and use it in battle effectively. In simple words, you need to train. Just like Ayame-chan did, while the blonde just frowned in thought. But I totally kicked that hollow's ass yesterday, he couldn't even see me. That hollow was a pretty weak one, Naruto, much weaker than the ones that usually come. That's why I'm worried right now. A hollow that weak shouldn't have known how to use the special Garganta. There really must be something going on in Hueco Mundo, Tuchi pondered loudly as he sported a thoughtful expression on his face. That was a weak one. I think I can take on stronger ones too, he spoke with a serious expression, clenching his fists while Matsumoto couldn't help but admire his confidence and determination. Hiruzen though just pinched the bridge of his nose, he knew Naruto would be stubborn in these types of matters. Fine then. Seeing as how stubborn you are being here, next time a hollow pops out, you take it on and see for yourself, Tuchi said with a sigh making Naruto grin brightly. You wouldn't be disappointed, Dadbeo, he exclaimed making them chuckle when suddenly beeping sounds broke the silence. Both Rangiku and Tuchi took something out, revealing it to be Denreishinki while the latter had his eyes widened in shock. A hollow so soon? It just appeared yesterday. This has never happened before, he thought in shock before turning his eyes towards Naruto.
Is it a hollow Two-san? Ayame questioned with a grim expression making the old chef nod while Hiruzen too had a surprised expression on his face. Both Chuki and stared at each other, as if silently conveying a message to each other when the Hokage suddenly vanished in a puff of smoke.
Hey, what's happening? Why did Gigi left? And what's with this weird sound? And you said hollows rarely appear here, Naruto asked, staring at Rangiku as she fiddled with the strange machine. I don't know. But I guess you can test sooner how strong you are. Ayame, go with Naruto, Tuchi said with a smirk as he gave the Denreishinki to her making her nod. I'm going too, Matsumoto said with a serious expression making Tuchi nod. Naruto-kun. Hey, wait up. Ayame yelled when the elder Ichiraku turned his head to see the blonde already running towards the exit. Hurry up, Ayame-chan. We gotta get to that hollow, he yelled over his shoulder as he climbed the ladder in just a few steps. Ayame though just shook her head. He's really reckless, isn't he, Rangiku-san? Turning her head, her eyes widened to find the blonde Shinigami missing there. Oi, Naruto. Wait for me. I'm coming too, Matsumoto yelled, now out of the arena while Ayame's sweat dropped. Well, aren't those two similar, ne Ayame? Tuchi said while chuckling, turning his head to find no one but Shiroi, his eyes now twitching in annoyance.
Hey, I think she too has already left, Shiroi spoke with a nervous smile while Chuki's expression grew serious.
This is getting serious. Never has it happened before that two hollows have attacked one after another. I really wonder. Just when Rangiku-san arrived tomorrow, a hollow had immediately appeared over Naruto's apartment. And now just after Naruto became a Shinigami, another hollow appears the next day. This can't be just a mere coincidence. And this hollow is strong. I can sense its Ryotsu even from here. I wonder if I should go. Nah. Ayame should be easily able to take it out, and it would be a good experience for the kid too. He inwardly cussed over the matter, trying to unveil the mystery surrounding these recent events. Konoha. Rooftops. Hey, Naruto, wait up. Turning his head back, he saw Rangiku catching up as she jumped through the rooftops with amazing agility and speed.
I can sense its Reiatsu this time, Rangiku-san. It's just a little far away, Naruto spoke as they continued to hop at blurry speeds.
Landing down, they found themselves at the entrance of a large district. This is the Uchiha clan district, Naruto muttered as Rangiku gazed at the traditional style architecture of the buildings when they suddenly felt the air itself getting thicker. Such foul and powerful Reiatsu. This is a much stronger one than yesterday, she thought as both of them dashed through the entrance, running past all the buildings. Just ahead of us, she spoke when they heard that familiar howl followed by a sound Matsumoto wasn't familiar with. Kaiten. Gukakyu no Jutsu. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Naruto's eyes widened when he heard that voice. Suddenly increasing his speed, he turned a corner to stumble upon the scene of a black-haired woman spiting a large fireball from her mouth, in front of her a giant hollow. Makoto-san. He thought in alarm upon seeing her engaging a hollow, the fireball colliding with its stomach with some of it escaping through the hole in the middle. It screamed in pain as the fire melted some of its skin.
You damn human, I was planning on leaving you, but now I'll devour you too. It yelled in its shrill booming voice while Makoto, who was wearing civilian clothes, stood there with a kunai, a serious expression on her face.
Whoa! That woman just spitted fire from her mouth, Rangiku exclaimed in surprise. Sure, she had a brief explanation of what shinobi were capable of, but actually seeing it was something else. Naruto though cursed inwardly as he watched the hollow trudge towards the female Uchiha. Damn it! She can see the hollow, this means she'll be able to see me too. But I'm an adult in this form, surely she wouldn't be able to recognize me. Oji-san said that the memory replacement device in some cases might not work, but I'll have to take care of it and just hope that Gigi would be able to come with an explanation for Makoto-san, he thought as he pulled out Hineka, making Rangiku turn towards him. I'm gonna take it on, Rangiku-san. You stay here, he said with a grim expression before dashing towards Makoto at blundering speeds, making strands of hair of Rangiku flow wildly. Yeah, he's really reckless, she muttered to herself with a childish sigh when suddenly Ayame appeared beside her via Shunpo. Her eyes immediately widened when she saw the retreating form of Naruto. Ah, Ayame-san. You came just at the right time, Matsumoto said cheerfully as she patted the young Shinigami's back, making her eyes twitch.
How could you let him just barge in like that? She yelled comically, making Rangiku smile sheepishly.
Meanwhile, Makoto stared at the huge strange creature in front of her with her Sharingan. She tightened her grip on the kunai as it dashed towards her at amazing speeds for its size. It was just another ordinary day for her. After Sasuke, who usually ignored her, went to the academy, she began to do her usual chores in between some training when she had felt this strange type on pressure on her, followed by a foul aura. Following it, she was greeted to the huge hollow coming out of a strange bluish black hole just in front of her house. I have to send a signal for Hokage-sama. Even though I can kill this one, we may get some valuable information about why it just suddenly popped out of nowhere. From what I know, this must be some kind of a summon who can use space-time ninjutsu. But the question is, who could be the user? She thought when suddenly her eyes widened upon noticing a black blur by the corner of her eyes. Clang! Her eyes widened further when the same black figure had suddenly appeared in front of her, his sword now in between the hollow's large teeth as the blonde figure continued to stand there while holding back the creature. Who's this now? She thought, staring at the tall blonde figure who now began to slide back under the force that the hollow was putting in. Stay still, the blonde muttered in a strained voice. Well, this one is much stronger than the previous one, all right, Naruto thought as he gritted his teeth, his feet dragging over the concrete as he pushed with as much force as he could.
Who are you? He heard her speak, not turning his head for he didn't want to risk revealing himself. Grunting under the force, his knees began to buckle when the hollow pulled back suddenly. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw its large clawed hand approaching his form at amazing speeds. Barely any time left to dodge, he could only lift Hineka just in time again to catch the strike with the metal of his large blade. Whoosh! Ah! Makoto exclaimed as she caught Naruto's body, which was sailing towards her because of the attack. Both of them skidded backwards at high velocity, dust inducing beneath their feet as she held to him tightly. What power! Naruto though in awe,
his one eye closed in struggle as he pierced the concrete with his Zanpakuto, effectively reducing their speed drastically before they came to a stop just in front of a house. Lifting his head, all he could see was the destroyed concrete because of Heineke with black sliding marks following it to where the large hollow was standing. If I can't win this battle with power, then I'll use my speed, Naruto decided mentally when he felt Makoto behind him groan. He couldn't help but turn back to check on her. She was apparently alright, but her eyes were still closed as she was still clutching to his form tightly. Naruto blushed crimson red upon the close contact, and at that moment couldn't help but notice how beautiful she looked, just like always. Her eyes slowly fluttered open, and the first thing she was greeted to was the sight of concerned intense blue eyes staring back at her. "Are you alright, Makoto-san?" He immediately cursed himself for calling her by her name. Makoto's eyes though widened when she heard the stranger say her name, and the tone with which he had spoken. She was familiar with it. Her vision then got cleared enough to notice his features: sun-kissed blonde hair, electric blue eyes, whisker marks, a large Kata, wait, whisker marks? There's only one person with those, she thought, her cheeks a light shade of pink as she gazed at his handsome features, his wild untamed spiky blonde hair only adding to the ferocity of his looks. But this man looks much ill. Her thoughts were interrupted when suddenly her eyes widened. Naruto too stared at the figure behind Makoto, who had hit her at the back of her head while the female Uchiha slowly entered the world of unconsciousness. Her limp body now fell in Naruto's arms to reveal a hooded Shinigami standing behind her, her face hidden while the hilt of her Zanpakuto was in midair where Makoto's head was a moment ago. "Are you crazy, Naruto-kun?" From the familiar feminine voice, he immediately deduced it was Ayame, who exclaimed with some anger seeping into her voice as she gave him a stern gaze. "Ayame-chan wa, first you have nothing to cover your face, and secondly you are staring at her up so close like you were just ready to kiss her. Even though you are an adult in your Shinigami form, your whisker marks are a dead giveaway of your identity." She scolded him when suddenly they were interrupted by an explosion. Naruto turned his head back to see the hollow clutching his face, which was covered in black smoke with Rangiku standing in front of it, her hand extended towards the hollow from which smoke was emanating too. "Never mind. First I'll just take care of this hollow," she spoke with a sigh before suddenly vanishing, blurring out of his vision, making his eyes go wide. How did she just vanished? He thought in astonishment. Placing his Zanpakuto back in its sheath, he picked up an unconscious Makoto bridal style before turning around to see the battle. "Thanks for holding it, Rangiku-san. I had to make sure that she didn't see anything more," Ayame said, pulling her hood back after appearing beside Matsumoto, who smiled at her in return. "Ah, no problem, Ayame-san. Besides, it was my fault for letting Naruto run in like that," she said with a grin, making Ayame nod back at her with a smile before she turned towards the hollow, some of whose mask was damaged as it growled demonically at them. "So, 2 Shinigami have come to be my food today. I'm sure you'll taste much better than ordinary humans' other insignificant hollows. But who I'm really interested in is that Shinigami over there," it spoke while pointing towards Naruto with its clawed hand, its body pale brown in color except its white mask, while a large tail waved behind the creature. Ayame and Rangiku's eyes widened while the whiskered blonde just narrowed his eyes. "So these hollows are targeting me, and coming here because of me," he thought, his lips curling down into a frown with Ayame and Rangiku sharing the same thought processes. "Enough of this," Ayame muttered with a frown as she lifted her hand. "Hado no Gojushi. Hien. Way of Destruction 54. Nullific Flames." Matsumoto's eyes widened to saucers upon hearing her when suddenly Ayame fired a powerful blast of purple spiritual energy from her right palm, lighting the area in a purple glow while gusts of wind dashed around them. It reached the stunned hollow in a matter of milliseconds. Boom! A large ear-deafening explosion took place, making everyone shield their eyes, covering the area in smoke while Naruto had an expression of amazement on his face. "Why, you can use Aishohaki, incantation abandonment." Rangiku stuttered in shock. This was a skill only skilled practitioners of Kido possessed in Seirei, and she had used such a level of destructive spell effectively. And what was more shocking was that the power in her attack was still astounding. Abandoning incantation is said to drastically reduce the strength of a Kido spell. She really is something else. With the age of around only 18 human years, she's a genius to achieve this feat so soon, she thought with a stunned expression on her face. "Well, I'm naturally good with Kido you see and can control my Riryoku really well, Ayame spoke with an embarrassed smile. Ayame-chan. She turned her head to see Naruto skid to a halt just beside her. Makoto softly tucked in his arms while he held an expression of excitement on his face. That was so cool, Ayame-chan. How did you do that? Can you please teach me? He asked with his eyes literally shining like the blazing sun, while Ayame's cheeks flushed upon hearing him compliment her. Well, of course, Naruto-kun, she said with a cute smile, making him grin foxily as he tightened his hold on Makoto. Not being able to contain his joy, he spoke. I would have hugged you if it were not for Makoto-san. But this should do it, he exclaimed cheerfully before leaning in, making Ayame's eyes widen as his lips made contact with her left cheek. She stood there frozen for a few seconds before her face erupted into a furious blush. He kissed me, she thought, her heart pounding against her chest as a smile slowly crept onto her lips. She touched her cheek with her hand, the blush still not going away. Rangiku though giggled at her face. Her cheeks were themselves pink as she thought of her receiving the same treatment. You're the greatest, Ayame-chan, he exclaimed loudly, making her squirm in her position, her gaze lowered while he grinned obliviously. But I want a kiss too, Naruto-kun, Matsumoto said childishly, her lower lip swelling cutely as she pouted at him. Naruto's face flushed crimson red as he stumbled back a bit. Don't mess with me, lady, he half stuttered, half yelled, feeling this urge to not just kiss her on the cheeks, but claim her lips. And he was horrified of this. Her lips look so, what's happening to me? He thought while feeling this another urge to bang his head on a wall repeatedly. Amazing, such a level of Shinigami, truly this new world is interesting, their eyes widened upon hearing that voice, the smoke now clearing to show its damaged form. Most of its body was tarred black due to the explosion, its mask somehow still unharmed. But what was just in front of him, in between his clawed hands, was what made Ayame and Rangiku lose their breath. Impossible. That's Ayame's thoughts themselves trailed in shock. That's Kumon. Airgate, Rangiku exclaimed in immense surprise as she watched the hollow's clawed hands ripping open something black in midair. Ayame though frowned as the black rip slowly decreased in size until it was nothing but air itself. So he must have used the Kumon to suck my attack, but it seems he was not able to react in time, she thought while tightening her grip around her Zanpakuto's hilt. I was careless. I should have known that this world would possess much stronger opponents. They did warned us after all, it said, clearly in pain and exhausted due to the wounds inflicted by the explosion as the black bluish garganta slowly opened behind him, making Ayame's eyes widen. Is another one coming? She thought before readying herself. Consider yourself lucky this time, Shinigami. Why you got me by surprise this time, it said as Ayame waited for something to happen while the garganta continued to expand. Shinigami, why you're special, it said while pointing towards Naruto, whose eyes widened while Ayame too lifted her eyebrows in shock. Did he sense it? Does he know of it? She thought while glancing nervously towards the whiskered blonde. What do you mean? Naruto asked, his eyes indicating maturity beyond his years as he stared at the hollow right into its red glowing eyes. In time, you'll see. But remember, next time I'll be much stronger and prepared. And why you would be my target, Shinigami. I hope why you're stronger too. All of their eyes widened upon hearing it direct its declaration towards Naruto, who though sensed this strange feeling overcoming him, the challenge, the lust of a battle, the feeling of never backing down. Remember it Shinigami, my name is Vasio Oscuro, it said, its red glowing stare never leaving Naruto's cold blue eyes, who hardened his gaze. Ayame though gritted her teeth, she couldn't allow this hollow to leave. If he could use and control the Kumon like that, then surely he would pose a big threat in the future. Not to mention that his eyes were set on Naruto now for some reason. Clearly this hollow had surpassed all the limits of a normal mindless hollow, who only crazed for high Riryoku souls. This one had a mind, lust for battle, and would become much stronger if it was left as it is, not that she knew the limits of its strength even now. I've had it, she exclaimed before using Shunpo to dash towards him, her Zanpakuto reared back as her eyes grew cold. Naruto though could practically feel Oscuro grinning at them. Heads up, Shinigami. it exclaimed when Ayame and Rangiku's eyes widened upon sensing something powerful above them. Boom! Ayame suddenly stopped when a bright pillar of square yellow light fell on them, specifically on Vasio Oscuro. She skidded to a stop, having been blown away by the impact along with others. Shit! She cursed, her eyes narrowed as she gazed towards the sky. Naruto, seeing Ayame and Rangiku staring at something in the sky, looked upwards. Holy shit! He cursed loudly, his eyes widened to the maximum as he stared at a huge black rip in the sky, protruding out of which was a giant black creature, its mask white while its nose was pointed and lengthy. What is that thing? He exclaimed, his heart beating mile a minute as he stared at the intimidating sight, the yellow pillar of light flashing out of the black rip which now was covering the hollow in front of them as a form of square protective cover. Be prepared and next time, Shinigami, Oscuro spoke as his body began to lift in the pillar towards the sky while Naruto turned his head to stare at him with a serious expression. I can't let it escape. Have to use Shikai now, Ayame thought as she held her Zanpakuto horizontally, tilting it downwards a bit before she lightly slid her 2 fingers over its flat metal. Zofuck! It wouldn't work, Ayame, she was interrupted upon feeling a hand on her shoulder, turning back to see Tucci staring towards the sky with a frown on his face. It's a negation, counter membrane. This is impenetrable, even the most powerful of my attacks wouldn't put a dent on it. It practically isolates their target from the current dimension. It's no use now, he said while Ayame sighed, closing her eyes in frustration as she took deep breaths to calm herself. Naruto though, who had been staring at the hollow which was slowly ascending towards the black rip, spoke loudly. I'll be prepared, Vasio Oscuro. And remember my name, the one to defeat you will be, Shinigami, Uzumaki Naruto. He loudly verbalized, the blonde bangs covering his forehead as he gave the creature his most serious look. It seemed to grin maniacally before being engulfed by the large Kumon which began to decrease in size quickly. Rangiku though, to say the least, was flabbergasted. Naruto, the 12-year-old man, was open accepting the challenge of a hollow, and Kami knows how strong it could be. And considering the way he had manipulated a Kumon to its advantage so skillfully, she somehow doubted Naruto's decision. But, seeing those eyes, that expression, he really does want this. Does this come from the need to be acknowledged, to prove himself to us, or is it this the battle instinct that he showed last night? It seems, he really does enjoy fighting, but I can't help but admire his confidence, his determination. His stubbornness, she thought while staring at him as he continued to gaze at the spot where the Kumon had been moments ago. Slowly her lips curled into a smirk. Well damn, we have to train him seriously now, I guess. He can't survive alone on just his instincts after all. I'll be prepared, Vasio Oscuro, and remember my name, the one to defeat you will be, Shinigami, Uzumaki Naruto. He loudly verbalized, the blonde bangs covering his forehead as he gave the creature his most serious look. It seemed to grin maniacally before being engulfed by the large Kumon which began to decrease in size quickly. Rangiku though, to say the least, was flabbergasted. Naruto, the 12-year-old man, was open accepting the challenge of a hollow, and Kami knows how strong it could be. And considering the way he had manipulated a Kumon to its advantage so skillfully, she somehow doubted Naruto's decision. But, seeing those eyes, that expression, he really does want this. Does this come from the need to be acknowledged, to prove himself to us, or is it this the battle instinct that he showed last night? It seems, he really does enjoy fighting, but I can't help but admire his confidence, his determination. His stubbornness, she thought while staring at him as he continued to gaze at the spot where the Kumon had been moments ago. Slowly her lips curled into a smirk. Well damn, we have to train him seriously now, I guess. He can't survive alone on just his instincts after all. Meanwhile, Chuki was staring at Naruto curiously, observing the blonde who was gazing up at the sky while Ayame was lost in her own thoughts as to how to cope up with this new problem. So, Vasio Oscuro, time for me to prove myself. I'll prove to everyone that I'm not a dead last, a loser, and I'm definitely passing the graduation exams this time. Most of all, I wouldn't let any hollow harm those precious to me, or my village. He mentally nodded to himself, this time things would be different. Oi Naruto. Turning his head, he noticed Chuki standing beside Ayame. He started walking towards them,
his lips curling down when he noticed Ayame staring at him with a frown on her face.
Oji-san. I think we should send Makoto-san to the hospital, he said while gazing at the Uchiha matriarch in his arms, strangely enjoying the warmth she was emanating. No need to do that, Naruto-kun. I'll take it from here. They turned their heads to see Hiruzen land in front of them in his battle gear. Gigi? What are you doing here? The whiskered blonde asked in surprise. He thought the Hokage would be busy, taking care of the situation. I'm just a shadow clone, Naruto-kun. The real one is coming with a squad of Anbu and several other Junins. The hollow this time caused quite a ruckus. You guys should hurry and leave. Leave Makoto-san here to me. I'll handle the rest. He spoke a bit urgently as Naruto nodded before quickly giving an unconscious Makoto to him. Please be safe, Makoto-san, he thought when he felt his forearm being grabbed. Turning back, he saw Tucci holding him while Ayame was holding Rangiku's wrist before the group vanished in a shunpo. Time skip. Konoha, Ichiraku's apartment, 5 minutes later. Naruto, are you insane? He looked at Ayame's face in confusion as she spoke through gritted teeth. Currently, they were in the drawing room with Naruto back in his body while Shiroi, Tucci and Rangiku were sitting on couches. What do you mean, Ayame-chan? He asked as her frown deepened while Tucci too held a serious expression on his face. Why were you thinking on accepting that Hollow's challenge? You do know that it has just been a day since you became a Shinigami, right? She hissed with narrowed eyes. Clearly she was unhappy about this whole thing. What are you trying to say? He asked with seriousness, seated on the opposite side of her. What I'm trying to say, Naruto, is that you forget about fighting that Hollow, she said, making his eyes widen. Why would you say that? He asked heatedly, making her glare back at him. Because it's for your own good. That Hollow is very strong. I could sense its Riryoku reserves and it was clearly holding back on us. We had the element of surprise and thus were able to catch it off guard. I wouldn't back down, he replied instantaneously in a monotone voice as he bore his stare into her brown orbs. Stopping acting like a child, Naruto, Ayame loudly exclaimed, standing suddenly as she glared at him while Shiroi looked at the two with concern. Rangiku too kept quiet but was surprised with Ayame's outburst. Ayame, calm down, Tucci said in a grim voice as he kept staring at the wall in front of him when she snapped. Tu-san, how can you expect me to calm down? You yourself know how strong that Hollow can become. It's already way above other normal Hollows and I can tell it's a Manos, minus, it's no longer an ordinary Hollow. You yourself saw the Jillian, lowest grade Hollow, rescue it through the negation. It only means one thing, that Vasio Oscuro is a special one, or else that Jillian wouldn't have come to aid him. And what's stopping us from predicting that the next time he shows himself, he's an Ajuka's intermediate grade Hollow, class Manos. Only captain level ones are capable of facing those, her voice getting lower at the end as the full effect of what could be the consequences settled on them. And you, Naruto-kun? She turned her head, his eyes widening as he saw the concern in her deep brown orbs. You have been a Shinigami for one day only. I really don't like saying this. But you can't handle that Zanpakuto properly. Besides, your Shinigami powers are only temporary. Even if you do manage to get proficient in the art of Zanjutsu, still that Zanpakuto would return to Rangiku-san eventually. What will you do then? She asked loudly at the end while Naruto stared at the floor, his posture unmoving as Matsumoto too waited for his answer. She too knew that it was hopeless for Naruto to face that Hollow. He just didn't have enough time to train himself as a Shinigami. Nor could he use Shikai or Bankai. And with that being said, he couldn't hope to face Vasio Oscuro at a later time, when most probably he would be much stronger. So you mean to say? Naruto began as he broke the silence before continuing. That I should just concentrate on my ninja career. That's the reason you guys are training me for the month, right? So that I can form stable chakra. And for that you guys are training me in controlling my Riryoku. You're training me in Kenjutsu, or Zanjutsu as you call it, to hone my reflexes and sharpen my skills in Taijutsu too, right? And me temporarily working as a Shinigami would gain me experience which would give me an edge when my shinobi career begins, isn't that right, Oji-san? Ayame, Matsumoto and Shiroi had their eyes widened in shock as they stared at the 12-year genius. He had deduced all that in one day. Naruto. Rangiku's thoughts trailed as she gazed at the boy in immense surprise, who right now was staring at Tucci with a dead serious expression on his face. Yes, was the only word the old chef mumbled as he looked to be deep in thought. Ayame though walked towards him before bending down to his level, putting her hands on his shoulders as she gazed softly at him. "We only want what's best for you, Naruto-kun," she spoke softly, offering him a loving smile as he stared at her. Standing up slowly, he walked over to a window, gazing at the children who were playing a game of tag. His eyes held sadness, pain as he stared at them, a look of determination overcoming those emotions in his oceanic blue eyes. "Naruto-kun," Shiroi mumbled sadly as she had watched his reflection on the window, not liking those haunted eyes. "If I'll lose my Shinigami powers, then so be it," he sighed before turning back to them, a blazing smirk on his face that sent chills down Rangiku, Shiroi and Ayame's spine. "Then I'll simply face Oscuro as a shinobi. I have a high amount of Riryoku, I'll use that to my advantage and will learn Kido. I'll become the first being to simultaneously use ninjutsu and Kido. If I can't slice it with a Zanpakuto, then I'll just beat it to a bloody pulp with my own fists. But I wouldn't let it harm anyone in my village. If I want to be the Hokage, I'll have to protect my village. Be it by being a shinobi or a shinigami. I don't care. These spiritual energy reserves of mine are both a curse as well as a gift. So don't you try pulling me out of this, cause I'm as stuck in my decision as a stick up a Hyuga's ass." He spoke loudly at the end with narrowed eyes. Pin-drop silence followed his little speech as everyone except Tucci gazed at him with WTF expressions on their faces, making him blush a bit in embarrassment as he found his eyebrows twitching. "And just forget about using Kikanshinki or that Kaiktu. Whatever that is, on me. Cause I ain't forgetting anything," he finished with a HMFF, as they continued to stare at him with an expression of total impossibility. What will you do if we refuse to train you, Naruto?" All eyes turned to Tucci, shock clearly evident in them. "Tu-san. How can you saw? Silence, Ayame," he exclaimed loudly as he continued to stare into Naruto's wide eyes. "How can you do this, Tucci-san?" Rangiku exclaimed with a frown as she glared at him. "I can and I will. Do remember that I'm the substitute Shinigami of Konoha, Rangiku-san. Naruto clearly isn't thinking with his head right now. Blind heroics will only get him killed," he spoke calmly while staring at the whiskered blonde whose eyes were narrowed at him. Rangiku's frown deepened at this as she turned to gaze at Naruto, her heart clenching as she noticed the brief flash of pain cross his eyes before they were clouded by anger. "Fine then. It wouldn't be the first time anyway. But do remember this, Oji-san, I still wouldn't chicken out of this. I will gain control of my Riryoku, and if Oscuro ever threatens Konoha, I wouldn't just stand like an idiot. And besides, now that I do know how Riryoku feels, I can manipulate it in my human form too." He spoke with fiercely when everybody's eyebrows except Tucci's lift in surprise. "Oh, you can? Why not show us this glimpse of your Riryoku as you stand here in your body?" he asked with a hidden smirk behind his folded hands. "I'm not an idiot, old man," Naruto muttered with a frown as he closed his eyes while Ayame, Shiroi and Matsumoto watched him intently. Tucci's smirk widened when he felt the familiar abrupt increase in Naruto's Ryotsu, while the other three's eyes widened upon noticing minute sparks of electricity crackle around his body. Shiroi immediately found herself gasping for air when Ayame moved in front of her and increased her own Ryotsu, making her take a deep breath in relief. "Is that lightning?" Both Rangiku and Ayame thought in surprise as they saw the purple-bluish glow reflecting off his form due to the current sparks. "See? I can increase my spiritual pressure at will," he said with a smirk, gradually decreasing the output when a look of confusion replaced that upon noticing the wide-eyed expressions of Rangiku, Shiroi and Ayame. "What, Naruto, is that lightning?" Matsumoto stuttered as she pointed her index finger at him. He looked down as a look of realization dawned on his face. "Oh, this has happened to me in the past too," he spoke, making Tucci's eyes widen. "What do you mean it has happened before?" "Well, I don't know how to explain, but whenever I got super angry or something, this lightning would come out. And that night of the Uchiha massacre, you wouldn't believe how much lightning had come of my body to hit Itachi. That was the main reason I was able to save Mikoto-san," he said, his hand going over his chest as if he was remembering something while Tucci just sighed. "All right. Relax everyone, I was just kidding. Of course I'm gonna train Naruto. He spoke with a chuckle, making Ayame and Shiroi sigh in relief. Of course I knew you were acting, Tucci-san. Did you really think you could fool me? Rangiku spoke cheerfully as she nodded to herself. You were the one who had the most animated response, Rangiku-san. Naruto deadpanned, making her blush in embarrassment as others chuckled at the two. That was so mean, Naruto-kun. I was only defending you, she said childishly, giving him a cute pout, making him blush a bit. Yeah, come to think of it. She has been doing nothing but encouraging me since yesterday, he thought before giving her his rare true smile. Thanks, Rangiku-san, he muttered in a low tone while Matsumoto was caught off guard as she found herself unable to avert her gaze from him, a blush dusting her cheeks. That smile. Her heart strangely skipped a bit at that when she finally averted her gaze. Naruto though was oblivious to her thoughts as he turned to Tucci while Ayame looked at the exchange with a light frown. Does Naruto-kun like her? She thought, biting her lower lip. Oji-san, I'm sure you're up to something. I know you have some plan, so spill it, Naruto said while pointing at the old chef. Well, it's simple, Naruto, you see. Besides the powers Rangiku-san gave to you, you have your own Shinigami powers. His eyes widened upon hearing that. Of all the things, he definitely hadn't expected Tucci to say that. I have my own powers? He asked hesitantly, not sure of what the old man was saying. Yeah, the fact that your Ryotsu produces lightning element is definitely not one of my abilities. It comes from your own soul. Matsumoto spoke to him, suddenly serious, making him nod enthusiastically. So I can have my own Zanpakuto then? He said hopefully, making them nod. Yeah. He pumped his fist in the air, an ecstatic expression on his face. I'm awesome. I'm so gonna rub Oscuro's face in the mud. Tucci sighed while the three females giggled at his antics. Kid, you're jumping the gun. It's not that simple. First we'll have to wait for Rangiku-san's powers to return to her and only then we can explore your own powers, he verbalized, making Naruto nod. In the meantime, during the month, we're gonna train you into the ground, and it will be like this. Ayame will teach you Zanjutsu and Kido while Rangiku-san will mainly aid you in what shinobi call taijutsu. Also, he stopped abruptly when a black butterfly flew in through the window to land on his finger. That's a Jigokucho, the blonde lieutenant thought in surprise. Rangiku-san, Hokage Dono is calling for you. It seems he wants to instate you as a shinobi of the leaf, he spoke, making Naruto and Matsumoto look at him in surprise. Me? Her? They both exclaimed, making Tucci nod before he answered. Since you'll be staying here for quite some time, Rangiku-san, it would be better if you become a shinobi. Besides, the special Gigai I gave you allows you to move at amazing speeds. So you'll be quite formidable in taijutsu. Besides, you can use Kido and state it as another branch of ninjutsu. So most probably you'll become a Junin. I know the action and thrill of being a shinobi would be inviting to say the least. Ooh. I really do want to try this shinobi thing, she spoke before clasping her hands in excitement. Naruto, show the way, Tucci exclaimed with a devious grin. What? Why me? He whined when he found Rangiku's arm slung over his shoulder. Oh come on, Naruto-kun. Can't you show this poor lady where to go? She asked sensually, batting her eyelashes cutely, making him blush furiously. Her noticeable bust was pressed against his arm while he could see her cleavage. Which straight guy could resist this? Why me? He thought while inwardly crying anime tears. Fine then, he suddenly exclaimed with a frown as he started walking towards the door, pulling himself out of her grip while she followed him with a bright smile on her face. Those two are really something, Tucci muttered to himself with a sigh while Ayame had a saddened expression on her face as she had her own set of thoughts lingering in her troubled mind. Konoha. Outside Ichiraku's apartment. What took you so long? Naruto exclaimed with an angry expression, not that he was actually, but he couldn't help but feel strangely hot under the collar whenever she was, close to him. Why are you always angry with me? She asked while faking a sad expression on her face. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw her sad. Ah, but I'm not angry with you, he exclaimed frantically, waving his arms in defense. You're lying, she exclaimed with a down look on her face. I don't like that look on her beautiful face. Wait, beautiful? He thought in surprise, outwardly shaking his head to get rid of confusing thoughts. No, I'm not lying, This time he said calmly while Matsumoto could notice passerbys giving him cold looks while some neighbor shopkeepers were directly glaring at him making her frown. On the other hand, she was getting looks of confusion along with lecherous stares. Yeah, this was something she was used to. It's just, he started making her look at him before he continued, so much has happened since yesterday, and I'm still coming to terms with this. It's not like things were easy for me before, you know. I just want some time. She smiled softly at him before bending down while he gazed at his feet. I understand, Naruto. It must be tough for you. He snapped his head up upon noticing the complete change in her tone. It was sweet, melodic, comfortable to his ears and troubled mind. His heart almost came to a stop upon seeing her beautiful face up so close while she put her hands on his shoulders, her blue eyes soft as she smiled at him sweetly. And I admire your confidence, determination and the way you have handled things so far. I believe that you can do it. So cheer up, she exclaimed cheerfully, grinning at him as she squeezed his shoulders while people around them in the streets were giving her shocked looks. What was she doing interacting with him? Didn't she know? They began to murmur amongst each other while Matsumoto and Naruto remained oblivious to the surroundings around them. Naruto, however, was touched. Deeply touched that she believed in him, that she was comforting him. She admired him, she was smiling at him, and so he couldn't help but grin foxily at her while her cheeks flushed as she gazed at his features. Thanks, Rangiku-chan, he exclaimed with his heart leaping with joy while she blushed furiously. And probably for the first time in her life, he was totally alright, and ready to fight. Rangiku-chan? She thought in surprise before slowly a warm smile crept up her face, and strangely, she was feeling all warm and fuzzy inside. Yosh. Let's go, she chirped before standing up. Just as they were about to jump, Rangiku felt a hand on her shoulder and she immediately knew what was going on. Hey miss, why are you talking with this thing? Don't you know him? She turned around to notice a man, having a lecherous grin on his face while behind him were several others. All of their eyes glued to her cleavage making her sigh. Probably a gang or something, she thought before giving the man an innocent smile, making him grin wider as he squeezed her shoulder. Naruto though was getting angry. What was their problem anyway? First they hate him for no apparent reason, and then they prevent anyone else from talking to him. And seeing that perverted grin on that man's face, he knew they were up to no good. Oh, but I find him very cute, kind, funny and sweet young man. I don't see what's wrong with him, she said, smiling at them innocently while Naruto's cheeks turned into a bright shade of red. The man in front of her though scowled, still haven't left her shoulder while the others behind him growled. They started to move towards Naruto when the one holding Rangiku signaled them to stop, so apparently he was the leader. Hey, what are you doing? The whiskered blonde said in a hushed voice as he nudged her in the ribs lightly. You said something, you trash. The leader growled as he turned his head towards Naruto while Matsumoto gently pried his hand away from her shoulder, still smiling at him. Naruto though only narrowed his cold eyes. It would be a cold day in hell before he would be scared of some perverted idiots. You shouldn't associate yourself with such demons, miss. You should join us, we could give you a much better company, he verbalized with a suggestive smile while Rangiku could feel herself boiling with anger, still a forced smile on her face. I'm not a demon. Naruto growled as he glared at them while clenching his fists when he felt Matsumoto's hand on his shoulder making him look at her in confusion. Thanks for the offer, but I'll pass. Besides, Naruto-kun is much better in bed than any of you will ever be, she again spoke cheerfully. Jaws dropped, eyes bulged, those who had heard her held comical stunned expressions on their faces. A mysterious gust swept by as Naruto stared at her open-mouthed, his face a classical tomato shade of red. Please. Okami, please. Please say that she didn't just say what I think I heard her say, the blonde thought when he heard the leader suddenly erupt into full-blown laughter. Ahahahahaha. And nice one. Really, ahahahaha, you must be joking. Him? Come on, he's just an idiot who see. Wham. Thud. Everybody stared in yet another moment of shock. That pretty woman had just delivered a jaw-breaking uppercut to the apparent leader, and he had went flying with his broken teeth flying in different directions making everyone else cringe. Naruto though stared at the unconscious man in shock, his jaw was probably dislocated now. Does anyone else has something to say? Matsumoto asked with a pissed-off expression on her face as she leaked out her ryotsu. The rest of the gang and other people cowered under the pressure they were feeling as they just shook their heads. Good, she said cheerfully, her demeanor taking a 180 turn before she turned to Naruto. Let's go, Naruto-kun, she spoke with a smile before taking the shocked blonde's hand. Giving one last glare to the cowering thugs behind her, they jumped towards the roof. Konoha. Rooftops. You didn't have to do that, you know, he spoke as they began to jump through the rooftops towards the Hokage's tower. Yeah, right, and let them insult you, she spoke while rolling her eyes as his lips curled up in a light smile. But why do you care? It's been only a day since we've met after all, he muttered as the cool breeze rubbed their forms. Not all people all like those villagers, Naruto-kun. There are those who care for you, always remember that, she uttered with a smile while he nodded. Arigato, Rangiku-chan. I'm really glad I met you, he verbalized with a warm smile while she couldn't help but blush at hearing him call her with such closeness. Here we are. Both of them landed in front of the tower as he pointed her towards the entrance. She gazed at the building when he spoke. All right. You know where's my apartment, right? I have somewhere to go, so see you later, Rangiku-chan, he said with a mock salute, a grin on his face which soon vanished when he noticed her eyes shining with mischief. He began to take several steps backward, a forced smile on his face while she smirked at him. I think you deserve a reward, Naruto-kun, she spoke seductively, swaying her hips deliberately as she stalked him like a prey. Gotta run, he exclaimed with a blush before turning around. To find her? There. She trailed after grabbing his shoulders before bending down to kiss him on the cheeks. Naruto's whole world froze as he stood there, touching his cheeks as warmness flushed his entire system. She giggled at his awestruck expression before ruffling his blonde locks affectionately. See you later, Naruto-kun. Rangiku waved in front of his face as she started to walk towards the entrance while slowly a smile grazed Naruto's face. Later, Rangiku-chan, he whispered softly as he stared at her retreating form. She's definitely different than anyone I've ever seen. In just one day, I feel so close to her, it's like we've known each other for a long time. I can't help but feel we're so alike. She's what they call an adult, so strong and a vice-captain of Soul Society, yet she still remains so jovial, carefree, and sometimes acts just like me, he pondered while the smile just refused to leave his face. Yesterday, he was irritated by her snide remarks, now he seemed to enjoy her company. Unknown to him though, Matsumoto too was having similar thoughts. Now let's see. A finger under his chin as he adopted a concentrated expression on his face. Oh right. I should check up on Mikoto-san, he exclaimed before taking off towards the hospital. Konoha's General Hospital. 15 minutes later, after transforming himself into a random civilian, Naruto had asked the receptionist of the room in which Mikoto was admitted earlier that day. Thank Kami that I can at least do the transformation technique, he thought with a sigh as he walked through the corridors, searching for her room. Let's see, it should be around the next corner, he muttered to himself, hanged into a middle-aged man as he turned around the corner to stop suddenly. Is that Sasuke Teme? He thought, seeing the Uchiha enter the ward where Mikoto was currently in. Reaching the door, he stood outside while he could hear their voices due to his sharpened senses. What happened, Ka-san? He was Sasuke all right. Naruto could define that irritating monotone voice anywhere. What was wrong with that idiot? The least he could do was show some emotion, some concern for his mother. I'm fine, Sasuke-kun. It was just a small attack, he smiled upon hearing that voice. That was Mikoto-san, that sweet, melodic and cheerful voice. If it was just a small attack, how come you're here in the hospital? You're a Junin while they say that you were found unconscious by Hokage-sama. Naruto heard Sasuke say in a cold voice, making him clench his fists in anger at his stuck-up behavior. Being a Junin doesn't mean that you can take on anybody, Sasuke-kun, she replied calmly while Naruto could sense a tinge of sadness in her voice. Stop making excuses, Ka-san. You're weak, just like Itachi said. You yourself said that it was a small attack, probably a thug or a thief, and yet you are here in the hospital. Admit it, Ka-san, you're weak. Just forget it. I'm going to train. It seems you only want to spend your remaining life crying over that night instead of helping me in killing that traitor. Naruto could feel himself losing it, He could feel his ryotsu leaking out if the uncomfortable faces of the other people around him was any indication. That bastard, he thought with gritted teeth as he stood on the right side of the door, his back on the wall when the door opened. He felt this primal urge to just kill this nuisance of a human being once and for all as Sasuke walked in the opposite direction with a scowl on his face. Alright Naruto, just calm down. Take deep breaths. Yeah, just like that, he calmed himself, taking deep breaths to calm himself before he nodded. Putting on a smile, he pushed himself off the wall before entering the room through the open door. The sight that greeted him immediately wiped the fake smile off his face. There she was, her palms on her face as she quietly sobbed to herself. His heart constricted painfully as he noticed tears streaming down her chin. Ever since that night, when Naruto had taken the hit meant for her, saving her in the process. Obviously, things had went downhill for the two Uchihas. Sasuke had gone cold and reserved, just like Itachi, while Makoto herself tried to pull herself out of those painful memories. All her relatives, her husband, murdered in one night, had put a deep scar on her heart. Sasuke was the only one left to her, and seeing the way he just behaved must be painful for the Uchiha matriarch. Not so surprisingly, Naruto and her had created a deep bond between themselves. Seeing that Sasuke was being a jerk, he had taken matter into his hands and often went to meet her in secret. With that explaining his usual sudden disappearances from the academy. They both enjoyed each other's komapanies, laughing in each other's presence. Naruto didn't know what kind of bond or relationship he shared with her, if it was a mother-son one or just friendship. But he sure as hell wasn't going to abandon her in these times of turmoil. She was very precious to him and often comforted him whenever he was feeling down. Turning back, he quietly closed the door, locking it before releasing the hinge as he sighed to himself. Makoto-san, he muttered in a low tone when she snapped her head up. Her eyes widened while her tears went flying. Who? She exclaimed while wiping her eyes, clearing her blurry vision due to the tears. Naruto-kun? She spoke in surprise while frantically wiping her remaining tears as the blonde walked towards her. When did you? She trailed when he had suddenly hugged her, surprising her as he had his arms around her neck. It's all right Makoto-san. I know what you're going through, he whispered softly in her ear when more tears brimmed at the corner of her eyes. He began to gently rub her back as she burst into sobs, clutching onto his form tightly. Naruto could feel the warm liquid staining his jumpsuit as she cried on his shoulders. Moisture itself gathered in his cerulean blue eyes as he tightened his hold on her. No one was there to comfort me when I needed it, but I wouldn't let you go through the same Makoto-san. I know how it feels, he pondered as she continued to sob, her cries of anguish and emotional torment being muffled by the fabric. After several minutes, she calmed down slowly as both of them were lost in their own thoughts, reveling in each other's warmth. Are you okay Makoto-san? He asked a bit hesitantly, feeling that the hug was getting longer than it should be. Hi Naruto-kun, she mumbled as he slowly leaned back, both of them feeling odd at the loss of comforting warmth. I'm feeling much better now Naruto-kun, she spoke with a heart-melting smile making Naruto blush a bit as he grinned back. So, how are you Makoto-san? He asked when her smile brightened at his question while he couldn't help but frown mentally. And that jerk should have asked her this rather than calling her weak. I'm fine, thank you Naruto-kun, she smiled sweetly at him. Makoto still couldn't believe how mature the boy, young man in front of her was. So many times he had comforted her, aided her. He was such a nice soul. Whenever talking to him, she felt as if her equal adult was in front of her. He was so much opposite of Sasuke, so bright, so kind, considerate of others' feelings. And cute too. I wonder how he would look when he grows old, she thought with a light blush, when suddenly her eyes widened as a flashback invaded her mind. That face. She thought in alarm upon remembering that face. Blonde hair, those electric blue eyes, whisker marks. No way. Naruto-kun. The one who saved me. Was it you? She stuttered with wide eyes when Naruto somewhat stiffened at her question. No, I was in the academy remember? He said while laughing nervously, rubbing the back of his head while she narrowed her eyes. I think he's hiding something. And surely I wasn't seeing things, even if Hokage-sama told me. My Sharingan couldn't just fool me like that. Who else has whisker marks? and with the combination of blonde hair and blue eyes. She mused when Naruto decided to change the subject. Makoto-san, when will you get out of here? I don't want to come here every day to meet you, he said with his nose crinkled up. Oh, those awful smell of medicines. She just giggled at his face. You couldn't help but adore this boy. I'll be released today, Naruto-kun, she spoke gently, making him sigh in relief. Hey, guess what? I've found a way to solve my chakra problem, he exclaimed with glee while her eyes shined with excitement. Really? How did you do that? Her eyes holding curiosity and mirth when the blonde smirked as he motioned her to come closer. It's a secret, he whispered in her ear with a grin, making her pout as he started laughing at her. From a third person's view, really it looked like as if the two were best friends. Sometimes Naruto would climb to her level and act maturely, while sometimes she would stoop to his level and act childishly. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Makoto spoke with a warm smile as she ruffled his hair, affectionately making his heart skip a beat at seeing that smile. No problem, Makoto-san, and I'll definitely pass the academy graduation exams this time, she nodded with a smile.
Good luck, Naruto-kun, she exclaimed before leaning forward and kissing him on the cheek, making the whiskered blonde blush.
Wow, 2 kisses in a day. I'm lucky. Damn you, old man. I'll get you for this someday. A raspy voice broke the silence in the empty apartment as Naruto tiredly opened the front door with a click. Dragging his feet to the living room, he flipped off his shinobi sandals carelessly before switching the lights on. His eyelids were heavy while his shoulders were slumped down when a growl echoed throughout the apartment, making him sigh. I'm hungry. Damn you, Ayame-chan, he muttered while clutching his stomach before walking towards the kitchen as he started preparing instant ramen, all the while mumbling random curses to the Ichiraku family. I shouldn't have gone there in the first place. It was my first day, at least they could have gone easy on me. My whole body hurts, he groaned as he held his lower back. Earlier, after meeting Makoto in the hospital, Naruto had gone back to the Ichirakus to have a bowl of ramen when they had dragged him to the underground training ground. He shuddered upon remembering that gleam in the old man's eyes when he had declared that his official training had begun. Oh, the horror! The blonde mentally whined as he waited for the ramen to get boiled, his least favorite part. They had begun with the simple training methods. Push-ups, crutches, running laps around the area's perimeter. Considering his stamina, it would have been easier for the whiskered blonde. But his Ayame-chan. Oh, so sweet Ayame-chan. She had oh so gently wrapped those weight belts around his wrists and legs. They were basic training equipment, mind you, but still really heavy, and add to the fact that Tucci had pushed him to the point where he could practically hear his muscles crying in agony, all the while cursing him, you shithead. After an almost inaudible vow of itadakimasu, he began to wolf down his ramen while thinking of ways to get back at the tortoise duo. Ah! Nothing better than a stomach full of ramen, he exclaimed while patting his stomach when suddenly his door was knocked quite roughly, startling him. He was immediately on guard now. Damn it, I'm extremely exhausted now. I don't think I can handle any drunk idiot. Should I just leave? He thought while slowly taking backward steps towards the window behind him when again the door was knocked harshly. Naruto. Oh, open the door. It's cold. A drunk female voice pierced the silence, making Naruto's eyes widen. Rangiku-san. He thought before hurriedly scurrying towards the door, the kunai still in his hands just in case it was some sort of trick. Opening the door cautiously, he ignored the cold breeze for the sight in front of him. Woo-ah! She exclaimed as Naruto watched her hand pass through thin air, where the door was supposed to be. His eyes widened as she began to fall towards him, being unbalanced because of her. Well, clearly she was drunk. Rang MPHH, his voice became muffled due to thud. Her falling on him. Hee. Sorry, Naruto-kun. She spoke while giggling, unaware of the blonde's condition beneath her. Slowly lifting herself up, she heard a vocal sharp intake of breath. Gazing down, she noticed Naruto panting, his face flushed as he stared at her with widened eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, why? Did my S suffocate you? She spoke sluggishly with a teary-eyed pout, making his heart skip a beat. Her blonde locks were sprawled on his face while he stared into her hazy sky-blue eyes. No, I'm fine, he spoke after averting his gaze when she began to caress his whiskered cheeks, making him blush a bright shade of red as he turned his head to stare at her in surprise. Are you blushing? She spoke with a smile, making him sputter incoherent words as he tried to get up, but it seemed Matsumoto seemed content laying on top of him. Rangiku-san, we have to get up. You're gonna make the apartment cold, he verbalized while trying to gently push her by grabbing her shoulders. He grunted in exhaustion as his muscles were already at their limit. As long as we are hot, it wouldn't matter, she spoke huskily while Naruto could feel his pants getting tighter. Damn it, he mentally sighed when an idea popped in his mind. Putting his hands in his pants pockets, he took out a black glove with a white skull before pressing it to his body. There, let's get you up, his voice now baritone. Matsumoto's cheeks turned red when she found herself being lifted gently by Naruto's spiritual form. Slinging her arm over his shoulder, he walked her to the living room before making her sit on the couch when she again giggled. Walking back, he reached the open door to find several bulky bags laying on the floor. What has she been doing anyway? The blonde thought before entering his body. Picking up the bags, he closed the door before carrying those heavy bags to the living room, all the while ignoring his screaming muscles. You! He grunted, releasing those bags before turning to glare menacingly at Rangiku, who was currently staring at him with a smile. What's the meaning of this? He asked heatedly with narrowed eyes. Why did you go back in your body so soon? You look so hoot in that, she pouted, making him blush. Shaking his head, Naruto walked towards her. Rangiku-san, I'm serious. At this time, you were there out, drunk, and alone. I thought you were at Oji-san's apartment. Do you know what could have happened out there? She adopted a thinking pose with her index finger under her chin. One guy did try to rape me, she exclaimed with a grin like it didn't affect her in any way while Naruto's eyes widened at hearing that. Shit. Then. Are you alright? He asked with concern reflecting in his oceanic blue eyes, making her heart flutter, which she just ignored in her drunken state. Of course. I just punched that gooey and then, he didn't get up. I shouldn't have hit him so hard, she again pouted, making him sigh as he chuckled to himself. No longer having the strength to stand, he just sat down cross-legged on the carpet, making her raise an eyebrow. Rubbing his right eye, he stared absent-mindedly through the window as Matsumoto too became uncharacteristically quiet. So, what's in those bags? He asked, too tired to check them himself. Oh, our food supply, she chirped while doing animated gestures, making Naruto raise his eyebrows. Food supply? He asked with curiosity when she giggled before hiccuping, making him chuckle. You can't live on ramen, Naruto-kun. You have to eat vegetables too. The green ones. His eyes widened as she smiled at him through half-lidded eyes. She did that for him? Why, you don't need to do that. I can live on ramen easily, and it contains vegetables too. And besides, you don't need to spend your money on me, he spoke as a frown appeared on her drunk expression. And where did you get the money from anyway? Oh, the old pervert gave it to me, she replied before speaking again quickly. And you have to eat those vegetables. It's for you that I bought so much. I mostly remain on the diet, she stated in between her hiccups as warmth flushed Naruto's body. She had used her money to buy something for him. It had been only 1 day since he had met her, and still she does something like he's close to her. He had to survive on ramen, considering the shopkeepers would sell him vegetables and fruits at extremely high prices. Thanks, Rangiku-chan, he spoke in a low tone, giving her a true warm smile as a pink hue covered her cheeks. She nodded with a smile when he asked her, have you eaten something? Nope, I'm hungry, Naruto sighed as she pouted like a child. Standing up lazily, he started walking towards the kitchen. No more sake for you from now on, Rangiku-chan. TIMESKIP. 15 days later, Konoha, Ichiraku's apartment. And no more. I can't push any further, Ayame-chan. Come on, Naruto-kun, harder, come on, push. Push harder. We have been doing this for an hour now. I see can't go on. Any further. No. You can do it. Try harder. That's my tiger, come on. Go deeper. And no more. Thud. Here we find in the underground training area, Ayame and Naruto doing, actually. Hey Shiroi-san, if you had closed your eyes and just listened, then you would have thought that they were having, Rangiku, who along with Shiroi were sitting far away, spoke, making her blush. Rangiku-san,
Shiroi exclaimed with a blush, making the blonde lieutenant, who was right now eating popcorn, look at her innocently. Away from them were both Ayame and Naruto, the latter right now laying flat on the ground as he panted to regain his breath. Alright, now that's 3 sets of push-ups today. From tomorrow, we're gonna make it 4, she spoke while signifying 4 with her fingers, making Naruto groan. He didn't even have the strength to argue with her. Slave driver, he mentally thought as slowly his breathing returned to normal. Stand up, Naruto, now that we're done with the warm-up. Let's do the Zanjutsu part nay, she said with an innocent smile. What? I just finished doing 300 push-ups not minutes ago, he exclaimed, miraculously having the energy to jump comically and yell at her. Stop whining. Just use the Goken Tekko, Soul Apprehension Gauntlet, and get out of your body, she stated while taking out her own Zanpakuto, making his eyes widen. Hey, at least give me some few minutes, my shoulders are numb here, he exclaimed while waving his hands frantically as she took her stance. 10 seconds is all you've got to get ready, Ayame verbalized with a serious expression on his face as Naruto took several steps back, his arms slumped at his sides when he turned his head. Rangiku-chan, help me. Best of luck, Naruto-kun. I know you can do it. His eyebrows twitched as she waved at him with a grin. The hell I can do it, Datbeo. You've 5 seconds, Naruto. And check your clock, damn it. He pointed with an accusing finger at Ayame. 3. Alright, I'm doing it. 2. Where is it? I can't find it. 1. Oh my god, I left it back at the apartment. Zir, really? Ayame asked while tilting her head. Of course not, I'm outta here. Her eyebrows twitched as Naruto yelled over his shoulder while running away from her. Get back here, she yelled before shunpoing to appear in front of him, making him skid to a halt. Sheesh, alright, I'm doing it, he grumbled before taking out the glove before pressing it to his chest. Yosh, he exclaimed in his adult Shinigami form before taking out Hinata, his body laying behind him. Not uttering another word, she dashed towards him before going for a slash at blurred speeds with dust inducing behind her. His eyes focused, he blocked her strike with his Zanpakuto, the sonorous sound of metal clashing reverberating throughout the arena as Naruto struggled under the force she was putting. Ayame smirked as she saw his shoulders trembling under the pressure, which were already exhausted due to the earlier workout. Sparks flew around the clashed swords as the blonde gritted his teeth, now on his knees. Damn it, he exclaimed, his one eye closed as Ayame continued to increase the pressure. Letting go, he vanished in a blur just at the last second before her Zanpakuto sliced thin air. Oh, your execution of Shunpo has improved, Ayame spoke as several meters away from her was a crouched Naruto who was panting with beads of sweat dripping down the side of his face. Hinata was stabbed into the dirt, supporting both of his shoulders by putting his hands on the tip of the hilt. Ayame-chan, I really can't go on any further. My muscles are burning, I'm at my limit. This is too much. He spoke while panting when he rolled sideways quickly, leaving Hinata with Ayame's Zanpakuto passing through thin air, where his neck was a minute ago. That's the point of your training, you have to exceed your limitations, both physically and mentally, she uttered while pointing her Zanpakuto at him with Hinata besides her, stabbed into the ground. Slowly standing up shakily, Ayame smirked when she felt him raising his Reiatsu. She then again dashed towards him, holding back some of her speed, but was taken for the loop when Naruto too bolted towards her at amazing speeds, considering his exhaustion. What is he planning? She thought, surprised that he would attack head-on without any Zanpakuto in hand. Rearing her weapon, she went for a thrust at the side of his midsection as Naruto drew closer. What the? She thought in surprise when the blonde had blurred out of her vision just when her Zanpakuto was inches away. Through the corner of her eyes, she noticed him shunpoing towards Hinata as a small smirk played across her lips. Grabbing the hilt, the blonde pulled it roughly. His shoulder muscles screaming in protest as Hinata was lifted from the dirt. His oceanic orbs though zoomed out in reflex when Ayame appeared in a blur in front of him with the cold metal of her Zanpakuto approaching his arm. Show, thrust, he exclaimed with his palm pointed at her, making her skid back with impressive force. She snapped her head up, staring at his panting form in surprise. He was able to pull that off. I didn't expect him to master the art of incantation abandonment to this degree in Kido, even though he can only do this in only the first Hado spell, she thought with her expression changing from surprise to acceptance. Wow, that was good, nay Rangiku-san. Shiroi spoke with a smile as Matsumoto nodded besides her enthusiastically. Yep, I knew, he had talent, she said while eating dango now making the silver-haired plus sweat drop. So, you wanna play in Kido huh? Ayame verbalized with a devilish smirk making Naruto sweat bullets in nervousness. Ahehei. Well, let's just stick to Zanjutsu ne? He offered with a warm smile while scratching the back of his head. Hado no Sanjuni. Okasen Way of Destruction 32, Yellow Fire Flash. Damn you. Her Zanpakuto held horizontally, a yellow orb formed in front of the katana before it widened along the length of the metal. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw the yellow energy glowing brighter with each passing second before it fired off a yellow blast of energy in the form of a wide horizontal arc at him. Seeing the destructive attack approach him at lightning speeds, he spurted in the opposite direction as the attack chased him with Ayame in tow. Using several flash steps, he darted towards a large tree before running up its trunk using his momentum. Using the wooden bark as a springboard, he jumped backwards higher into the air just in time to avoid the energy blast which had completely decimated the tree. Ayame watched in amusement as the blonde tossed Hinata higher into the air, himself being in midair. Hado no Shi. Byakurai. Way of Destruction 4. White lightning. Her eyes widened in immense surprise when he pointed the index finger of his left hand in her direction to fire a concentrated white lightning bolt. Seeing his attack bolt towards her, he whispered. Bakudo no Yan. Heinawa Way of Binding 4. Crawling rope before a rope of yellow spiritual energy extended from his right hand to wrap around Hinata's hilt which currently was sailing above him in midair. Gazing down, he was not so surprised to see Ayame use Seiki Repulsion Bakudo to block the beam of white lightning. Take this, he exclaimed while pulling the yellow rope with all his strength, making Hinata sail towards Ayame at thundering speeds before he released the rope. Using the crawling rope Bakudo to pull his Zanpakuto instead of its common use of binding, he sure is tweaky, Matsumoto thought with a smirk as she saw Hinata descend towards Ayame. Having just blocked his previous attack using Seiki, Ayame barely had time to use another Kido as she flash-stepped just in time to avoid the sharp projectile. Oh come on, Naruto exclaimed in a raspy voice as he landed on his unstable feet, panting heavily in exhaustion before falling backwards TLA on the ground. I didn't taught you any Bakudo spell, then I suppose Rangiku-san was the one. Opening his eyes, he saw Ayame's amused face. Yeah, Rangiku-chan taught me that, a real handy one, he muttered while wiping the sweat off his forehead. Bending down, Ayame placed her hands over his body as she started to heal him. Naruto though realized something as he noticed her healing his body. Hey Ayame-chan, I wanted to ask this before but when you heal me. I also feel my Reiatsu getting replenished besides healing my wounds of course. Why is that? He asked with a confused expression. Well that's because in healing Kido, the user first replenishes the patient's Reiatsu and then using his own Reiatsu in combination with the user's one, his body is healed, Matsumoto spoke as he turned his head to see her and Shiroi walking towards them. You did great today Naruto-kun. The silver-haired plus exclaimed with a smile as Naruto turned his eyes towards her, a sad expression coating his face as he gazed at her. Shiroi-chan, he muttered quietly before smiling weakly at her while Ayame healed. Yeah, tonight we perform the soul burial. It's her last day in the living world, Ayame thought with her lips curled down. All of their eyes though suddenly widened when they heard the similar sounds of the Darenshinki. Another hollow huh. The last one appeared the day before yesterday. The rate of their occurrences has been increasing constantly, Rangiku said seriously with Shiroi nodding with her. Otu-san's currently busy with something else, Ayame thought as she continued to heal Naruto. Ayame-chan, are you done? Naruto asked as he tried to get up while Ayame withdrew the green Raryoku. You're not completely healed but this should be enough. We gotta hurry, she uttered before placing the hood over the head with Naruto doing the same as he slowly stood up. Alright, I'm gonna head to the location and make sure civilians are safe, Matsumoto said as she sped off towards the exit with Ayame vanishing in a flash step. I'll see you later Shiroi-chan, he muttered with a weak smile, making her smile back at him warmly before the blonde followed Ayame. Konoha. Kokura District. Damn it, not again. We were attacked just 2 days ago. Hey, you inform any Chunin or higher-ranking shinobi you find that there's another hollow attack here. A Junin yelled, commanding a Chunin who too happened to be near the area. Both of them were standing on a roof as they watched a huge hollow, its head reaching the roofs. Its body shape resembled like that of a tiger with a large white mask, covering most of its face, the skin being violet in color with black stripes. Right now, it had just entered through a garganta and was standing on all fours with its tail swishing madly behind it. Hi! The Chunin exclaimed before shining out of the area, the civilians now panicking as they rushed to find shelters from something invisible, something they had been encountering at increased rates for the past half a month, something they couldn't see, but could feel its evil presence, the suffocating pressure in the air. I can only see the outline just like before. I still really don't have any idea of how those 2 mercenaries that Hokage-sama hired could see these creatures, and dispose off creatures like these, whose size rivals that of boss summons, the Junin thought as he watched a building being destroyed, gritting his teeth as he waited for the 2 mercenaries to do their job. Well, it's not like I can see those 2 clearly too. But this hollow summoning contract is something that any shinobi would be lucky to have, he muttered to himself before his eyes suddenly widened as he saw a small boy sitting in the middle of the streets, crying in fear while he could see the hollow slither in that direction with random civilians running away from the rumble being caused by each step it took. Please. Help. Shit. He dashed at full velocity, diving forwards as he took the sobbing boy in his arms, dodging the large foot by mere inches. Rawr! The hollow howled, its anguish screams further mortifying the civilians as they sprinted in the opposite direction. Hey, you alright kid? The Junin asked as the boy kept sobbing in terror and fear, just shaking his head. Damn, what's taking those 2 so long? He thought in frustration as the hollow continued to slither through the streets, as if searching something. Alright you guys, make sure the civilians are safe and wait for those mercenaries. A silver-haired Junin ordered, a group of Chunins behind him who nodded before surrounding the perimeter in which the hollow was moving. So, it's moving like an animal this time, unlike the last one which was comparatively smaller in size, and resembled more of a human, the silver-haired Junin thought as he gazed at the moving hollow which was visible comparatively clearer to him than other Junins and Chunins. Kakashi-senpai, should we attack? The least we can do is at least hold the hollow down before they arrive. The same Junin from before spoke frantically after appearing besides the crouched figure of one Hitaki Kakashi. No, we can't. Hokage-sama has clearly specified that we are not to engage these creatures. Seeing as most of our military force can't see hollows clearly enough, he doesn't want any of us to lose our lives in vain. Also, he has stated to keep our chakra levels low as it attracts these creatures more, so attacking them means raising our chakra output. There's a reason he's hired those mercenaries. They are hollow hunters and it's their speciality, seeing as they too see to know the same invisibility technique. He spoke in a stern voice, now following the hollow's movements. Still, I've never heard of any hollow summoning contract. But Hokage-sama did said that Orochimaru had gotten this contract recently. It is possible that he would attack Konoha like this. Could it be that he's planning something big? It's clear that he wants to destroy Konoha, the copy ninja thought as they jumped through the roofs, the Chunins evacuating the streets as they waited for the hired ones to do their job. Still, he muttered before lifting his headband, revealing the famed Sharingan. This is one thing I still don't get it. Not feeling any chakra from the hollows is one thing, but not being able to see their chakra networks even with the Sharingan or Byakugan is another thing. This really has to be some sort of extremely high-level jutsu to even hide their chakra systems from the dojutsus. All of them though suddenly stopped in their tracks. The hollow too had suddenly halted to stand still in between the streets. Shinigami, it exclaimed in a demonic voice while the other Chunins and Junins present there could only hear hazy sounds coming from the creature. Looks like we're a little late this time. Next time, I'll have to be more careful, Ayame muttered as she stood on a roof several meters away, her hooded Shinigami garb flowing with the light breeze. Ah, sorry Ayame-chan. Got a little held up back there. This pressure, they are here, Kakashi thought while he turned his head, Sharingan out as he searched for them. There they are. From the naked eye, they are just blurry black outlined figures. But with my Sharingan, just like the hollow, one of them is empty while strangely I can see a tiny amount of red chakra flowing through the other one's coils. Could it be that he or she has not been able to master this invisibility technique yet? He does seem to follow the lead of the other one every time, the silver-haired Junin thought as he stared at the two blurry figures, keeping his chakra level low. Let's go, Naruto exclaimed, his face covered by the black hood as both of Flash stepped to appear in front of the large hollow. That technique seems similar to the body flicker one, but again I don't feel them using any chakra. This whole thing about the hollows and these hunters is a mystery to me, but one that I definitely want to solve, Kakashi pondered with a serious expression as he watched the two hired shinobi vanish in a blur to appear in front of the hollow. Quite the big one, aren't you? Naruto whistled with Ayame standing beside him while the hollow's huge body shadowed their forms. Well, two Shinigami huh? It exclaimed as both the death gods took out their Zanpakuto. I wasn't X. Squelch. RWAAAARHHH. The hollow suddenly screamed in pain as the blonde Shinigami had Flash stepped to appear behind it and slice its tail off, blood gushing out violently. Yeah, the same old dialogue. I wasn't expecting you, I wasn't expecting that, nawa. Go eat a bowl of ramen and think of something new you predictable noob. He spoke making Ayame sweat drop as the hollow growled menacingly. You bastard, it yelled as Naruto continued to stand there with a bored expression on his face, Hinata resting on his shoulders before he yet again shunput to appear in front of its face. Wham! Who's the predictable one now Shinigami? It growled after slamming its large hand onto the blonde's form, sending him flying towards a certain silver-haired Junin. Whoa, whoosh, Kakashi exclaimed as he dodged assailing Naruto who crashed deep into a shop resulting into splinters of wood and broken glass pieces to fly out in all directions. Ayame sighed in exasperation as she shook her head. Guess I should finish this now, she muttered to herself before flash stepping to appear behind the hollow's head, her Zanpakuto ready as she brought it down to slice it in half when suddenly she saw something coming out of the corner of her eyes. Solely on reflex, she shunput yet again to miss the large appendage that was about to crash onto her. What? Naruto-kun had already cut his tail just now. How did it grow back so quickly? Oh, guess this hollow possesses the ability of instant regeneration. Should have known that hollows entering this dimension would be special, she thought with a frown. Ah damn, I got carried away, Naruto mumbled as he threw off a table off him, dusting himself off before exiting the crumbled shop. Executing shunpo, he dashed towards the hollow using several steps to cover the distance while Kakashi continued to stare at them. Don't think you can sneak up on me so easily Shinigami, it spoke before turning around to face Ayame, the streets now almost vacant with Chunins and a few Junins as spectators. Judging by the speed its tail moved, this hollow must be fast, real impressive considering his size. And its Reiatsu is intimidating too. I can say that he's on his way of becoming a Manos. Don't want to cause unnecessary destruction by using Shikai or something. Guess Kido should do the trick, Ayame thought when she spotted Naruto bolt towards them. Grinning to herself, she shunput out. Here I come you sucker. Naruto thought as neared the hollow, Hinata clenched tightly in his hand. Came back for more Shinigami. It mocked as Naruto stopped several meters in front of it with a serious expression on his face, a single large nail of its clawed hand passing just a few inches in front of his body, barely missing his face as he landed on the ground. Well aren't you fast, he muttered with a frown before turning his head just a bit, his eyes widening to massive proportions upon spotting a black figure high above in the sky. As that, holy shit, she can fly, he pondered in surprise, but quickly understood what she was planning upon feeling the increase in her Reiatsu. He sighed, guess I'll just have to become the distraction part again, his fists clenched before the blonde took a deep breath. Lifting Hinata, he dashed towards the giant violet creature. It's useless Shinigami. It reared its claw before bringing it down on his blurry dashing form. The blonde used shunpo, avoiding the hand stomp before he began to spurt along its arm, bolting towards its face at full velocity. Meanwhile, Ayame who was standing high above Konoha started to build her Reiatsu. Disintegrate, you black dog of Rondanini. Look upon yourself with horror and tear out your own throat, she spoke while flash-stepping at thundering speeds down nearer towards the hollow, her 2 index fingers pointed towards the creature. Bakudo no Q. Horin. Disintegrating circle. Upon the exclamation of the technique, an orange-hued tendril with spiraling yellow patterns shot towards the creature. You. R. Fast. Aren't you? Naruto stated in between dodging the hollow's attacks as he went for a slash at his mask. Clang. For his Zanpakuto to only clash with its claw, making him propel back at blazing speeds. Flipping himself over in midair, he used a wall as a springboard before recoiling back towards the hollow. Noticing something out of the corner of his eyes, he smirked as the orange tendril first wrapped around its tail before elongating to wrap around its other limbs, which was still connected to Ayame's index and middle fingers. Wah what? I can't move. Looking above, the whiskered blonde's blue eyes met Ayame's brown ones. Increasing his speed, Naruto flash-stepped to its head level before going for his mask. Hey stop. Why can't I move? No. Og hhhhhh. Boom. Its body burst into a flash of white light, emitting a large amount of reiatsu as the orange Kido rope 2 disintegrated while Naruto landed on the ground. It's over, I think, Kakashi muttered, covering his eyes from the light before it dimmed out. Kakashi, what's the situation? Any casualties? Asuma, the copy ninja asked in surprise when the bearded Junin had appeared besides him in a puff of smoke. Well, everyone's safe. A few were injured, but thankfully no one died, he sighed as Asuma stared at the scarred area due to the battle, the 2 hired ones no longer present. They sure are capable of disposing off these mysterious creatures. Hollows. Never heard of such a contract, Kakashi. Yeah, he replied while staring off into the sky as the Chunins began to search the district for any remaining civilians or casualties. Strange that I sense no chakra at all from these creatures as well as those 2. It's like they aren't shinobi, more like something else, Asuma spoke while lighting his cigarette, surprised that Kakashi hadn't immediately started reading his literature. You're right, they don't behave like shinobi at all, only using either a katana or a zanabedu, attacking head-on and using strange powers, which definitely isn't ninjutsu. Sharingan the Sarutobi predicted, making Kakashi nod. One of those mercenaries, I can see a small amount of red chakra flowing through their coils, he stated in a low tone, making sure no one was listening to them while Asuma's eyes widened in shock. Why you mean? Hi, there's a strong possibility that one of them is a Jinchuriki. But I still have my doubts. Silence reigned between the 2 except the distant sounds of the Chunins shouting and giving orders to some genins who had just arrived. You know, Asuma, I find it strange that these past 15 days, we are being constantly attacked. Something just does not feel right here. And the reports of some genins and Chunins having, accidentally, seen these mysterious figures clearly, can you believe this? Even with my Sharingan, I can't see anything, and yet they stated to have seen them clearly. This is something I don't understand. It means there may be a way to see them, and it also means that we wouldn't need to then depend on these hollow hunters. Kakashi, sometimes you're just too tense. Just let them handle the job, and it's better this way cause we can concentrate on the safety of civilians while they eliminate the threat. Asuma paused, releasing some smoke before continuing. Besides, even if we are able to see them, it's better if we do not engage them. If we fight, it's obvious we'll raise our chakra levels, and that's something that Hokage-sama has ordered everyone to avoid at all costs. According to him, who has previously engaged these types of creatures in the Second Great Shinobi War, chakra attracts them and in return they heavily feed on chakra. But if we follow what you have said about your Sharingan detecting no chakra, then isn't it better if we let these hunters handle these creatures as they too don't use chakra? I think they are perfectly suited for the job here, and it helps that our military force isn't prone to any injuries in the process. I guess you are right, he sighed when an Anbu appeared in a puff of smoke behind them. Hitaki Kakashi, Hokage-sama requests your presence in his office immediately, he spoke in a monotone voice. Hi, I'll be there in just a minute. Konoha. Ichiraku's apartment. So how did it go? Shiroi asked as Naruto entered his body while Ayame flopped herself on the couch. As usual, it sucked, he stated following Ayame's answer with a frown. What happened, Naruto? Matsumoto asked in a serious tone, making him sigh in exhaustion, his physical body worn out due to the earlier workout. I wasn't able to do anything except provide the finishing blow. As usual, Ayame-chan held it down for me, he muttered while running his hands through his locks. Relax, Naruto-kun. These hollows are not weaklings, their level is at least that of a seated officer in a squad. So it's quite understandable that you're not able to stand up to them. Don't get discouraged though, your progress these 15 days has been astounding to say the least. Honestly, I wasn't expecting you to come this far in such a short amount of time. Just keep training and the results would become more visible to you. But what about my shinobi career? My chakra is more stable than before, but still not to the point to perform ninjutsu. I still can't do the shadow clone technique, remember? He asked in bitter voice. You have high Raryoku reserves, Naruto. It's apparent that it would be a difficult task to control such large reserves. You have to be patient. I know you desperately want to graduate this time, but be patient. I'm sure you'll be able to form stable chakra by the end of month, she spoke with a smile, lifting him somewhat. Nodding silently, Naruto smiled a bit when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Believe in yourself, Naruto-kun, Shiroi said softly, making him smile warmly at the silver-haired beauty, which turned into a sadder one as he remembered their plans for tonight. I do believe in myself, Shiroi-chan. I just wish you didn't have to die so soon. I wonder though, had you not died, would our fates be connected in the same way? Would I have been able to form a special bond with you, or would I have remained the same demon to you? Believe in yourself, Naruto-kun, Shiroi said softly, making him smile warmly at the silver-haired beauty, which turned into a sadder one as he remembered their plans for tonight. I do believe in myself, Shiroi-chan. I just wish you didn't have to die so soon. I wonder though, had you not died, would our fates been connected in the same way? Would I have been able to form a special bond with you, or would I have remained the same demon to you? He thought as his eyes automatically lowered to her midsection, where the chain of fate was linked to. Look at that, she's on her last encroachment cycle. Figures why Oji-san insisted that today had to be the last day. Anymore, we'll be risking her for transforming into a hollow, a forlorn look on the blonde's face as he sighed quietly to himself. Where's Oji-san? Ayame-chan? Naruto asked, breaking the silence. Oh, well, he had to take care of some business, she spoke quietly, her eyes closed as she sat relaxed on the couch. His eyes narrowed a bit suspiciously at her answer, but nevertheless he just shrugged it off. He had other things on his plate already. Matsumoto though was staring at Naruto. She had seen the look of sadness that had dusted his eyes for a brief moment before he had hardened himself. She didn't know much about Shiroi's and his relation, but in these past 15 days, the blonde lieutenant had felt the strong thread of warmness and care that connected these two. It looked there was a chain of fate connecting these two, invisible to even the Shinigami. Two-san wouldn't be back for the next few days, but, Ayame started as she took a deep breath before opening her brown eyes as she stared at Shiroi, who nodded at her to continue. But, we have to perform the soul burial today, Naruto-kun. I'm sorry, she mumbled, not meeting his gaze as she stared at the floor. She knew that this would happen. After all, they were the one who had delayed Shiroi's Kanso in the first place. They had allowed the encroachment up until the last day possible, and Shiroi had to deal with strong spasms of pain several times after the end of each cycle. All right, where? He asked with a hardened look in his eyes, his heart heavy as if a huge burden was placed on his shoulders. You guys decide, Ayame answered in a quiet sad tone while Rangiku stayed silent. She was used to this. As a Shinigami, they had to get rid of their emotions when escorting pluses to the other worlds. They too had to mask their emotions, just like a shinobi. It was not something they could choose from, not something they were taught in the academy or were asked to do, not something that was imposed on them via rules or the Central 46. It was a necessity, a code they had to follow which they learned from experience. The Hokage monument, his eyes widened when he heard her voice. She had spoken immediately. Turning his head back, he saw Shiroi smiling at him, her eyes filled with warmness, so many emotions he found himself unable to understand or decipher at that moment. Why, you sure? Surely he was taken aback. That was the place they had talked to each other on friendly terms for the first time, when there was no hostility between them. She just nodded, her eyes getting a bit glossy as she tightened her hold on his shoulders. Turning his head back quickly, he clenched his eyes shut before taking a deep breath. This was hard, he didn't know it would be this painful. All his life, he wanted to create these bonds. But, he never knew how it felt to have these bonds severed, to say goodbye to your most precious persons. Opening his eyes slowly, he again took a deep breath, trying to push back the tears he knew were coming. Clutching his pants tightly, he bit his lower lip while staring absent-mindedly at the carpet. Lifting his head, his eyes briefly met Rangiku's sky-blue ones. She smiled a bit hesitantly at him, her eyes gaining a soft look while he could only avert his gaze, an expression of pain on his usually cheerful face. She on the other hand was taken aback. In these 15 days, the lieutenant had never seen him so down. Even when he was training, and things looked like they weren't getting any better, he never gave up and always tried to hit the target with more vigor. It was heartbreaking to see him in such a state. Ayame still had her eyes closed, as if she was trying to ignore all what was happening. The tense silence in the room, as if trying to ignore the reality. Naruto shifted his gaze towards the window to notice the sun already setting down. So, a few hours is all she's got, he ruminated with his eyes feeling heavy, already feeling tired due to the day's events. Putting his hands on his knees, he stood up a bit wearily. Shiroi-chan, let's go, he voiced quietly, making her eyes widen a bit in surprise while Ayame opened her eyes. Turning his head back, he glanced briefly towards Rangiku and Ayame, as if relaying a message. I'm waiting outside, the blonde mumbled as he walked languidly towards the exit, his shoulders slumped due to all the exertion, physically as well as emotionally. So, I guess this is goodbye then you guys, Shiroi stated with a poignant smile while Ayame stood up, a melancholic smile framing her expression. Walking up to the silver-haired plus, she enwrapped her in a tight hug as they stayed quiet for a few seconds. Thanks Shiroi-chan. Because of you, Naruto-kun was able to feel love, friendship, trust and so much more. In a mere month, you filled him completely. Thank you very much, and I will always remember you. It's just like I'm saying goodbye to my sister, she muttered, her voice calm as Shiroi tightened her hold on Ayame. Thank you Ayame-chan. Thank you very much, she replied in a quivering voice, a lone tear streaming down her cheek before she released her. Wiping her cheek and eyes, she shifted her gaze towards Matsumoto. Rangiku-chan, she voiced in a low tone, nodding at her, making the lieutenant pout. What, no hug for me? Shiroi giggled lightly before hugging her tightly. Thank you for protecting Naruto-kun, and training him too. It's because of you, that he's filled with hope now, that he can pursue his dreams now. Thank you Rangiku-chan, the blonde lieutenant nodded with a smile as she patted her back gently. Yeah, I'll protect him. With the loneliness and pain he suffered, he needs all the support he can get. Don't worry, he's in safe hands now. And oh, try that sake in Rukongai I told you about. I'll come and visit you from time to time there, and who knows, you may even become a Shinigami, she spoke softly with a giggle when suddenly Shiroi's body jerked a bit in surprise. As Shinigami, then does that mean I have a chance of meeting Naruto-kun again? She asked with hope in her widened eyes while Rangiku shook her head with a sad look. Shiroi-chan, when you enter Soul Society, most probably you will lose all your memories of your time in the living world. She hated to break it to her, to crash her hopes, but this was the truth. Releasing each other from the hug, Shiroi bowed to both of them with a teary smile. Oh well, I was able to do something useful with my life at least. It was great knowing you too. And say my goodbyes to Tsuki-san and Hokage-sama, they have been a great help too. Both of them nodded as Shiroi turned around to leave. Time skip. Several minutes later, Konoha, Hokage's monument. Standing on the Yondaime's head, both of them stared at the setting sun in silence. Neither of them knowing what to say, it was something they knew was coming, but a cold reality they couldn't come to terms no matter from what angle you looked at it. Both of them were going to get hurt, one of them losing her memories with the other one having to live with the emotional anguish of the memories he would cherish for the rest of his life. So, Shiroi started, trailing as she noticed his body visibly stiffen. Her eyes grew soft as he continued to gaze at the orange-tinted sky, the sun setting down as the breeze started to get colder. I guess, this is it, Naruto-kun, she stated delicately, turning her head towards him while it started to grow dark. Naruto though just closed his eyes, drowning himself into that specific memory, that fateful day. Flashback. Almost a month ago. TCHH. Stupid woman, I only wanted to talk to her. Not that I would go, demon, on her even after she's dead. Gigi said that your life flashes back before your eyes just when you're about to die, that at that moment, you instantly know what you did right and what you did wrong. At that moment, you're flooded with every possible emotion. That you feel guilty for the things you did wrong. But then, even after their deaths they continue to call me, demon. Ignore me, they still try to beat me when I do nothing but try to take away their loneliness. Hands in his pocket as he walked towards the monument, the only place he found himself at peace. I know how it feels to be alone, to be ignored, to not be noticed. His tone turned sadder as his steps became sluggish. It was late chilly night as the moon shone upon the faces of the previous leaders of Konoha. I only wanted to talk to her, to help her. Is that so much to ask? He asked himself, really feeling down. Nothing was working out for him. No matter how hard he tried to make some friends, to make people notice him, it always ended up backfiring at him. He was like a cockroach to them. No matter what he did, no matter wherever he crawled to, they were disgusted by him, they ignored him and enjoyed stomping on him. He was so sick of all this. He sometimes thought of leaving this village, but the fact he could become stronger here held him back. He was attending the academy, he wanted to get stronger. Why? He didn't know. Maybe to prove these idiots that he was not a failure. But to become a shinobi, the basic requirement was chakra. Without that, it was almost a lost cause. No matter how hard I try, no matter what I do, it all seems lost to me. I mean, what am I even doing at this place? No one teaches me anything, making friends and doing other stuff is out of the question. I think that it's better that I leave Konoha for good, talking to himself. Yeah, he might be going crazy. But who knows, maybe Kami may hear him if he talks, instead of pondering to himself about this. Maybe someone would hear this, and not ignore him for once. I have to find a place where someone can solve my chakra problem, but where? He muttered to himself, his head lowered as he neared the monument. Thap, you, he grunted in pain, stumbling onto his steps as he fell down on his knees. His hands reflexively went to his forehead, blood dripping down his face. Who's there? The blonde snarled with narrowed eyes, his world spinning as he shook his head. The injury was already being healed. Looking down, he noticed it was a large pebble, its edge sharpened. The gash on his forehead healed quickly while blood covered most part of his face. Feeling himself being healed at inhuman speeds, or rather at a normal pace for him, he grabbed the rock before standing up wearily. Oh sorry, did that hurt? I'm really sorry, I was just practicing a game we used to play. What was the name of the game again? Oh right, kill the demon. His eyes widened upon hearing that voice. Snapping his head up, he saw the same silver-haired woman as she mocked him with a smirk on her face, another pebble in her hands. Naruto gritted his teeth, his breathing becoming labored as he rubbed his forehead. Even with his astounding healing rates, it was winter time and it hurt greatly. His world began to go red as he tightly clenched his fists, the large pebble cracking under the sheer pressure. Oh, is the demon angry? So sad that you can't even touch me. I guess dying does have some positive effects after all. What can you? Her voice trailed as suddenly a tremendous pressure filled the air, the oxygen becoming suddenly too difficult to breathe in. She was immediately on her knees, the chain linked to her chest clashing to the ground as she began panting. Lifting her head, her eyes widened as she noticed glowing purple lightning sparks crackle around his body. What's going on? She gasped while trying to stand up. Her eyes again widened though when he lifted his head. His whisker marks had deepened, the blonde locks spikier while his fangs and nails had lengthened. His eyes, she thought while staring at him, sweat pouring down her face. I don't even need to touch you, he spoke in a cold tone, his voice gaining a demonic edge as he stared at her with those eyes. They were flickering between two shades constantly. One second they would red with black slits, and other they would be a glowing shade of purple, as if electricity was coursing through them. Dust began to pick up as he stood there, glaring at her with malice while a gust of spiraling wind flew outwards with him being the epicenter. Her eyes widened in slow motion, when he suddenly vanished in a burst of glowing blue lightning to appear in front of her, the large stone still in his hands. Naruto growled in anger as he reared his hand while she immediately closed her eyes in fear. So he is a demon after all, she thought, petrified by the aura he was emitting right now. Even though the silver-haired woman believed that he couldn't touch her, a soul, she still couldn't help but be intimidated by him, the piercing high-pitched sound of the buzzing lightning almost deafening to her. Suddenly, the sound came to an abrupt stop as she kept her eyes shut, her hands trembling in fear while the only thing she could hear was his labored breathing. Slowly opening her eyes, hesitantly she was surprised to see the rock inches away from her forehead while the boy had a paralyzing expression on his face. It's no use. I am just a demon to you guys. His pupil was vibrating slightly as he stood there in trance while she stared at him with wide eyes. If I attack you, I'm a demon. If I don't, you provoke me into doing so. It's like, you, everybody. His voice began to quiver as he clenched his eyes shut, his hand trembling in front of her forehead. You want me to be the demon. You want me to become an abomination, so you can kill me. He exclaimed loudly as the rock fell on the ground while she continued to stare at him with widened eyes. What is he? She cogitated in astonishment, surprised to see him act like this. Usually, the only emotion she saw on the boy's face, even when she was alive, was that grin, the everlasting smile on his face. It angered the elders somehow. It was like he was mocking them, mocking their relatives who he had killed all those years ago. F you, this rotten place. He seethed through gritted teeth, pulling his hand back as much to her disbelief. Tears started to escape through his tightly clenched eyes. Hokage, Shinobi, he yelled loudly, a sob escaping his lips. Her heart scrunched painfully at the sight. He was crying, he really was. Demons don't see cry. He's really crying, she thought, as if unable to believe so. She had never seen the boy down, but it was like he exploded right in front of her. Like he was feeling all those emotions at the same time, the anger, the pain, hurt, betrayal, rage, he was losing it. Strangely, she wanted to comfort him. No, this couldn't be a demon. This child, crying in front of her, she could feel his pain. Her guardians had told her that he was the Kyuubi reincarnate, that he was the Kyuubi who had taken so many lives that day, who had killed her parents. Did they mean this child, the one crying in front of her? Lifting his hands, Naruto began to swiftly wipe his cheeks and eyes, biting his lower lip to control himself. He breathed a sharp intake of air, opening his wet eyes which he wiped by the fabric of his black jacket. The only sounds that could be heard was the cold breeze flowing across them along with his random sniffing sounds. No, I have to control myself. I wouldn't cry, not in front of her. He mulled over bitterly, a frown forming on his face as he rubbed his eyes furiously to get rid of any moisture. The woman in front of him, though, sat there frozen in shock as she continued to gaze at him. Not saying any word, he started to walk by her after shadowing his face with the hood of his jacket. The woman, though, just followed his form with her eyes when he suddenly stopped beside her. I hope your life went well here. Mine surely wouldn't, he muttered quietly, loud enough for her to hear before putting his hand on her shoulder, making her eyebrows shoot up in immense surprise. What is he? He can touch me. Then why didn't he? ? Coming out of her thoughts, she noticed him no longer standing beside her. Turning her head back, she saw his retreating form as he walked lazily away from her. Her mind raged with so many considerations right then. Should she follow him? The one, who was a demon to her minutes ago. But the way he suddenly stopped crying, it meant that he was holding back his emotions, his pain. There was definitely more to this boy than his appearance in general public signified. No, I have to find out about this. They told me to stay away from him, to shun him, that hurting him was a good thing and would make my parents proud of me. Is he really a demon? The stone rolling out of her left hand, she slowly stood up when Naruto suddenly stopped walking, making her breathing hitch in her throat. She stood there standing like a rod, afraid that he might do something now. Her face though adopted a confused expression when he began walking towards an alley to his left. What is he doing? Her voice hoarse as she mumbled to herself. Intent on finding more about him, she began to take wobbly steps towards the alley, her heart racing as she reached the corner. Poking her head tentatively around the corner, she watched him as he sat there, some scrap materials and cardboards laying beside him while he seemed to be making something out of them. Living out here must be hell, nay little guy. His voice was still quivering, he was sniffing as he seemed to be talking to someone. He must be crying again, she thought with sadness, disturbed about this. Just then, a small head protruded from the open zipper of his jacket. Yop, yeep, it was a small puppy. He seemed to chuckle in response, making a box large enough to accommodate the small resident as he wiped something on his shadowed face. Just wait a little more buddy, it's almost done, he chalked. Was he still crying? Shiroi immediately leaned back as she stood against the wall, a hand on her chest while she had an alarmed expression on her face. What's happening here? This isn't supposed to be happening. She clutched her head, not knowing what to do. What was she to understand by all this? The so-called demon cared, he had a heart. What he was doing right now was an act of a caring and a kind person, not a demon that everyone so much hated. Taking a deep breath, she leaned back again. There, it's all done. You can sleep and now, he spoke in a hoarse voice before taking out the little puppy out of his jacket. I would have taken you to my apartment, but you wouldn't be safe there. After all, whatever belongs to me is not safe, he chuckled to himself while rubbing the puppy's head as it wagged its tail happily while it yipped back in response. Besides, I think I'm leaving this place tomorrow. There's nothing left for me here now. Well, there's a Yame-chan, Tsuki-oji-san and Gigi there. But I don't think they would be that affected by me leaving this place, he uttered, his face hooded while the puppy's bright eyes dimmed, as if it could feel the sadness, pain and loneliness radiating off Naruto. Would take you with me, but the thing is that, his voice began cracking, the white puppy moaned as it dropped its head whereas her eyes gained a soft look while she gazed at his bent form. Moisture gathered in her eyes involuntarily when she noticed drops of transparent liquid falling on his right hand, which was on the puppy's head. It moaned again, its tone sad as the blonde spoke again. Why UW would be treated here, better than me, much better than me, again a few sobs escaping him when the puppy began licking the tears off his hand. Oh, sorry there pal. I am made UW wet, he stuttered with a chuckle, sniffing to pull back the tears. By now, even unknown to herself, tears were freely streaming down the cheeks of the silver-haired woman as she stared at the child in front of her. Leaning back, she put a hand over her mouth to control herself. Shutting her eyes, she took deep breaths so as to control herself, not wanting to make noise. Oh Kami, what have we done? She thought with wide eyes, every heartbeat being painful to her as more tears fell down her chin. A few muffled sobs seeped through her covered mouth, when her eyes widened upon hearing him say goodbye to the puppy. Pushing up against the wall, she stood up before running to hide in another neighboring alley. Peeking her head around the corner, she saw him walking towards the Hokage's monument. Just when she was about to follow him, a voice behind her startled her. You still think he's a demon? Snapping her head back, she saw a hooded person wearing a black garb. Judging by her voice, she was a female. Who are you? The silver-haired woman stammered as she frantically wiped her tears, surprised that someone could see her. Consider me that boy's well-wisher. But tell me, do you still think he's a demon? The stranger again asked, making her shake her head furiously. Oh, of course not. I would be a fool to believe in all that crap after just what I saw. Well, you were a fool in the first place to believe such ridiculous accusations on a boy who has done nothing to harm this village or anyone. The plus head dropped down in sadness and shame. Well, I'll make up for it. What I couldn't do while I was alive, I'll do it while being dead. I will make sure he isn't lonely again. She spoke with determination, lifting her head to surprisingly find no one. Then go, he's on the Yondaime's head right now. The voice came from all directions making her confused, but she just shrugged it off for now. Nodding to herself, She wiped her cheeks with the fabric of her sleeve before rushing towards the boy who deserved so much more than what fate had given him so far. I wouldn't let him suffer anymore. Konoha. Hokage's monument. Let's see. Leaving Konoha would not be easy. They can't declare me as a missing nin considering I'm still not a shinobi officially. But Gigi might send some Anbu after me. I have to make it so that they don't come to know about my absence immediately, Naruto muttered to himself as he gazed at the moon, sitting on the monument with his knees pressed up to his chest. I guess I have to leave early in the morning. For food, instant ramen will have to do while I think some kunai and shuriken would be necessary. And the place I should check first, can't be Suna considering Konoha is in alliance with it. Right now, Kiri is undergoing a bloodline war or something. Iwa too is out of the question, so that only leaves Kumo, he mused to himself as his eyes dropped down to his ninja sandals, releasing a puff of fog with his breath due to the chilling cold. His eyes narrowed upon hearing someone coming up there via stairs. Standing up, he turned back to see the same silver-haired whom he had tried to befriend earlier today. What do you want? He growled with anger in his voice. He knew she was there spying on him in the alley, but he didn't care. Not that she could tell the others that he was unleashing his wrath on a puppy. She, though, just stood there with a sad expression on her face while his eyes widened upon noticing the tear stains on her cheeks. Was she crying? I just wanted to say I'm sorry about earlier. I was just an idiot to think that you were the demon that everyone calls you. Please forgive me, she exclaimed before suddenly lowering herself to her knees, bowing to him as her forehead touched the floor. Naruto, though, to say the least, was flabbergasted. He couldn't decipher what had happened for her to act like this as he gawked at her. Stop that. I know it's just another lame trick to try to make my life more hellish than it already is. Well then, guess what? I'm leaving this village, and you wouldn't be able to tell anyone considering that you're dead, he spoke with a dark smirk on his face when her body started to shake a bit. Please, don't leave. Her quivering voice struck a chord in his heart, but he just chose to ignore it. Oh, I will ignore it and I will leave this shithole. And stop that acting, will you? You're horrible at it and it's useless anyway, the blonde seethed with a frown on his face as he prepared to take off. There's no reason for me to be here. Here, I have no purpose in life. With manipulative bastards like you, I'm done for if I continue to stay here, he spoke bitterly, his back turned to her. He didn't like being so cruel to anyone, nor did he like to say such things to anyone, but he didn't care anymore. It was over for him here in Konoha. With no chakra, I can't hope to become a shinobi. And with nobody helping me here, it's no use staying in Konoha anymore. My decision is final, I'm leaving. Weighing his options for the final time, he took his final decision while nodding to himself. Yeah, being Hokage was a lost cause with no chakra. Goodbye, whoever you are. You are one of the very few persons in my life who have talked to me for more than 5 minutes, he uttered with a bitter chuckle, gazing at shining moon from the monument for possibly the last time. Just as Naruto was about to jump, not suicide, his eyes suddenly widened when he found himself wrapped in a tight hug from behind. Please, I beg you, don't leave, she yelled as he began to struggle against her grip. Hey, leave me, what are you trying to do? I'm not that easy to take down. Oh Onagai, her voice now desperate as she clutched him to herself tightly, his oceanic blue eyes widening upon feeling warm droplets on his neck and scalp. She really is crying. Why, he thought, finding it so hard to believe that he had just ignored her tear stains earlier without giving it any second thought. What will you do out there? Where will you go? Here at least Hokage-sama looks after you. She exclaimed loudly, her eyes clenched shut as tears openly cascaded down her face, flowing with the cold breeze. Naruto could feel his resolve weakening, the warmth she was emitting was so enticing to him that he never wanted to leave her embrace. He so much wanted this. But, why the sudden change of heart? Just some minutes ago, wait. She must have seen him tending to that puppy, maybe, just maybe she thought that he was not the demon. What do I do? He had never been so confused in his life. Just a minute ago, he was sure about what to do, and then she just had to come and do this. He just stood there silently, his body slumped against her chest as she continued to embrace him tightly, the sound of her sobs and hiccups filling the air. Don't give yourself to darkness. I know it must be hard for you. The WAUS smiled daily, nothing got you down. Everyone has their limits. To think. You were hiding your pain behind that silly smile, she stuttered while Naruto's knees gave away in shock as both of them were lowered to their knees, her arms still wrapped around his comparatively smaller form. His head dropped down as the blonde clenched his fists, her warmth was making him weaker. Why? He asked while breathing heavily. Why are you doing this? I am just a demon, why do you cry for me? No. His body jerked in surprise at her outburst while she held him firmly to herself, more tears falling on his jacket as she shook her head furiously. No, you're not. You're anything but a demon. I'm sorry. If only I'd taken the time of the day to get to know you. If only. I'm so sorry. His heart melted upon hearing her desperate but sweet voice. First of all, nobody had ever cried for him. And he was still confused as to why would she cry for him. He was the one who suffered, not her. After several minutes between him, he spoke. I'm sorry too. Her eyes snapped open as her face adopted a confused expression. What? I'm sorry for the way I behaved earlier. At that moment, I just didn't care anymore. I was fed up of the way people continued to treat me despite all these years. He spoke quietly, now his tone holding sadness as they stayed in each other's embrace, not wanting to move an inch from their position. And no, it was perfectly normal. You completely had the right to do so. His eyes widened when a meek giggle escaped her lips, making him turn his head to look at her face. The silver-haired plus though blushed a bit upon staring into his enchanting electric blue eyes. I'm sorry, it's just that if you hadn't broken down, then it might have been wrong. Why, you are very brave, to have endured so much for so long. If I was in place of you, I would have committed suicide a long time ago, she admitted with a sad smile, her green eyes sparkling under the moon while he blushed due to the compliment. This feeling, he thought as his hand automatically went over his heart, it was strange, but it felt good. Turning back again, he lifted his right hand to wipe the tears off her cheeks, making her blush lightly. Pretty girls shouldn't cry. Now he definitely didn't know where'd that come from. But judging from her scarlet face, he thought he must have spoken something good then. Thank you. You're a cutie yourself, she spoke with a wink, making him blush dark red as she giggled at his face. Suddenly, he felt good. Suddenly, the world didn't sound so dark to him, things didn't look so hopeless to him. He felt that he could face his problems head on now. What was happening? A true smile, radiating happiness, came onto his face as he gazed at the moon. What's your name? He asked quietly, a bit timidly, making her smile. She was making progress after all. Wakatsu Shiroi, came her reply as he made sure to memorize the name of possibly his first friend. What's yours? She asked with a sigh, embarrassed as hell to not even know his name when practically all the villagers knew him. Naruto, though, could only sweat drop in response. Talk about ignorance, he thought while rolling his eyes. Uzumaki Naruto. A bulb ticked on as she came to a realization, now she had heard that name. She just didn't know it was his name. A comfortable silence again settled between them as they both sat there, staring into the endless sky. Will you leave the village now? He could sense the fear in her question. I don't know. I was all set up on my decision when you came, I just don't know what to do. My chakra, for some strange, is not stable. I cannot use it for anything. I have to find someone who can correct this problem. Here in Konoha, I don't think anybody's going to help me, the blonde verbalized, making her eyes slump down. So you're leaving tomorrow? She asked sadly while he just remained silent for a few seconds. No, I think I'll wait a bit, his response shocked her. Why was he staying now? My graduation exams are coming up in a month, I think I want to give one last try. I don't know, I just feel like I should stay a little longer. If somehow, I learn the clone technique and pass the exam, I'll get a Junin instructor and then my chakra problem can possibly be solved. If I fail the exam, then I'll leave the village and go to Kumogakure, the whiskered blonde explained, making her nod when she replied. Then I'll go with you, Shiroi spoke firmly, making him turn back to stare at her in surprise. How can you go with me? You're dead right, isn't like a Shinigami supposed to come and take you to heaven or hell? I think that you'll be taken away in just a few days, he answered, making her look at him gloomily. Then I'll spend as much as I can with you. I wouldn't leave you for even a second in these upcoming days. Seeing the look of immense surprise on his face, she smiled before kissing him on the cheek, making him blush madly. I want to make up to you. What you felt, what you went through, no one should suffer like that. I'll make sure that you forget your lonely childhood. Shiroi grinned at him as his heart swelled with something he had felt for the first time. It was positive and he couldn't describe it. He grinned back at her, turning around to hug her tightly, making her giggle. It started out as a nasty fight, and ended up into such a pretty sight. Glad you finally found someone, kid. If not, then I would have had to intervene and knock some sense into you. Either way, well, it would have been good for you. I was planning to start your Rangiku training anyway, but I guess you need to get healed emotionally first, so I'll postpone it. And looks like Shiroi-san is staying in the world of living for a little longer, a male wearing the same black garb thought as he watched the pair from the shadows, besides whom was standing the female from before. Flashback ends. Naruto-kun, it's time. His eyes zoomed out of his trance-like state as he turned to look at her. Shiroi smiled sadly at him as she walked towards him before bending down to wipe his eyes off the tears which had formed involuntarily. I don't want you to go. I want you to stay with me, he muttered with a miserable expression before she wrapped him in a tight hug. Just remember that I'll be always watching over you. And I'll always remember you, even when I enter Soul Society or whatever place there is, she spoke firmly, making him smile as he hugged her back. Leaning back, she smirked at him before extending her index finger towards him. As we promised, she spoke, making him chuckle as he locked his own index finger with hers. No tears, he said, making her grin at him as the blonde this time hugged her, wrapping his arms around her neck tightly. Shiroi gladly hugged him back. Wow, you sure put up some muscle, you're squeezing me to death, Naruto-kun. She exclaimed with a giggle, making him jerk back quickly as the blonde rubbed the back of his head while smiling sheepishly. Naruto's eyes though widened suddenly when her expression turned into that of a painful one. Lowering his gaze, he realized that the final cycle of encroachment had started, no time to waste now. Taking out the black glove with the white skull, he pushed it against his chest. In a show of blue lightning threads, his adult Shinigami form came into Shiroi's view, who was right now clutching her heart. This is it, Shiroi-chan. Thank you for everything. You are my most precious person and I will never forget you. You gave me hope, you supported me and pulled me out of darkness. Only because of you, I began to cherish the place I earlier considered no better than hell. Sighing to himself, he unsheathed Hineka, positioning the tip of the hilt above his own shoulder such that it was facing her forehead. Shiroi, however, just grinned at him, ignoring the pain she was feeling. Glad to be of some use, Naruto-kun, then she did something that made his senses go haywire. Swiftly leaning towards him, she pressed her lips against his in a passionate kiss. Naruto, though, had his eyes wide open as he tried to come to terms with what was happening. He was flummoxed to say the least. His eyes though widened further when her form began to glow white, just like her name. Averting his gaze a bit, he noticed his zanpakuto gently pressed against her forehead as a glowing kanji for soul burial appeared on her skin. Just as he was instinctively about to kiss back, the blonde felt warm droplets on his cheek when Shiroi leaned back, a bright smile on her face as a single stream of liquid, containing so many emotions, poured down her cheek. I love you, Naruto-kun, and always will, the silver-haired beauty confessed, making his breathing hitch in his throat. Before the blonde could have said anything else, her form disintegrated in small reishi spirit particles. Stunned into silence, the only thing he could say was, "Sayonara, Shiroi-chan." The end. Now we will see you in the next video.